Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Lee Yun-woo had been playing this game for 26 years. Even for someone like him, it was rare to see a human guest who'd been abducted to the 23rd floor be this active. And this hadn't been accomplished by an NPC, but by a film director who specialized in horror thrillers. Usually, at most, people only attempt about 2 of those. And there were actually people who tried 2. Quite a few. It couldn't be helped when dealing with NPCs whose behavioral patterns were predetermined. If nobody used the features you'd painstakingly built, wouldn't that be a real disappointment for the developer? This game's developer had mapped out routes for every conceivable scenario, one by one. And that's why I'm the only player. A game needed appropriate difficulty to retain players. No matter how well the subject matter suited your taste, what good was it if you couldn't even clear the entry threshold? For Yun-woo, who had endured those long years alone, it was a bitter truth. What is certain is that you covered an impressively wide range of ground, director. Do you happen to remember where you first woke up? Of course, there's no need to answer if it's uncomfortable. It's not that, oh, some kind of swimming pool. I woke up half draped over the edge of a pool that had colorful structures, like a water park or a playground. The pool water here was all sparkly, which was kind of fascinating. A swimming pool. This was yet another point of admiration. Did you happen to see any eyes? Eyes. Does it snow here? No, I mean biological visual organs. When Yun-woo tapped beside his own eye, the director nodded as if something had just come back to her. Oh, I saw one. An insanely huge eye. It was deep at the very bottom. She looked directly at it and survived unscathed. Did I do something wrong? Not at all. I was simply admiring your remarkable mental fortitude. Do you die if you see it? It won't kill you, but most people's minds can't withstand it. You too. If I lacked that level of resistance, I wouldn't have been able to work as this hotel's general manager. Not sure if that counts as a selling point. How unfortunate. It seemed director Lee Si-in-hae had been assessed as a guest with exceptionally strong mental fortitude. A guest with lower sanity stats would have almost certainly suffered a mental breakdown on sight. Either extremely lucky, or naturally gifted in willpower. Perhaps both. Without an interface, there's no way to check a guest's stats. This is really inconvenient. In any case, it was a miracle she was alive. Had Yun-woo arrived even 3 minutes later, she would have lost her life. First, let me give you a brief overview of the current situation. You were abducted around 2 a.m. and brought here to the aqua park on the 23rd floor. Considering she'd been on the verge of death when found, the timing was certain. The abduction had been carried out at 2 a.m., the moment both of them fell asleep. These monster guests were truly outrageous. Mr. Hong Jae-yun, who was staying with you, was quite shaken, so the hotel took certain measures. At present, he likely believes that you were called away on urgent business and left for Seoul ahead of him. Director Lee Si-in-hae looked skeptical. Brainwashing? It's closer to hypnosis. Illegal? Yun-woo couldn't deny it. It wasn't his field of expertise, but even a rough assessment confirmed it was clearly illegal. Article 155 of the Criminal Code, Destruction of Evidence. Article 136, Obstruction of Official Duties. Article 324, Coercion. Article 283, Intimidation. Forced hypnosis, the Personal Information Protection Act, the Mental Health Act. Overlapping criminal charges against the perpetrator, a serious felony situation by anyone's standards. A single lawyer wouldn't even scratch the surface. You'd need to retain an entire law firm, and even then it would be a headache. What was the point of belaboring it? Yun-woo decided not to overthink it and simply conceded. I have no excuse. Oh, no, it's 100 times better than having brain cells die from worrying about some hopeless senior. As I've said before, I am deeply ashamed. Our hotel has caused tremendous trouble for your companion. No, that guy and I are the ones who, we're the ones who aren't much to speak of. Then let's exchange apologies and move on. He said it that way, but ultimately this had occurred within a system he managed. Now that things had come to this, there was no point in debating who was the perpetrator. So his words of shame were sincere. Are you all right? Oh, yes, it just feels like the conversation is aligning in a strangely fitting way. I see. Yeah, well. I guess so. The director's expression grew more peculiar. Though he didn't show it, Yun-woo felt much the same. It was a bit like being the owner of a dog that had caused an accident. Except this was less an accident and more an incident. So this is how I end up as a criminal, something that was never in my cards. If he were arrested right now, he couldn't even begin to estimate the sentencing. I'll need new business cards. My co-workers would have a fit if they saw. He'd have a lot to talk about at the next company dinner. So, I'd like to start heading out soon. Oh, yes. Before we move, let me explain the situation going forward. I'm all ears. There were several rescue methods. One was the management route, another was the contract route. Both were possible, but the most moderate approach was the management route. All the conditions are in place. If the tutorial bug I attempted through Mr. Hong was successfully applied, the management route alone should be enough to resolve this. The problem was, it might not work. Yun-woo. I apologize, I had something to think through for a moment. Are your eyes and ears still like that? No, they're fine now. I know that sort of thing doesn't heal that quickly. This hotel has its own methods, so it really is fine. Thanks to your patience, I've finished organizing my thoughts. Now, may I ask you a few questions? Oh, sure. Would you be alright staying here alone? Ugh. Director Lee Seon-hae recoiled. Her face said she genuinely despised the idea. In most horror movies, the person left behind alone is the one who dies. This is a bit different. You'd be better off thinking of it as a game rather than a movie. As long as you don't break the rules or better yet, use them to your advantage, there's no reason to die. Ever thought about switching jobs? This hotel really doesn't seem like a place for people to live. That's not exactly up to me. But you needn't worry. The guest in room 703 will be targeting me as a priority. Wasn't that the entire reason he'd endured all those events until now? Yun-woo felt a strange sense of purpose. And was promptly refuted. That makes me worry more. How unfortunate. But what could he do? This was the only available method. I can't explain everything. The more confused you become, Director, the greater the threats of this hotel grow. So let me at least give you some precautionary notes for what lies ahead. If I suddenly get stabbed or fall into the pool, I'd appreciate it if you tried not to be too startled. Director Lee Seon-hae's expression was transparent. The look that said, "How can you say that with a straight face?" Yun-woo honestly sympathized. That's an entirely normal reaction. You're so healthy it's almost embarrassing that I was worried about your mental and physical state. Congratulations. But you're the one who's acting like, it's not, normal. I'm not so lacking in common sense as to make such an unreasonable demand. He understood. If he'd been in Director Lee Seon-hae's position, he would have assumed something was wrong upstairs, too. In essence, he was asking her to be complicit in something like assisted suicide. But what can I do about it? I've decided that's what I'm going to do. Would you grant me your understanding? A request but also a notification. That was how Yun-woo had always been. If he judged that something needed to be done, it needed to be done. He would explain and ask for understanding if necessary. But beyond that, there was nothing more. If he'd judged it right, and there was no issue with it, then it was simply something that had to be done. An explanation. Yes. Just, a little more explanation, give me something so I can at least pretend to be convinced. Yes, I understand your request, Director. Do you really? Of course. Rescue routes, the drenched one, wet entity rescue routes. Rescue method 1. Discharge route. Condition 1, maintain continuous discharge selection until checkout. Condition 2, control guest's path to prevent overlap with hotels drenched 1. Rescue method 2. Management route. Condition 1, enter 23rd floor within 11 hours after abduction. Condition 2, secure rescue target within Aqua Park, location confirmation required. Condition 3, statement directed at the drenched one, you are not my guest. Consumes 1 nightmare resource. Condition 4, tutorial completion required, confirm bug applicability. Condition 5, drenched 1, in non-agitated state. Rescue method 3. Contract route. This is a rescue contract, not a standard contract, additional conditions required. Exceptionally permits contract with water-affiliated monster. Condition 1, perform 2 or more self-harm events. Condition 2, select 2 or more structural utterances. Condition 3, enter 23rd floor Aqua Park within 12 hours. Condition 4, death in the main pool, cause irrelevant, must be fully submerged. Condition 5, drenched 1, in non-agitated state. This kid was truly dangerous. In so many different ways. Having heard the rough explanation, Sean-Hei's mind went blank. So. The director forced herself to focus. She did want to get out of this hotel as quickly as possible, but there was something she needed to confirm first. First, you're going to approach the guest in room 703 and try to persuade them with a few offerings. Yes. And if that doesn't work, since you'll need to suit their mood, you're willing to half die. Like pressing coins for the afterlife into a water ghost's hand. Yourself? Yes, that's the most effective approach. Because it is a water ghost. Yun-Woo's voice was calm. Courteous and kind, but showing no emotional disturbance. Like a newscaster delivering tomorrow's weather forecast plain and precisely measured in tone. The drenched one wants that. A very lonely guest. That's not what I asked. Are you out of your mind? I can't claim to be perfectly sane, but I am confident that this is the most rational decision I can make given the current situation. If you were being rational, you wouldn't say something like dash. Yun-Woo tilted his head. Then quietly and smoothly added. I appreciate your concern for me, but there's really no need to agonize over it so deeply. This isn't the kind of thing that goes away just because you say so. My death and suffering do not hold the same value as yours, Director Lee. Wait, hold on. What did he just say? Come again. The weight is different. It took less than a second to realize that statement was wrong. But more bewildering than that bizarre remark was his demeanor, the expression on his face as he said it. How to put it? Yes, a face as composed as a wax figure. What? He wasn't like this before. He was definitely the Yun-Woo I knew, wasn't he? But looking at that face, she lost her certainty. The worry and fatigue and concern she'd seen when he was saving her, all of it suddenly seemed like a lie. Could even that human concern directed at her have been meaningless performance? She posed the question. Do you weigh lives? Do you think a murderer's life and a volunteer's life carry the same weight? Are you a murderer, by any chance? I apologize. That was an inappropriate analogy. And yet he was still being considerate of her. She could see it in the way his eyes deliberated, however briefly. The care he showed in worrying she might be offended. Even so, he said it anyway. Do you believe the life of a human and the life of a machine are equal? Only then did Sean-Hei understand. Right now, this person. Lee Yun-Woo did not regard himself as a living being. Deja vu pricked at her brain. Things she'd overlooked came rushing back. Perhaps Yun-Woo thought of himself as a consumable. Like a floral foam block that's expected to be punctured when flowers are inserted. A chill of dissonance crawled up her spine. That can't be. You. You, who showed me that wondrous sight. She realized it. All of that abnormal, unconscionable stubbornness and discourtesy had been directed entirely at himself. An indifference born from not classifying himself as a living thing. It was even more absurd that he was trying not to say it rudely. What do you mean by dash? Hei had to push back. She didn't know why she felt so compelled, but she just did. She simply felt she had to. So she recalled at the moment a mass of blood had been restored into a person. No, listen. Yun Wu. There was no way that hadn't been painful. You're a person. That's correct. It hurts, doesn't it? Hei herself was taken aback. In a situation this urgent, she couldn't understand why she was speaking so insistently. This really wasn't the time for a debate like this. He's saying he'll save me regardless. But she couldn't help it. What I'm saying is. She couldn't even manage a strained smile, the muscles around her mouth ached. Is there any reason I should be this shaken? Li Yunwu was an extraordinary being. Unique in this hotel, perhaps in the entire world. Not only a person of character, but possibly something beyond human. Hei was already overwhelmed by that fact. We've barely known each other. Failing to rescue a kid caught up in danger is certainly worth blaming yourself for, but even so, was it worth being this flustered? Yet she couldn't just let it go. But why? Director. She'd been about to say something, but Yun Wu spoke faster. As long as certain conditions are met, I can be restored at any time. You saw it yourself, so you already know my body deteriorating is only a temporary phenomenon. How can you say that right now? On the other hand, you are a person who is vulnerable to pain, Director. Wow, so right now you're bragging that it's nothing to you? Hardly. But it is a clear fact that if you were to die or be injured, Director, an ungracious restoration like mine would be impossible for you. And? Yun Wu smiled neatly. That's what makes you precious. If we're forced into a corner where one of us must be hurt, isn't it rational for the less valuable one to step forward? That is simple common sense. Whose common sense, exactly? A calculation so simple even a child could manage it. Yun Wu smiled as he said this. Listening to him speak, it was as though he were a being who understood the world solely through numbers and functions. While he didn't treat Hei that way at all. Just and only himself. You seem to be taking this too much to heart, so I'll settle for only half dying. Would this serve as a compromise? No. Did I just hear a suicide announcement? She didn't even have the energy to respond. It felt as though the entire circuit of thought in her head had shut down. Surely, in his own way, it was meant as reassurance comfort offered to put her at ease. But the sheer alienness of it filled her with irrational dread. Why is he so calm about it? How could someone talk about their own death as if it were nothing? However old he claims to be, how much could that really be, and yet in front of a great elder like me, he's spouting this, absurd. She couldn't understand. The strength drained from her. What does half-dying even mean? You get grazed by a bullet and you're still dead. What a delightful expression. That's Director Li Hei for you. Ah. Hei finally hung her head. People normally hold conversations under the premise that words will get through. But this person was saying he'd use his death as a conversational tool. An abnormal way of thinking. Seriously. She wanted to faint, sincerely. Seriously. A decidedly negative reaction, by any measure. What went wrong? Unaware of it himself, Yun Wu, whose social instincts had been ground down by consecutive stretches of grueling work, sank into solitary thought. She seems upset. Which part of my explanation was offensive? Perhaps the analogy had been too blunt. This is my first time handling a human guest during a live event, so my service must have been lacking. Had he gotten a good night's rest, Yun Wu would have recognized his own misstep. He possessed that much awareness, at least. But right now, he was simply too exhausted to arrive at that conclusion. To the very end, it never occurred to him that his words might have sounded like, "I'll die in your place. Once I get her safely home, she'll probably feel a bit better." And so, He came to stand before the drenched one. Someone wished to die. Someone wished to live. Save me. A cold hand no one could hold. A breath that quietly sank to a place no one could see. H. Warmth stolen without even knowing. A teenage girl, drowned in a valley stream swollen by monsoon rains. A man in his 40s, threw himself into a river in despair. A man in his 70s, died of hypothermia while sleeping rough on a rainy night. Trapped in water yet unable to die, not a person, but a fish. Cold. They are together and one, yet always lonely. Quiet. They loathe warmth, and long for it. It hurts. But because they are always in the water, people call this a water wraith. A ghost of the water. A monster encountered at sea, or a phantom ship. Most would call it a water ghost, but the scope is broader than that. More varied people, and stories, are what it truly is. And then, for this cold and lonely thing, a door opened. Thank you for visiting. How may I help you? Of all things. It was a lavish hotel. And by nature, a water wraith's memory is a wretched, hopeless thing. It was only after drowning the only voice's owner again and again that it remembered. Only after killing, over and over, countless times beyond counting, that it recognized. What had it been staring at so intently? Pale skin. Fleshless fingers. A composed face. Jet black hair. A precise tone. Warm. Soft. Gentle. Just, those kinds of. Splash. GKH. Ugh. Hypocrites, the lot of them. The water wraith could not forget. HH. It must be because summer is long. Yun Wu had been examining a single hypothesis all along. This place does not perfectly match the game I knew. It wasn't that the game had become reality, rather, reality had summoned the game into itself. Therefore, the monster guests before him wouldn't necessarily move strictly according to the data he remembered. Reality was inherently a mass of variables. Even so, what remained clear was that they, too, were subject to the game system's influence. I should act based on the game information I remember, but never blindly trust it. Still, even accounting for that discomfort, the information from Hun is useful. Especially in a life-or-death situation like this. To be precise, it was director Lee Sean-hae's life more than his own at stake. In any case, the important thing was that Yun Wu had to follow the game's rules. Excuse me. Yun Wu addressed the drenched one courteously. How are you feeling right now? You seem to be doing better than before. I'm glad. Entry to the 23rd floor within 11 hours of abduction. Rescue target secured within the aqua park. Tutorial complete. The drenched one in a non-agitated state. All conditions required for rescue method 2, the management route. And it's finally come down from its agitated state. The creature wasn't smiling, nor was it walking or running quickly. It still held the knife, but that was just how it always was. This was the non-agitated state he'd observed through the screen. In that case, had all conditions been met and the transition to the management route occurred? No. One more condition remained. I need to execute the forced checkout. Now, all he had to do was declare, "You are not my guest," and that would constitute a successful rescue route. However, I'm a bit concerned. Your manner of existence seems to have grown far more complex than what I remember. I'm not confident that past measures will still be effective. The difference between a game and reality. What if this isn't the drenched one I knew? And even if it is, what if the tutorial bug wasn't applied? But Yun Wu had done his best. So I must deliver some unfortunate news. You are. You. Not my guest. Silence settled. Yun Wu blinked. Dark lighting and the grotesque waterways soaking the floor. The chilling weight of air that pressed down upon that beautiful scenery. Well. Having confirmed that nothing whatsoever had changed, he slowly drew his hand across his lips. How unfortunate. He had failed. And the monster lunged. Yun Wu put distance between them at character level speed, lost in thought. What went wrong? The tutorial bug might not have been applied. That happened in the game sometimes, too. A bug was a bug, consistency couldn't be expected. Moreover, since this place was a reality built upon a game, entirely new irregularities might have emerged. If it's the former, that happened even in the game, so it doesn't matter much. But the latter would be a real headache. I'd hoped otherwise, but now that it's come to this, the value of the information I have is incomparably lower than before. I'm lonely. TCH. Damn it. Is it entering phase 2? Though still on dry ground, the drenched one spoke. That meant it had begun perceiving the aqua park itself as its tank. Naturally, the danger level spiked. Lonely, cold. I said I'm cold. I'm telling you. Listen to me. Appearances aside, I am listening. Why? 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 Why am I alone? I'm scared, it's cold, it's so quiet. You're treating me as if I'm worth less than the air. Hypocrite. Ah, you're warm, only you, only you, only you. What a lunatic. He kept moving, maintaining distance by a hair's breadth. But once phase 2 fully got on track, even this would be hopeless. Phase was a generous term in practice, it was summary execution. Nothing's going right. Normally, as long as you'd mastered the routes, there was no way to be caught. The drenched one and the operator are set to the same speed. But since the management route had failed, its speed would now increase. Ah, how to put it? He could almost hear the developer's malicious voice. If you're bitter about it, you should have done it right the first time. Even trying to brush it off, this feels unjust. I don't think the fault was on my end, but whatever the case, is this how a failed route manifests? Good information to have. Give it to me. I'll need to be more careful next time. The advantage of a character's body. I don't get winded from talking while running. Oh, good lord. What an absolutely magnificent advantage. Yun Wu ached for items so badly his teeth chattered. Or skills, or stats, anything. If he'd had an interface, he wouldn't have suffered this level of humiliation. There truly was no way out now. The only escape at this point is. No, not even the only one. In the worst case, he could resort to a brawl using the blood magic he'd learned just before coming up to the 23rd floor. But that couldn't guarantee Director Lee Cianhei's safety. Rejected. So the only remaining method. Proceed with the contract route. Ah. Everything else aside, the contract was the one thing I really wanted to avoid. This might be called a contract, but it was no different from a loan that mortgaged your entire life. Over 26 years, he'd lost count of how many save files he'd had to scrap because of these damned contracts. But with phase 2 underway, there's no other way. In an uncontrollable situation, at the very least, he could control his own death. That was the only initiative he could seize in this scenario. Just so I can live. So that I can live more comfortably. Letting someone else get hurt for that. That kind of thing. To Yun Wu, that was something that must not happen. Warm, soft, gentle. Blood. Tap. Breath. Warmth. The things you've whispered about to the point of tedium. Yun Wu stood with his feet precariously balanced on the edge of the pool. I have them. Rescue Method 3, Contract Route. 2 or more self-harm events performed. 2 or more structural utterances selected. Entry to the 23rd floor Aqua Park within 12 hours. The drenched one in a non-agitated state. And the final condition. How about it? Death in the main pool. Yun Wu held out his hand. I can't perform miracles, but... Lonely. I can die alongside you. Okay. The scale covered, pallid water ghost smiled and engulfed him. My hypocrite. Splash dash. A massive spray of water erupted, and the surface heaved violently. One human. One merman. If you thought about it coldly. Andersen's fairy tales had an unsettling edge to them. Were the 2 legs the mermaid received truly a gift? Imagine cutting off your 2 legs for love and attaching a fish's tail instead. Everyone would say you'd lost your mind. How could it not be grotesque? She'd lost the tail she originally had and replaced it with the body part of a creature she barely knew. She'd given up her talent and pride in singing and offered up her voice. Walking on unfamiliar legs, tormented by pain with every step upon the ground. If love failed, she would dissolve into sea foam and vanish. Isn't that grotesque? No different from a ghost story. The sensation of cold water flooding deep into his lungs was vivid. Cold, right? It hurts, right? It's suffocating, and dark, and frightening. I felt that way too, all of us did. Lonely. Regrettably, it's not as painful as you'd hoped. Cold, or pain, or the sensation of suffocation, such purely physiological feelings. To the present Yunwoo, they were already stories from a distant land. He had the growing sense of gradually becoming that way. Perhaps this inhuman numbness is the most efficient tool for properly operating this hotel. The feeling of slowly being bleached out of the human category. This place treated human emotion as an unnecessary variable and compelled its manager to erase it. Alongside that arid thought, an idle impression surfaced. It doesn't kill me right away. This wasn't in the game. Then again, the conversation we had just before falling into the pool wasn't in the game either. The drenched one simply pulled Yunwoo down deeper, and deeper still. It didn't swing a sharp weapon, nor did it strangle him. This was a scene the game never showed. Falling into the pool, and that was the end of it. I didn't want to die. The instinct of a living thing. Only natural. I'd like to hear more of what it has to say, but... His glasses had drifted off somewhere long ago. Beyond the swaying black hair, water so transparent it stung his eyes flooded in. A sight that belonged to the deep sea of a dream. A world invisible when it was merely a game. Voices inaudible. The emotions beyond the data, finally confronted. And so the drenched one's form filled his vision completely. A merman. Well, obviously. It was not that sort of romantic creature. The drenched one, having fully revealed itself, took the shape of a merman. Calling it a merman is generous. It was just a monster fish. What was once a person, breathing underwater instead of on land, with a tail instead of legs. Tail fins as flamboyant as a betta's, as long as a serpent's. His breath ended. And his eyes closed. Sleep well. Yes. Is it because this is a death defined by the game, or, who knows? There was no breathing reflex, no convulsions that should accompany drowning, no thrashing, no involuntary movements. Only the sensation of his heart and brain gradually dying, a feeling he'd grown quite accustomed to in this hotel. The cry of a deep-sea creature. Could be heard. Andersen's fairy tales really weren't meant for children. Sean-Hei suddenly noticed her vision brightening. The bulb. After flickering, the treatment room's light came on. The oppressive air that had weighed on her body and the chill that had crawled down her spine were washed away in an instant. It was simply an ordinary treatment room devoid of people, the kind you could find anywhere. And that was how she knew, instinctively. It's over. The relief lasted barely a moment before the thought that followed was terrible. Did he really die? Ah. Ugh. Wretch, GKH, cough. Sean-Hei dry-heaved for a long time. She'd eaten nothing, so nothing came up, but a foul, metallic water kept churning out of her mouth. Dizziness and an indescribable, horrible feeling engulfed her entire body. Her breath was ragged. No. Huff, gasp. There's no way. Right? It can't be. She had no time to collect herself. She rose, panting, and fumbled with the walkie-talkie with trembling hands. But as expected, there was no response. Sean-Hei stepped out of the treatment room. Anxious footsteps echoed through the corridor. The hallway that greeted her was excessively bright and serene. As if nothing had happened. Did this hotel even realize how that artificial peace was more unsettling than anything? No. High ceilings and neatly installed lights. Tile floors and walls so smooth there wasn't a drop of moisture. The corridor beyond displayed an elegant facade, but it was nothing more than a structure filled with lifeless silence. Plod. Si-in-hye moved her feet. She spotted signs helpfully written in Korean. Following the markers, she soon arrived at the pool. Its scale was nothing like an ordinary hotel pool. As if an underwater palace or a museum built upon water had been transplanted here, the space exuded an air of extravagance and luxury. But there was no trace of the monster anywhere. It was merely bright, still, and polished. As though mocking the vivid terror she'd experienced, every threat had evaporated without a trace. Yun-woo. It was as if someone had erased everything. She knew. Si-in-hye had heard the plan. He'd said he would try to persuade it. And that if he failed, he might die. But he'd said he'd only half die, so he should still be breathing. Then why? Yun-woo. Nobody's here, is there? General Manager. Her voice grew louder. Her steps had turned into something close to running. Lee Yun-woo. No matter how loud she called, all that returned was a cold echo. Si-in-hye muttered into the empty air. Damn, this place is huge, she said. Granted, no matter how I think about it, it's nonsense, but still, if he was only going to half die, doesn't that mean he should be alive? Shouldn't he be alive? Ah, she didn't know anymore. Her head throbbed, and her vision swam. Fuck, what is this? It's not like I took some kind of drug and, this kind of, fantasy bullshit is actually happening. Yun-woo said, no, he definitely told me he wasn't going to die. And yet, she truly didn't know. Why does it feel like this? Why? That she'd left him behind. Why did it feel that way? She looked around once more. Pleasant music drifted throughout the entire park. The floor was polished to a shine, and all the impressive facilities were perfectly in their places. A space where artificial structures and natural elements harmonized. The air was fresh, the view refreshing. The sound of the brimming water lapping gently. Ha! Si-in-hye intuited two things. Where are you? This was not the same space she'd been in moments ago, and Yun-woo had likely died at the hands of the killer there. Her survival might have been built upon someone else's death. Where is this? Using a kid as a sacrificial lamb to escape. What a terrible survival. Si-in-hye, who had been standing in a daze, began to walk. Who dash? She steadied her breathing. And opened the door. A changing room and showers came into view. If I go through here. She opened another door and found a corridor. Spotting signs in a mix of Korean and English, she turned around. So I really was in the aqua park after all, she thought, and followed the path. It wasn't a complicated route. The signs were well marked. She pressed the elevator button. The doors opened shortly after. Ding! Reaching the first floor took only a moment. Was it just her imagination, or did the lobby seem more crowded than before? Crowded was generous, you could still count them on one hand, but the increase itself was unmistakable. Are those people monsters too? Born human and turned into monsters, or monsters from the start? She made no effort to meet anyone's eyes. She made no effort to meet their eyes, yet she could still feel their gazes reaching her. She had the impression it was similar to what she'd felt in the aqua park. Si-in-hye looked toward the counter. Only staff wearing identical expressions occupied those seats. The composed face she remembered was nowhere to be found. The young face that was clearly a student's, the skin pale and bloodless, the eyes that would narrow gently when their gazes met. Even the fatigue behind that, and the dry, blank expression she'd grown accustomed to in just a few days, none of it was there. Right. Si-in-hye murmured reflexively. He said he wouldn't die. As if persuading herself, she turned her head, pushed open the lobby's front door, and stepped outside. The first thing she heard was the sound of rain. Oh. A black sedan came belatedly into view. Well, this is surprising. I didn't expect you to come out this intact. Then again, you've always been lucky in this sort of thing, ever since you were small. Talented, too. A healthy elderly man. His hair was fully white and his skin was lined with wrinkles, but his build was solid. Uncle. I was going to inquire whether I could purchase some keepsakes, but it seems there's no need for that. Why are you here? The old man, as if for a cherished niece, personally opened the sedan's rear door. Get in. You seem to know an awful lot. I believe the age for finding joy in getting rained on has long since passed for you. I've seen kids die plenty of times. Cian-Hay murmured. I've even seen one die because of me. But it's my first time killing someone to save myself. Are you tired? Yes. That's an indulgence unlike you. Seriously. Not going to sugarcoat it, is he? She swallowed the retort and smiled weakly. This is why I hate you. That, too, is a meaningless sentiment. Haha. Cian-Hay stood still for a moment, then got into the car a few minutes later. Congratulations, General Manager. You have successfully completed the beginner manager course. A portion of this hotel's authority has been transferred to you. Tutorial performance. Guest services. Room management and cleaning. Staff management. Security and safety management. Facility management and operations. Overall rating, S. New features unlocked. Full interface activation. Management system module access. Sensory expansion. Presence detection permitted. Accessible areas, open version exclusive. 25F, rooftop garden. 23F, aqua park. 22F, sky lounge and dining. 3F, 5-6F, lifestyle zone. 2F, grand banquet hall and buffet. B1, staff-only break room. B5, hunting grounds. Status change summary. Manager grade, LV.1 to LV.763. External observation level, 0 to 3. Accumulated resources. Total play time, 1,770 days. Tutorial rewards claimed. Nightmare assets times 300. Random box times 1. Employee recruitment tickets times 10. Explore the hidden floors and reach the dark truth of this hotel. From this point forward, every decision you make will determine the fate of this hotel. A system window that filled his entire vision. Frowning, Yunwoo muttered from where he lay in bed. I already know all of this. He'd been playing this game for 26 years. Not knowing would be stranger. He cracked open his gritty eyes and blinked. The sensation of sleep deprivation. A familiar discomfort. He sat up and stared at the translucent window before him with dry indifference. Honestly, the technical marvel took precedence. I'd wondered how the interface would manifest, and sure enough. So this is how it was implemented. Within his existing knowledge, it most closely resembled augmented reality technology. It wasn't his field of expertise, but even an industry professional would have been stunned by the overwhelming level of polish. What's the underlying principle? If a separate device were attached to my eyeballs or brain, no, even that wouldn't explain certain aspects. It's not a HUD system, either. If the medium is air, achieving this level of resolution and rendering stability would be physically near impossible. Around that point, Yunwoo closed his eyes and severed the train of thought. He rubbed his face. My thoughts are drifting. Must be the sleep deprivation. Yes. I'd assumed this body was designed to be unaffected by sleep duration. Nice. Well, there'll be time to research that gradually. He'd just come back from the dead. Resurrection was a routine procedure for him, but this time another person's life had been at stake. And here he was, having barely clawed his way through that ordeal, contemplating the output principles of a system interface. I should get my head on straight first. He took a deep breath and lifted his head, and only then did proper rationality return. Did Director Lee Cian-Hay make it out of the hotel safely? If the bug had worked properly, she should have left without any additional procedures. But the drenched one in the aqua park had been in a somewhat ambiguous state, which privately worried him. He'd even been prepared to personally escort the director out if she were still trapped inside. Coco, who had been staring up at him, perked its head up and mimicked his words. Made it out safely. Oh, right. Yunwoo smiled faintly. That's a relief. Good. No one had died. Regardless of how the process unfolded, it was the result he'd wanted. How many days has it been since I died in the event? Days. Coco bounced on the bed boing, boing, boing 3 times. 3 days. 3 days. I thought I'd already taught you how to count numbers and dates. Taught you? Are you pretending not to know, or did you forget already? No. I really can't tell what you mean by no. Yunwoo picked Coco up. It was squishy, lukewarm, and soft. An excellent texture and heft. It was over. Along with my career. The absurdity of this situation drew a hollow laugh. At this rate, how many years would he be looking at in prison? He'd spent his whole life priding himself on living honestly, and now he couldn't show his face to the world. Trying to argue that none of this was my choice wouldn't get me anywhere. No. No. Regardless, he was the one who'd steered the situation, and the fact that he hadn't been able to send the guests out immediately was undeniable. Yunwoo closed his eyes and took stock of the circumstances. I was an abduction victim, but in the end, I cooperated with the operation. He'd stood by and watched while fully aware that someone was in danger. Article 32. Article 33. Article 30 if I'm lucky. Just being involved in a criminal organization is enough to make a prison sentence likely, but if I argue the abduction angle, I might be able to get it reduced to a suspended sentence or a short term. Coco tilted its head. Judging by its fidgety movements, that was its version of being flustered. It seemed to have picked up reasonably human gestures. Creepy, that. Yunwoo cut off the thread of thought by kneading Coco's cheeks. The yielding texture pushed between his fingers. Now this sensation he truly couldn't fathom how it worked. Of course, these are concerns only possible when I can fully return to society. Yes. Yes. A sudden unease crept in. The sense that a great many things had changed. Cough. Honestly. Bad premonitions never miss. Not even once. Cough, hack. Ugh. Blood dripped steadily from his mouth and nose, and from his ears and eyes as well. He tried to hold it back with his hands, then gave up. It didn't take long to realize it was pointless. At this rate, I might actually die. Only after several rough breaths and bouts of hemoptysis that came like retching did he finally manage to raise his head. His hunched back slowly straightened. Ich. Beneath his heaving breath, Coco circled him in a frenzy. I'm fine. No. 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 To be precise, the situation appears to be anything but fine, yet my mind is strangely calm. Have I finally lost it? No. Why are my brain and my heart operating independently? It was clearly a serious situation. He was well accustomed to dying and getting injured as a game character, but right now he was even calmer than he'd been back then. No, it almost felt like it wasn't a big deal at all. How do I even describe this? Right. That was exactly the feeling. Like the time I'd been researching until 7 a.m. from back-to-back all-nighters and went straight back to work, and my nose started bleeding. Wait, wouldn't that mean this is anything but fine? At any rate, it's clear that significant changes have occurred in my body. Yes. Yes, my durability was already miserably poor beyond comparison, but now it seems that even the system that used to guarantee minimum survival isn't functioning properly. Otherwise, there's no reason I should feel like my lifespan is being shaved away just by breathing. Yes. I've lost my mind, haven't I? What exactly went wrong? There are too many likely causes for me to pinpoint the exact one. At this rate, forget everything else, basic survival itself becomes difficult. His body was continuously destabilizing. His mind, too, was fracturing in indistinct ways. Yunwoo bowed his head and looked down at his fingertips, having pulled off his gloves. The colors already changed. One of the penalties that came with contracting the drenched one. In game terminology, it was called terminal pallor, a condition where the extremities turned blue, signifying extreme vulnerability to impacts. At this rate, walking around barehanded is out of the question. Far too conspicuous. How unfortunate. Cough, GKH. No. 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 The coughing erupted again. It was a semi-permanent penalty, there was no escaping it. Terminal pallor. Persistent hypothermia. Submersion cough episodes. Automatic breathing suppression near large bodies of water. Aquatic auditory sensory disorder. Drowning re-experience syndrome. Waterside compulsive urge. Wasn't it impressive? 7 penalties in total. The majesty of a monster guest common to both versions was truly fearsome. Even as he coughed hard enough to feel like his innards were about to spill, the future looked pitch black. Not about overcoming, just about enduring. That was how this game was played. HFF. Yunwoo retched for a long while more before finally slumping back in his chair. Ha! His body and mind were in tatters. Might as well have been a wrung-out rag. Instinctively, I feel that the fact I'm alive right now is nothing short of a miracle. What a peculiar sensation. The system, the blood ritual, the bug, and the contract penalties are all tangled up in knots, somehow maintaining human form, only to come undone. Like a Jenga tower, riddled with holes. A Jenga tower that could collapse with a single stray breath. I suppose it's some consolation that the pieces are so heavily entangled they won't topple easily. He truly wouldn't die from just breathing, but it was certain he'd been reduced to a state requiring extreme caution with his body. If my memory isn't failing me, hemoptysis and blood vomiting aren't among the drenched one's penalties. Yes. It's probably an effect of the Crimson Core commentary ritual. Yes. If this isn't pneumonia or a gastric ulcer but is simply occurring due to the softening of my internal organs, then that's a relief. No correction. No, it wasn't. Absolutely not a relief. Let me not lie to myself. Still, the fact that I can estimate the cause is comparatively fortunate. Few things are worse than being completely unable to grasp the situation. He had a rough idea. One of the penalties, submersion cough episodes. A condition caused by the internal organs becoming waterlogged. The blood he was coughing up was likely the result of the water making contact with lungs that had become closer to liquid blood than actual organs. In other words, what he'd been vomiting was his own blood that constituted his organs. Hello. I've been thinking for a moment. Thinking about what kind of catastrophic impact on human dignity would result from scooping up this vomit and putting it back in my body. Pardon? Indeed. Absolutely not. Out of the question. He couldn't do it. The synergy is truly the worst. The Crimson Core commentary ritual had rendered his entire body little more than liquid blood, and the water ghost contract penalty was helpfully pumping that blood out of him. At this rate, there was no avoiding anemia. No, anemia is far too polite a word for this. This was no different from dying in real time. To put it in ordinary terms, every time I cough, a chunk of my organs is tearing away. Crimson Core commentary. A ritual that transforms a human into eternal liquid blood. In this body, every single drop of blood was not mere fluid, it was his sole physical asset. Whether my blood or another's. And as long as I'm under contract with the drenched one, I have to keep coughing up these precious assets. There's no voiding the contract unless I switch to a new save file. Yes. So this isn't something that can be solved by simply vomiting it out. The inevitable anemia problem must be addressed through separate means in order to guarantee my survival. A passage from the Crimson Core commentary came to mind. According to the records, every test subject of the commentary became a monster that craved blood. Whether drinking blood, chewing raw flesh, or reveling in cannibalism. Yes. I don't feel that kind of compulsion. Perhaps because I'm the one who successfully completed the ritual, unlike them. That's a relief, I suppose. But the absence of compulsion aside, doesn't this mean I, too, am now in a position where I need to procure blood externally? Yes. Yun Wu looked down at Coco, sitting on his lap. Reading what Coco was thinking wasn't difficult. This crafty little cat, honestly. You were just thinking about how to take blood from the human guests. Nias? We cannot accept human guests. No. There are limits to how much you can turn a person into a criminal. It's one thing to be a mere murderer, but now you're planning to make me a cannibal. Just how far do you intend to drag me down, cough, GKH? No. Hello. No. No. Enough, ugh, I'm fine, leg. Hello. Blood streaming from the corners of his mouth, and Coco circling round and round the collapsed Yun Wu. This absurd pandemonium and the blood vomiting didn't subside until a full 2 hours had passed. Yes, a full 2 hours. The game did have specific intervals where coughing episodes were frequent. The timing of the contract penalties was typically random. Or else entirely continuous. How unfortunate. Yes. Am I even still a person at this point? Yun Wu stared at the bloodstains messily strewn across the marble floor. What an absurd state of affairs. A pool of blood so thick and wide it was embarrassing to call a mere trace. The blood that had fallen from his body was utterly still, yet Yun Wu could feel that it was still alive. The puddle was not dead liquid, it remained part of him, connected. His pallid fingertips silently brushed across the area over his sternum. Something felt hollow inside. At this rate, I may never be able to become a person. After a long silence, Yun Wu added in a sunken voice. Let's find a way. A way whatever it took to remain myself. How much do you know about humans? No. Dear me, we have a long way to go. Yes. Or perhaps your eyes have been sold to the food. Yun Wu set a steak down in front of Coco. Coco stared at nothing but the meat with the intensity of something about to bury its face in it. Truly a creature of voracious appetite. Having confirmed this, Yun Wu took his seat across from Coco. With Coco sitting at the center of the table, across was admittedly imprecise. Hello. This is Pyeonyuk. Boiled pork head meat, pressed and thinly sliced. The texture is quite different from the steak in front of you. Hello. That's buckwheat jelly salad, and next to it is buckwheat crepe. And this is buckwheat tea. Pork. Buckwheat? Yes, I'm rather fond of them. There weren't many foods Yun Wu could describe himself as fond of. Alcohol, pork, buckwheat, and perhaps rice cakes or fruit. But he was averse to the act of eating in the first place. It felt as though a foreign substance were entering his body. I felt this even during the game, but being a Western-style hotel, Korean dishes are hard to come by. The few I managed to find were the kind you'd see at a funeral or an ancestral rite. Ancestral rite. It's a bit odd from the perspective of someone eating, but these were foods I originally preferred, so it doesn't matter. They even had sorghum rice, as if they'd genuinely intended it as a ritual spread. Boiled pork and buckwheat jelly was a splendid combination. Add crepes and seasoned greens on the side and it was the icing on the cake. Cap it off with steamed rice cake for dessert and it would be perfect. I never expected to reap the benefits of the tutorial ending in this way. The reputation among his former coworkers who'd said his palate skipped past middle-aged and went straight to ancestral flickered briefly through his mind, then was dismissed. Yun Wu took a bite of buckwheat crepe. It was good, but just like when I taste-tested the human guest's food. Maybe it's been so long that it feels even more uncomfortable. The peculiar dissonance felt when a foreign substance invaded his body's interior. He set down his chopsticks, dabbed at the corner of his mouth, and changed the subject. Let's leave the menu discussion here. This was just a pretext anyway. Today, I'd like to have a conversation about humans. Nias. Whether a conversation like this will actually help you understand humans remains to be seen, Coco, but I believe the most important thing in bridging the gap between species is ultimately understanding and acceptance. Yes. You look exactly like a student who doesn't want to study. The fact that you've learned to express yourself that way is itself proof that you understand me as a human being to some degree. Yes. Good. Yunwoo scooped rice with his spoon. Quite soft in texture, as intended. It was a dish that existed within the game's system, but it seemed minor adjustments like this were possible. Humans. And humanity. A topic that invites much discussion. Coco opened its mouth in a round "oh," as if to say, not my problem. Ah. 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 Hold on. Starved CKs. Where does the food even go? Yunwoo had been about to cut the steak into pieces, then stopped. Such an action didn't suit the size of that mouth. He placed the entire piece of meat into its opening. Coco absorbed it without so much as pretending to chew. Not surprising at this point, but still intriguing. What kind of structure does its digestive system have? Yunwoo shelved that question and pressed on with the main topic. Shall we get back to our discussion? First, philosophy. From a philosophical standpoint, humanity refers to the combination of reason and autonomy, existential awareness, and moral responsibility. In other words, it describes exhausting beings who endlessly ask the question, who am I? Moral responsibility. Exactly. The whole ordeal I went through to get director Lee Seon-hae and Mr. Hong Jiang-yun out as safely as possible, that was the same context. It's the kind of responsibility that humans universally come to bear. Universal? You disagree? Yes. How unfortunate. As anyone with a bit of professional experience would know, it was truly regrettable that not all humans possessed a universal sense of responsibility. Few people know that better than me. Ultimately, it was a matter of probability and averages. Humans were, after all, creatures of strong individuality. Then let's move to the law. Humanity in legal terms can be summarized as the prerequisite for rights. It means the basis for being an entity that must be equally respected before the law. No. Honest, at least. Then again, for someone like you, Coco, who inhabits a game system and a lawless zone, human-made laws would carry neither weight nor meaning. That sort of opinion is as unsettling as it is fascinating. Hello. That wasn't a compliment. Yunwoo added. To rephrase, humans are creatures who need such complex agreements just to guarantee themselves minimum rights. That was how the law framed humanity. So how does science describe humanity? Simply, a higher primate. A species characterized by an advanced brain structure, sociality, and metacognition. That's all it is, but... Starting to yawn. Yes. Well, professional life begins with enduring things you don't want to hear. Sorry, but I'm not finished yet. He wasn't sorry at all, really. Given that Coco was most likely the one who dragged Yunwoo into this hellhole, the kidnapper had an obligation to share in its manager's agony. Discussions this complex were only ever organized through sharing them with someone else, after all. There's also the argument that only humans create art. From that angle, humanity in the artistic sense would be the refinement and interpretation of experience, the pinnacle of self-expression. Yeah. You've gotten quite cunning, haven't you? That particular cutesy act doesn't work on me, but I'll credit the improvement in your interactions with humans and wrap things up here. It was getting rather adorable, what it was doing. That sort of wheedling must be an imitation of human behavior. Within this desolate hotel, what on earth had it used as a reference? If there were no external influences, it might mean its intelligence system was already highly sophisticated to begin with. Or perhaps there was some other channel through which it could learn human culture. But, no. He set that question aside as well. So. Back to the main topic. To summarize, a human is a being that understands others, recognizes itself, creates meaning, and bears moral responsibility. That's the conclusion reached after many people deliberated for a very long time. Regardless of whether it's truly right or not. Yunwoo tasted the boiled pork and set his chopsticks down. Not exactly conditions conducive to an appetite. The pork rolled across his palate, and a thick taste of blood lingered in his mouth. I don't think I'm not human. Unlike during the tutorial, I'm now experiencing fragments of what seem to be genuine biological responses. Following the scent of blood, his tongue grazed his lips and his gaze drifted sideways. I'm aware that fatigue, pain, hunger, these sensations exist, however incompletely. However, are you familiar with the concept of the uncanny valley? Yes. Why do you know that? Pardon? That's the discomfort I'm feeling right now. I don't know what to do with this sensation of having become something that's neither living nor non-living. No. Would you prefer that I fully cease to be human? Yun-woo chewed on the buckwheat jelly. Scallions and red pepper. Soy sauce and garlic, sesame oil. By all rights, the flavors and aromas should have been intense, but they were buried under the taste of blood that coated his tongue. Every breath carried the scent of blood. It felt like being buried alive in liquid blood. And yet no, precisely because of that. Yun-woo ate his meal. Perhaps you're right. Yes. It might be far more efficient and rational for me to stop being human. If I were to weigh numbers and probabilities, the overwhelming majority of outcomes, so to speak. Yes. But if I keep giving things up and resigning myself, one by one, I can't imagine what kind of choices I'll end up making later. And as you know, I absolutely despise uncertainty. The world can't be entirely clear-cut, but at the very least, shouldn't I be within my own grasp? No. Oh dear, is that what you think? He clicked his tongue in feigned hurt. How disappointing. And yet, an interesting opinion. As I suspected, this hotel does need a person called Lee Yun-woo. Yun-woo smiled faintly and continued. Something seems to be bothering you, but this is quite an important matter. How can someone who can't even protect their own foundation accomplish anything greater? Don't you agree? Hello. It wouldn't be a bad deal for you either, Coco. You want me to plant myself in this hotel and manage these unidentifiable guests and this living building in an ideal manner. Yes. So even if making 100 concessions I stop being human, that's fine. He could readily offer that much as a wager. What matters is that I remain me, not what my cells are made of. Humans are, by nature, the product of adaptation and evolution shaped by their environment. I'm simply following that course. It's just that my stride happens to be a bit more peculiar and a bit faster than most. Even so, he wished to remain himself. Shall we think about what constitutes me? Yes. I tend to skip meals. I fill up easily and lose interest quickly, so I don't eat much. I don't bother eating things that don't taste good, and the sensation of being full is uncomfortable and unpleasant. Yes. I strive to lead as ideal a life as possible, but it isn't easy. When I'm focused on something, I skip meals, exercise, and sleep. It's only after everything is finished that I regain the presence of mind to take care of myself. Yes. And what else was there? Things that could express who he was. Things that could be called the core of his identity. Seeing as there are more things coming to mind than I can be bothered to put into words, it seems I haven't gone mad just yet. Isn't that fortunate? No. Wicked cat. Philosophy and psychology weren't his areas of expertise. But Yun-woo knew himself. He knew what he'd die before giving up. And that hadn't changed even while every cell in his body was replaced, even while cycling through life and death. It went without saying failing to accomplish what could be done was incompetence. At least to me. That was simply a given. I think I've sorted things out to some extent. Hello. Yes, the first priority should be doing what I can do right now. There were many tasks ahead. His head was still a mess, but at the very least, sustaining his own life by harming others was something he could not call to me. That was what Yun-woo believed. For that, both he and the hotel needed to take action. Well then. Tutorial rewards claimed. Nightmare assets times 300. Random box times 1. Employee recruitment tickets times 10. Shall we start by opening the gift box? Yes. Random box. In Hun, this type of reward appeared on rare occasions. A probability-based reward, but yes. It also showed up in tutorial rewards. However, not everyone who finished the tutorial received one. The quality of the rewards varied depending on the manager's rating. This game really does have every vile element imaginable. Yes. So you agree. And the Random Box Manager Welcome Package was a reward given starting from a tutorial rating of B. Bronze, B. Silver, A. Gold, A+. Platinum, S. So I had a faint suspicion, but... Faint suspicion. Has someone lost their mind? Pardon? Whose idea was it to make the box itself out of platinum? Was it you, Coco? No. No. You're sure it wasn't? The gaudily decorated box glittered. The light reflected off it almost like a mirror. Staring at the surface, so smooth it hurt his eyes, he found himself curious about the creator's brain structure. Inflexible doesn't even begin to describe it. Whoever implemented this box apparently never considered that only the color might be platinum. No. I'm not listening. What I'm more curious about is whether I can actually open this. There shouldn't have been an unboxing animation implemented in the game, right? Even the ribbon was platinum. Remarkable craftsmanship. Shall I share a fascinating fact? No. Platinum has a Mohs hardness of roughly 4.3, making it harder than gold at 2.5. And it's heavy. Coco, no. However, you're right. It does have some malleability, so it's not impossibly difficult to work with. Made thin enough, it's fairly flexible for a metal. That said, whether you can undo it by hand is an entirely different question. It was also rather thick for a ribbon. Coco glanced back and forth between the random box and Yunwoo. After seeming to read the room, it quietly rose. Then it clamped its mouth firmly over the end of the ribbon and began slowly unraveling it. Before long, the ribbon was completely undone. Oh. Clang. I'd never imagined the sound of ribbons clinking together could be this weighty, but since being abducted to this hotel, I seem to be accumulating all sorts of novel experiences. No. As I always say, please specify exactly what you're denying. How a ribbon with the density of metal had unraveled like an actual ribbon remained a mystery. Yunwoo's common sense was losing value by the day. A dismal state of affairs. But setting aside the collapse of common sense, Yunwoo was able to safely inspect the box's contents. Starter resource set. Nightmare assets times 500. Emotional stabilizer, medium, times 3. Purification kit, single room use, times 2. Ingredient box, S, times 1. Response protocol set. Facility automation, S, times 3. Resource storage organization, A, times 1. Surveillance circuit reallocation, B, times 5. A list that spilled out the moment he opened the weighty box. And one card. What's this? He took it out and examined it. Quite large. Classical. And luxurious. Cards and files did occasionally come out of random boxes in the game, but this seems to be an entirely different kind. Wouldn't you agree? It's not in the manifest, either. Memory cards, contract fragments, sealed records, emotion straps. Those sorts of collectible items would occasionally appear in platinum random boxes. Naturally, those two fell within the realm of probability. But this doesn't look like the same type. Even for a 26-year veteran player, this was a deeply unfamiliar item. Yunwoo murmured. The devil. Tarot card, number 15. As I thought, a card I don't recognize. If a symbolic item like a tarot card had appeared in this game, there was no way he'd have failed to remember it. So where had this come from? Or was this one of the game's concepts I never knew about? Suspicion bred suspicion. Yunwoo quickly formed a hypothesis that bordered on instinct. This might be my imagination, but... does this belong to this hotel? Yunwoo held the card in front of Coco's face. Chomp. Coco bit the card. Munch, munch. No. So it doesn't. No. Yes. So it seemed. I've never seen it look this displeased. Coco normally had no expression. It simply wore a perpetual smile with round eyes. Even so, its emotions were usually fairly transparent, but even accounting for that, right now, it was painfully obvious. Then that means it's an object from outside this hotel and the game system. It's not in the manifest, either. For someone who hasn't even fully adjusted to the hotel yet, this is a rather ominous object. Of all things, the devil. Sinful desire, corruption, obsession, addiction. Or materialism, or helplessness. That was how Yun Wu remembered the card's meaning. Mostly negative. Being a tarot card, it must have positive interpretations as well, but those don't come to mind. This was decidedly not his area of expertise. Yun Wu extracted the card from between Coco's teeth. Despite all that chewing, it was perfectly intact. No matter how much he tried to convince himself otherwise, it didn't look like an ordinary card. An unidentifiable, ominous scrap of paper. Yun Wu gently placed it back inside the box. Let's set this aside for now. Yes. For how vehement that reaction was, you surprisingly aren't telling me to throw it away. Yes. Ah, it's an item that can't be discarded? Comes back like a boomerang. Yes. Wonderful. No different from a cursed doll. Anyway. Befitting a platinum, the rewards are excellent. The starter resources are nice, but the fact that a response protocol set was already included is very encouraging. All that suffering was worth it. Yes. This should give us a bit more breathing room for operations. Hun, surprisingly, had an automation system. In simple terms, it was a feature that let the system handle the tedious processes a player would normally have to manage one by one. It just eats through resources, is all. In the game, these were called protocols. The player had to design automation circuits themselves, and calculate the required personnel and resource numbers down to every last digit, a cumbersome task. But what allowed you to skip all that complexity and apply it immediately was precisely this response protocol item. Any area where it was used would automatically handle guest services in an optimized structure. Facility automation. Resource storage organization. Surveillance circuit reallocation. 3 types, then. Resource storage organization. Please calm down. Meals. Ingredients. Storage. Please calm down. This pig cat. We haven't even unlocked the greenhouse yet. Using a response protocol on the ingredient storage is wasteful, in my estimation. We're hardly in a position to afford that kind of luxury. Meals, storage. This is the early stage of operations. Guest numbers are low, and the threat level is manageable. Times like these are precisely when we should invest more in facility maintenance. If we attend to the consumables and medical supply storage first, guest and staff satisfaction will improve. Meals. Ingredients. You'll be eating 3 meals a day with me anyway, so why must you be this stubborn? If you saw the tutorial completion notification alongside me, you know the fate of this hotel is at stake. Ingredient storage. Good Lord. It was rare for Coco to raise its voice. Rarer still for it to throw itself flat on the floor and flail, or imitate crying sounds to throw a tantrum. Yun Wu tasted the agony of childcare for the first time in a while. My head is spinning. Why must he feel this kind of anguish while looking at a half-finished monster cat? He tried his best to stay sane and reason with it. Listen. Guests in the early stages of operations rarely use the buffet or the dining hall. Hardly any recipes have been unlocked, so all the more reason. You know this too, Coco. I'm not sure why you're being like this, but the storage that actually demands the most attention early on is the item and medical supply dash. Yun Wu pressed his lips shut. That's a truly honest I have to say. But it was admittedly rather cute. The ingredient storage isn't even connected to the greenhouse or the automation system yet, so using a response protocol to manage it would be too much of a waste dash. No matter what, for the sake of stable operations, we need to secure the safety of the managing staff and ourselves before we can move in a better direct dash. Iya. Well, the ingredient storage did rank about third on the priority list. The level spike was so steep that another bug could trigger at any time. If the greenhouse does get connected to the automation system, it wouldn't be strange at all for the ingredient storage to rank first among all the storages. It wasn't the orthodox play. Early on, long-term guests were few, so dining hall utilization was low. But running a hotel isn't just about facilities and services. The meals guests enjoy are clearly part of the equation too, and I've been planning to start running the dining hall at least for appearances. When he thought about it, none of the other areas were automated either. Even if he could craft items in the power generation room, he still had to buy recipes and do everything by hand. No, but even so, the guest room consumables storage should be automated in advance. Yeah. I'll consider it. If the thought, what's the worst that happens, I die a few times, had crossed his mind, had he finally lost it? To think I've become this generous about my own death. If this was an elaborate scheme to make me voluntarily abandon my humanity, it deserves commendation. But it was the early stage of operations. There's definitely room to spare. The guest room consumables storage at this stage was manageable to organize manually. Inventory cleanup, auto-recommendation and refills, tagging, and it even handles nightmare asset recovery. If I think of it as a future investment, putting it toward the ingredient storage is arguably more profitable in some ways. The greenhouse belonged to one of the higher-tier areas among the non-existent floors. Accordingly, the linked ingredient storage had diverse functions, and normally, unlocking those functions required pouring in yet more enormous resources. Understood, let's go with that. Coco shot to its feet. Its vantablack eyes seemed to sparkle today. Just his imagination, surely. Yunwoo smiled. I'll try to tackle the greenhouse first. Yes. Though I have no idea when I'll actually have the capacity for that. So resource storage organization, A, would go to the ingredient storage. Facility automation. Facility automation, S, times 3. 3 tickets. The areas that demanded the most attention were the 23rd floor, the 22nd floor, and the 2nd floor. The rest didn't require significant investment in the early game. Since we've already set the greenhouse as our goal, let's use the automation tickets on the aqua park, dining, and buffet. The remaining facilities can be wired up and staffed gradually. Yes. I'm glad there's no disagreement on this point. The two clasped each other's hands and sealed the agreement. Ugh, I know, right? He called me out of the blue, so I was just as surprised. Yeah. Right. Of course I trust you, Jaehyun. If you send the materials, I can check them on my end, yeah. I'll head back over there soon too. Alright then. Director Lee Seon-hae pressed the phone tight against her ear. The corners of her mouth, which she'd forced upward, crumpled awkwardly at a single word of concern from her colleague. Nothing's wrong. The call ended shortly after. Seon-hae lowered the phone and stared vacantly at the ceiling. A sigh tried to escape, but she swallowed it back. A bone-deep weariness pressed down on her entire body. She carelessly tossed the phone onto the seat beside her, leaned back on the sofa as if collapsing, and asked. Satisfied? Yes. The solidly built old man nodded. The master of the labyrinth went to the trouble of showing consideration. It wouldn't do for us to bungle things on our end. You know as well as I do that there's nothing good to come of your young friends finding out. And above all. Seon-hae, you were very lucky. I know. A smile laced with revulsion crept out. I know that. So, how about you explain a few things now? After finishing her meal, Seon-hae asked while lifting her teacup. It's already been several days since I got here, and you haven't told me a thing. Was that so? At this point, I'm starting to feel a little hurt. You know, our dear elder, you've always been surprisingly playful. More than playful, you simply weren't in a fit state to hear what I had to say until now. Ah, I'll give you that one. Fair enough. It had already been 5 days since he'd brought her back to Seoul. For the first 2 days, Si-in-hye hadn't set foot outside her room. She'd spent the remaining 3 days in sessions with a doctor he'd arranged. It was undeniable that she'd only just now regained her senses. So I waited patiently, didn't I? Honestly, part of it was me being out of it, but our dear Mr. Baek Moo-jin was so incredibly busy there wasn't even a gap to start a conversation. You understand what I'm saying, right? Yes. Her uncle, Baek Moo-jin, set down his cup. It smelled strongly of herbs. As a child, Si-in-hye had always been curious about what was inside that cup. Very well, what are you curious about? Am I actually allowed to know? Normally, it would be difficult. And why is that? The reasons are many. He interlaced his fingers and continued his explanation calmly. To begin with, it cannot be seen, one's senses are limited, and there are institutional issues. Above all, even if I told most people, they would simply dismiss it as fiction. No, wait, hold on. Even if I explained everything right now, you wouldn't be able to understand. Pardon? You have talent, but ultimately it never awakened. So even if I resolved your questions, no real problems would arise. However, it would make it difficult for you to go on living in this society. When you say, society, you mean? Si-in-hye's mind raced. If she were to translate his words into the most comprehensible terms possible, then, yes. Is there, like, a magical world like Harry Potter? In reality? For real. There was a film like that, was there? He seemed to weigh something for a moment before speaking. It was an affirmation. In some respects, you could say it's similar. Seriously? Though a great many things are different. How different? Cruel, dry, and crude. That's. Shall I put it simply? Baek Moo-jin lifted his cup again. The scent of herbs wafted up. There is no concept of human rights in this world. None. They may understand the meaning, but in practice, it doesn't exist. When you said, cruel, just now, you don't mean. You hold life and ethics so very dear, don't you? He admonished his niece with perfect composure. That is why it is not a place suited to you. Nor is it a place you could endure. I would prefer this to end as simple curiosity. But you're explaining it to me right now. Because then you won't go setting foot there on your own. Didn't you just say it can't be seen and the senses are limited? Even if I were curious and tried to step in, what would change? It's not like I could get there anyway. That was how it used to be. Used to be. Your case is now different. Mine. Yes, yours. He nodded. Because you visited a labyrinth. What exactly is a labyrinth? It could be described as one vast performance. A performance? In the modern era, our artists have come to assess the structure of labyrinths as follows. What do you mean, artists? Stage, script, actors. In the past, they were also called setting, narrative, and beings. Si-in-hye grimaced. I don't understand. It would be unfamiliar to you. That's why I have no intention of telling you everything. But put simply, you walked into and out of a den that even this world considers extremely high risk. It was awfully glamorous for a den. I believe I just said this, it's a performance. It is another world that endlessly repeats history or stories. Did that space seem natural to you, something that belonged in reality? No, it wasn't. It was modern enough that there was no inconvenience in using it, yet somehow it felt like gazing at a classical Western hotel. Even the general manager used a bell to summon his staff. So that was, some kind of, dungeon. A dungeon? You know, like in games. Where you fight monsters and stuff. You generally cannot defeat them, but yes, if you call it a habitat for monsters, that may be a roughly apt comparison. Think of it in whichever way is easier for you to understand. Baek Moo-jin set down his cup. An attendant standing nearby approached and refilled it with precise, practiced movements. Si-in-hye was suddenly reminded of the hotel's staff. Their movements had been unerringly precise. A chill crept down her spine. She couldn't hold back the question. Your household attendants, are they perhaps, the labyrinth? Monsters, calm yourself. Pardon. There's no need to worry. Unlike what you saw in there, they are unmistakably human. I am not a man of such poor judgment as to bring a dakibi into my household. A dakibi? What you saw in there? No, what I saw was, wait, do you call the monsters inside that labyrinth dakibi? Is that it? Close enough. He gently swirled his cup. Gazing at the rippling surface, Baek Mujin continued. There exists a labyrinth that has gained a self. A labyrinth that is, by its very existence, a stage, a script, and an actor. We call that a dakibi. Then all the staff I saw inside the hotel were. No. Based on your account, I'd say nearly all the staff in that place were part of the labyrinth. The dakibi was present only as the guests who weren't human, and... What about the general manager? Yes, only that place's master. He took a sip of herbal tea and added an explanation. A dakibi is dwelling within an already existing labyrinth. In effect, another labyrinth resides inside the labyrinth while holding the initiative. Whatever form of contract that may be. I did think the hotel seemed to have two owners. Cases where labyrinths join forces like that aren't unheard of. They are ultimately closer to concepts than to organisms. When a larger story appears, a smaller story is devoured without recourse. The forms, dispositions, and methods of the concepts they embodied meant that joining forces manifested in various ways. Whether as equal cooperation, an employer-employee relationship, a slave contract. Sometimes, one was even absorbed entirely. I also recall you said the two owners seemed to disagree. That itself is proof that the hotel and the general manager are different labyrinths. If they were the same labyrinth, there would be no reason for their operational policies to diverge so sharply. But it was interesting. What was? The fact that you came out alive. Baek Mujin's gaze settled on Seon-hae. His gray eyes surveyed her as though appraising an object. Not a single limb severed, you haven't lost the ability to speak, and your eyesight is fine. And even if they'd scrambled your mind instead, that would have been hard to remedy, but seeing as you've recovered in 5 days. Are you bad-mouthing your adorable niece who just came back from the dead? Perish the thought. I am merely expressing my astonishment. He sipped his tea. Wouldn't anyone be startled if a dead person pried open their own coffin at a funeral? Was it that bad? There was a labyrinth inside a labyrinth. And you were a helpless civilian without a single tool to fight back. How could a newborn infant survive a tidal wave? The general manager helped me a lot, making sure I wasn't in danger. That's exactly what doesn't make sense. Baek Mujin flicked his gaze, and the waiting secretary extended a folder of documents. Seon-hae looked at her uncle quizzically. He simply nodded, as if to say she was welcome to look. Seon-hae opened the folder. Then grimaced. Ugh. What do you see? What do you mean I just ate? I know. Why is there Gorno? Are these real photographs? These were the fortunate cases. Excuse me. They were assaulted by a dakibi and yet managed to leave behind even a trace. The photographs were horrific. The bodies were gone, but the surrounding wallpaper was stained the color of entrails. The furniture was grotesquely twisted in arrangements that mimicked the victim's final postures, and one wall had been neatly folded and arranged like a burial shroud. It's extremely common for humans who come into contact with a dakibi to leave no corpse at all. They're absorbed into structural gaps, or erased like an error that doesn't fit the design. Even when a corpse does remain, it looks like that. It should be called a structural failure rather than a corpse. The anatomical order is completely destroyed, dozens of arms sprouting, the heart divided into 4, the brain growing from the chest, the same expression repeating across the entire body. Ugh. Sometimes the skin is human but the inside is hollow. Empty space where organs should be, or the whole thing has been reassembled entirely. I've seen spines transformed into wind chimes that produce sound, and I've seen cases where the moment of death repeats for eternity. Ugh, hold on. You endured 2 labyrinths and yet seem to have little idea what they are. Likely because you emerged with your body and mind far too intact. That's why I wanted to tell you. The danger of what you encountered. At his gesture, the secretary retrieved the folder. Cianhei's face was already drained of color. This is what the Kibi do. It even looks as though they damage the world rather than people. Those who meet them don't die as people, they become structural errors. Ah. Distortions sometimes appear in the place where the dead once were. A single person disappears, and suddenly a door that was there is gone, or an entire day evaporates, or the senses of those who remember that person begin to go awry. Otherwise, a brand is left behind. A brand. A warping left in what was once an ordinary office, or a bell that never existed ringing endlessly at the end of a corridor. Or a room where no one can remember who died, things of that nature. Cianhei let out a long breath. It's not just dying, is it? That's why the victims in the photographs you just saw, those who at least left behind a trace of a corpse, were the lucky ones. If even they can be called lucky, what does that make you? A miracle? A miracle indeed. At Baek Mu-jin's gesture, an attendant approached and placed a cup down. The same cup and tea as Baek Mu-jin's. Drink. You wouldn't let me when I was little. Anyone who belongs entirely to the surface falls ill if they drink it, so my hands were tied at the time. If only letting you drink a single cup of this tea had been enough to bring you into this world. No, no. But you've already set foot in that place. What a relief. You were always a child with talent in that direction, so enduring it would have been much easier for you. Cianhei recalled what had happened at the hotel. Deep in the aqua park pool, she'd come face to face with that enormous eye. When she'd told Yunwoo about it, his reaction had been something like, "I'm amazed you're alive." He'd definitely known about all of this. You've always gone on about talent, so I thought you meant talent for making films. Since you've always had the word art on your lips. And what do you think now? My talent, don't tell me it's, like, survival. Something like that. I'm glad you've realized, even if belatedly. I'm going to lose my mind. On this side, they call it having good sensitivity. A world that ordinary people could never perceive, much less enter. Yet through various catalysts, people occasionally found themselves straddling this world. It was by no means a small number. You were always a child with the talent to enter this world. I came to think so watching you survive, time and again, situations where you should have died. Unfortunately, it seems you never awakened. Awakened? That's a dramatic way to put it. So what changes? Shall I explain simply? Yes. You become an esper. Cianhei stroked her chin. She muttered. Actual Harry Potter. Please don't go around calling yourself a mage. Why, is it embarrassing? Well. Baek Mu-jin silently gestured, and Cianhei drank the tea. A flavor and aroma she had never experienced in her life. The feeling is. How is it? Warm but refreshing. Nutty and rich. But light? What is this? It seems nothing is wrong. What happens if something goes wrong? Sometimes you start seeing things you couldn't see before. You gave something dangerous to a niece who's about to have a mental breakdown. No, wait, seeing things. Like spiritual sight or something. You can think of it in similar terms. I'm seriously going to lose it. Then do ghosts actually exist? That is why shamans exist in Korea. I'm actually going to lose it. And why shrines exist in Japan? Ha. Of course, most of them are frauds. Chaff. Just because you've heard this doesn't mean you should believe every shaman is real. If you ever truly need one, it would be best to go through your uncle. So. Baek Mu-jin set down his cup. The clink of porcelain broke the silence. Have you calmed down? Yes. Then you should hear more about that Takibi. What are you planning to do? Repay the favor. He continued in a flat, measured voice. There is nothing to lose in forming a connection with a Dakibi of that caliber. You intend to visit in person? Baek Mu-jin nodded at the question from the man who entered his office. What use is sending a proxy for something like this? It seems you're envisioning a traditional dakibi, chairman. It was a statement premised on the fact that communication with ordinary dakibi was nearly impossible. How else would Seon-hae have survived, that soft and frail thing? It may not be one. That the line of traditional dakibi in Korea has all but dried up is something everyone in this field knows. Setting aside the two old guardians, I don't believe there could be another dakibi in Korea. There haven't been any major events recently that could give birth to a new one either. A dakibi need not be born from events visible to our eyes. All the more so for the traditional kind. Isn't that right, youngest? Baek Mu-jin draped on his overcoat. I've heard you intend to split off to a subsidiary soon. Yes, Chairman. You say, soon, but it looks like it will take considerable time to arrange things the way you want. Were you truly that fed up with this world? Am I not, also of the same mind as Seon-hae? With just a bit of effort, this is a world you could easily enter. I don't want to. Not a single one of my children lives up to expectations. My apologies, Chairman. Insolent lot. He approached the floor-to-ceiling glass wall. When he lightly tapped the glass surface with his cane, what appeared in place of smooth glass was a rippling black void with no discernible end. No one can say for certain what manner of being helped Seon-hae. Whether a young dakibi, a labyrinth's dakibi, or failing that. Whether it's truly human. Baek Mu-jin added as he pushed his body into the black void. We won't know until we see for ourselves. His figure vanished completely. The man left behind in the darkened office also quietly departed, shortly after. And Lee Yun-woo was crawling into the hotel on all fours. Did I nearly die just now? Yes. I've lost my mind. His clothes were already a mess of blood. With every step, blood squelched inside his shoes. It was more bewildering than unpleasant. Was it that appetizing? One guest with a fondness for blood sidled up and spoke. May I have some? No. What will you use it for? I'll be consuming it myself. Oh. Indeed. This is mine. After finishing the tutorial, Yun-woo had surmised as much. That he had become a being straddling somewhere between game character, mass of liquid blood, and human. When the situation had reached this point, it was only natural for a person to grow curious. What would happen if he stepped foot outside this hotel? Yun-woo, attempting to resolve that curiosity, had nearly crossed the threshold of death in a mere 30 seconds. Before I can even be miserable about having durability worse than a single cell, I'm bewildered. What kind of structural distortion in one's tissue could so casually bypass biological limits? I need to publish this immediately. Hello. I wasn't planning on going all the way out, either. Obviously. With a body that was nothing but a pile of penalties, professional life itself was impossible. He'd simply intended to get a breath of fresh air while resolving some doubts about his body, now that the tutorial was over. He'd just been released from prolonged confinement, after all. I just didn't expect my body to try dying the moment I stepped out. Me. This body. My weakened soul and biological tissue structure. I've truly lost my mind. He should have known sooner. That his current self could not leave the hotel's domain. An ordinary human body, compounded with a physique that possessed absolutely no defensive mechanisms. A structure that absorbed external impacts in their entirety. He constructed that hypothesis. In other words, the rules known as the system are forcibly propping up a body that cannot survive on its own. Which meant that the moment he left the game's domain, he'd be stripped of those protective rules and become a human block of soft tofu. And if I died that way? Good Lord. If I die outside the hotel's domain, can I still be resurrected? No. How unfortunate. At this rate, he'd become an earthbound spirit of the hotel. In more ways than one. Absolutely not. This was unacceptable. If there's a cause for my body being in this state, there must be a way to improve it. If there isn't one, I'll make one. Biology is my field. Given enough time, I should be able to improve it to the point where daily life is at least possible. How quickly? How safely? He sighed. Nothing in life came easy. Shall we eat? Yes. Let's have some boiled pork. Yes. Yes. Listen. He hadn't planned on going out in the first place, but the situation was more serious than he'd anticipated. I may die soon. No. At this point, it's like sprinting through a minefield and vaguely praying to survive. It feels like just yesterday I was grimly joking that at least breathing wouldn't kill me, but now I feel like I could genuinely die from choking on my own spit. No, no, no. No. Why can't you give me a definitive no? Yes. Yes. If you go and affirm it, what am I supposed to do? At any rate, restoring this body looks like it will be an even longer campaign than planned. Yes. That almost sounded like you were hoping for exactly that, but for the sake of our friendship which we'll be maintaining for a long time to come I'll chalk it up to my imagination. No. Wicked cat. No. Right. The one consolation was that the tutorial was finished. My body's become horrendously fragile, but if I combine the tutorial rewards with the bug, I should be able to create at least a minimum of breathing room for hotel operations. Now that the interface was open, he wouldn't need to leave his room for a while. Hun offered various quality of life benefits immediately after the tutorial. The design philosophy was to subject players to hellish difficulty at the very start, then let them breathe as a reward. Not that anything actually becomes easy. Yun-Woo sipped his buckwheat tea while looking at the system window. Tutorial performance. Guest services. Room management and cleaning. Staff management. Security and safety management. Facility management and operations. Overall rating, S. As announced when he received the Platinum Random Box, the overall rating was S. There wasn't a major difference in reward tiers, but it wasn't the game's highest score. The failed rescue route during the Aqua Park event must have been factored in. It was caused by a bug, so it's hard to blame anyone, but it's still a shame I didn't get S+. He scrolled down. New features unlocked. Full interface activation. Management system module access. Sensory expansion. Presence detection permitted. First, with the interface now open. Yun-Woo looked at Coco sitting on the dining table across from him. This will be a great help for hotel operations. Management system module. Sensory expansion. Presence detection. Yes, those included. As expected, Coco seemed to be synchronized with this system window. Well, it's an entity that could practically be called the hotel itself. It's perhaps only natural that a being who was part of the game would perceive system rewards and notifications in real time. Yun-Woo turned his gaze back to the window. There were quite a few entries. All familiar functions, but their weight was different from before. Tools that secured operational control, closed information gaps, and enabled prescient decision-making. With improved access to previously hard-to-detect targets, a wider range of options had opened up. All the areas have been unlocked, too. Accessible areas, open version exclusive. 25F, Rooftop Garden. 23F, Aqua Park. 22F, Sky Lounge and Dining. 3F, 5-6F, Lifestyle Zone. 2F, Grand Banquet Hall and Buffet. B1, Staff-only break room. B5, Hunting Grounds. Apart from floating in midair, it was a carbon copy of the in-game layout. So this is how it was implemented. Yun-Woo slowly scanned the list. Right, these were the areas I selected for facility automation. The Aqua Park on the 23rd floor. The dining on the 22nd floor. And the buffet on the 2nd floor. The facilities that require the most hands-on work and see the heaviest use in the early stages of hotel operations. Pouring the automation tickets from the tutorial rewards into these areas first was the natural course of action. After that, I'd need to conquer the non-existent floors where the next critical facilities are located, satisfy the conditions, and clear all the way through the closed version for the most stable operations possible. Operations. Pardon. It's nothing. The future just went dark, is all. It felt like a mountain of assignments had been dumped on him. Intriguing, though. Uncharted territory was always a subject for research. Above all, this was the in-game hotel he'd cherished for over 20 years. The curiosity of a player and researcher alike stirred, wondering what textures the areas he'd only seen in pixel graphics had been rendered with in reality. I'll verify all that in due time. Since he'd set the difficulty to open version, operations themselves should be considerably more manageable. And thanks to the interface activation, he could now manage guests remotely from his quarters. In my current condition, not dying is the smartest policy. I should restructure my operational approach to handle all tasks from within my quarters whenever possible. But a change in approach didn't reduce the accumulated workload. Yunwoo swallowed a shallow sigh. Status change summary. Manager grade, LV.1 to LV.763. External observation level, 0 to 3. Accumulated resources. Total play time, 1,770 days. The levels passed 700. Yes. That's not exactly welcome news. An abnormal level up caused by the bug. Resources that couldn't possibly exist at the tutorial stage had accumulated excessively, and the system had ultimately converted all those figures into levels. There will be gains, but proportional risks as well. The biggest advantage was that it had become easier to secure the hotel's cooperation. In this game, levels represented a manager's standing. The higher the manager's level, the more sensitively the hotel system responded to the player's disposition. The monster guests will generally show goodwill, too. That blood-loving guest backing off at a single refusal from me earlier was ultimately due to this level gap. Before, there wouldn't have been a chance. He was a rather persistent guest, after all. And beyond that, there were many practical benefits like skill unlocks and shop access. Functions that should have opened sequentially with each level were now viewable all at once, thanks to the bug. However, the downsides were equally clear. Yunwoo quietly set down his cup. I've lost my appetite. No. The proper response in that situation would be, that won't do. That won't do. I didn't expect you to look after my meals too, Coco. How very kind of you. Yunwoo's gaze lingered once more on the line, external observation level, 0 to 3. Honestly, this was one thing I wasn't hoping for. This game was rife with meta elements. The trickiest of all was the fact that, even when starting a new file, certain guests remembered the player. Naturally, these events only triggered when specific, demanding conditions were met. And Lee Yunwoo. I had played nothing but this game for 26 years. Ha! This was precisely the side effect of the tutorial bug that Yunwoo found most troublesome. Certain guests, having met specific conditions, would recall records from the past. In other words, the records from every single game file accumulated over those 26 years. How many guests' conditions did I satisfy in total? The drenched one, with whom he'd just contracted, was one of them. The fact that the game had become reality and the external observation level had risen meant that quite a few guests had actually recalled him. Is the drenched one showing no particular behavior even immediately after the contract because it recalled those memories? But this isn't a situation where I can relax just because it's being quiet. If it remembers my 26 years of records. The attention and focus of monster guests was fundamentally akin to a penalty. It's also unsettling that the drenched one hasn't been seen since the contract. If it signed a contract, it should at least show its face as a staff member. Is it in the aqua park? Or wandering the closed areas? No. Not planning to give me the details, I see. Yes. To put it weakly, I am genuinely not sure I can survive with this soft tofu body of his. When he muttered that, Coco, which had been face deep in its plate, absorbed and eating, raised its head. Then, just as it had done once before, it declared with full confidence. Guaranteed. By you. Coco. Guaranteed. I appreciate the words of comfort. Yes. Yes. The one consolation was that the worst-case scenario hadn't arrived yet. Even if countless monster guests remembered him, it was merely the recalling stage. No matter how many variables he estimated, things wouldn't be in the same state as before. Just because a contract was formed in a past file doesn't mean it automatically carries over to this world. All Yunwoo needed to do was be a bit more careful. But, aside from that, bugs are bound to crop up fairly often with the playable character itself. I can't get a read on how those will manifest in reality. Could my physical condition get even worse? If so, that would be a miracle in the worst sense of the word. Or perhaps my current state is already the product of the bug. Nothing is certain, so a thorough investigation is necessary, but I'm not sure I'll have the time. Whether or not he had the time, checking and improving his body was essential. No matter how much he benefited from rewards and bugs, in this fragile state, a disaster could strike at any moment and strike hard. Yunwoo picked up his spoon with a dry expression. Yes. Yes. I didn't expect such enthusiastic support. This was the reaction to him resuming his meal. Transparently obvious. Eat well and get healthy, that was the message. Coco cares a great deal about my physical and mental health. I can sense its determination not to let me accept the hotel in a broken state. At the very least, it doesn't seem to want a puppet manager. Another train of thought. Regular meals, a consistent sleep rhythm, appropriate activity levels and hydration, and balanced nutrition. It's not as though I don't know those are the hallmarks of a healthy life. It was a part he'd been neglecting, wondering whether such common-sense wisdom even had value for this body. But it's clear now, compared to the tutorial, the body's responses to maintenance are far more immediate. If I don't live like a normal person, something might give way at any moment. Even if it was a body perched on the ambiguous border between living and non-living. He held back another sigh. I'll need to calibrate. Calibrate? Yes, calibrate. This, too, would be part of the method to preserve himself. And now I have free use of the kitchen. Clink. Yunwoo looked down at his bowl, which had been scraped clean. I suppose the first step is putting together a meal plan. Even during his relentlessly busy days as a researcher, he'd always made sure his diet was balanced. Now that he arguably had more leisure than back then, he could manage his sleep schedule with equal rigor. He decided to begin proper self-management in earnest. With a level this high, quite a few recipes should be unlocked for free. Yes. I didn't expect you to be this happy about it. Meal plan. Ingredients. Recipes. It didn't look the part, and it had never been described this way in the game, but Coco was surprisingly fond of eating. Pig cat. Yes. Oh, you admit it? Yes. Remarkable. His thoughts had been read. His privacy apparently didn't exist. Rain against the window. It'll be hard to see another person's face going forward. He could no longer go outside. How unfortunate. Yunwoo thought as much, and finished his meal. The old man raised his head and gazed up at the hotel. Looks like quite a convincing nest, even on a second viewing. A building that soared high. A rooftop submerged in rain and fog, reduced to a silhouette. And the dense forest encircling it like a barrier. For Cian-hei, ever curious, it was the kind of composition she'd have been unable to resist entering, as if drawn by a spell. And he could feel it. The thick smell of blood wafting toward him. Gold built upon screams. He knew places like this. Not a suitable place for a young Dakibi to reside. When he opened the hotel's door, stepped inside, and waited for the master of this place. Thank you for visiting. The voice that greeted the guest was composed. A clean, measured tone that didn't match the youthful face. Pronunciation, cadence, timbre. Like a well-trained newscaster. A perfect fit for this hotel. And precisely because of that, it gave off a sense of wrongness. A pleasure. Yes, how may I help you? I'd like to stay for one night. One night stay, confirmed. The appearance was sharp and intelligent. The glasses and suit projected a refined impression. A smile was present, but not an ounce of emotion showed. The brows were dark, the eyes narrow. A fox. Too round in the pupils to be a fox. As he observed the eyes behind the lenses, the narrow gaze curved even more gently. A smile with the power to seize another's attention. Knows how to use its body well. Whether skilled at staging, or born with the temperament. Either way, not an instinct a newborn Dakibi could possess. He confirmed that the thing before him was no mere byproduct of a labyrinth. Then, said the thing, having drawn his attention with natural ease. Allow me to assist with your check-in. Indeed. If you would. Gazes drifting through the air. Not mere hallucinations. What grazed the edges of Baek Mu-jin's senses was a convergence of countless souls and gazes, collapsing into a single point in the empty air. Soundless, courteous, and well-ordered though they were. With density like this, it's certainly enough attention to trigger a Dakibi's apotheosis. Hello. And there another Dakibi. Unlike this ambiguous one, that is unmistakably a labyrinth. Something clumsily mimicking a cat. A glimmer of selfhood peeked through, confirming it as a Dakibi. That one appeared to be the essential master of this labyrinth called Hotel 1. Then what is this? What was this thing, now handing him a key? I'll escort you to room 9, 17th floor. The 17th floor. Very good. In that case, before you enter, allow me to brief you on a few matters. That the hotel is in its soft opening period, so services may be lacking across the board, and some communal facilities may be unavailable. And that meals may be difficult to prepare. My niece was in your care. The old man bowed his head. A greeting rendered in classical courtesy, exactly as this labyrinth would prefer. I've come to offer both apology and gratitude for the trouble caused. Requesting a stay had been part of that gesture. This labyrinth took the form of a hotel, and it operated under its own rules. Defying those rules meant disturbing the master's sensibilities. That was not what Baek Mu-jin wanted. He wished to maintain a good relationship with them. Rare things were worth that much. Might we have a conversation? Of course. A satisfactory answer. The thing guided Baek Mu-jin to the elevator. 22nd floor. Quite high up. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass, a rain-soaked forest stretched below. It was arranged too beautifully to believe this was inside a labyrinth. Is this, too, the manager's influence? The manager, guiding the way, spoke. I apologize that I'm escorting you personally rather than a member of staff. As I mentioned, this hotel is in its soft opening period, so some services are limited. And this place? Fortunately, we recently completed the initial maintenance of the hotel's facilities, so unlike Director Lee Seon-hae's party last time, I'm able to bring you here to the lounge. A lounge. Is the entire 22nd floor like this? The 22nd floor houses the Sky Lounge and dining. Overnight guests are welcome to visit at their convenience and enjoy the dining. However, the lounge's maintenance isn't yet complete. I don't see any staff. The atmosphere was different from the lobby. Not only staff, no guests were visible either. There seemed to be no shortage of staff. You didn't assign any to the lounge? They're not trained for this area, I'm afraid. I ask for your understanding. Very well. Friends. Uses friendlier language than the appearance suggests. The lounge was pleasant. A rare thing on Korea's narrow land-a space that combined stunning scenery with genuine comfort. The sofa he sank into was soft and plush. There's a clear intent to run this hotel as a proper establishment. It was unlike an ordinary labyrinth. Had it truly been like those others, the best it could manage would be a clumsy imitation of human things, assembled for show. But this place was different. From the deployment of staff to the state of the facilities, to the manager's guidance. He finally understood how an ordinary person like Seon-hae had managed to come out so intact. When their eyes met, the thing curved its gaze gently once more. Is the seating to your liking? Not bad. A question formed in Baek Mu-jin's mind. What does it want? It was certain this being couldn't be dismissed as a mere accessory of the labyrinth. Sean-hae had said the two owners disagreed and there was conflict, so this manager couldn't possibly be part of the cat-mimicking monster. Nor is it another labyrinth possessing a self. Labyrinths were, by nature, beings of twisted temperament. They couldn't form normal relationships with others. Even when they took an interest in humans, the end was always a tragic destruction. But Seon-hae came out alive. So did her young subordinates. In that case, I've prepared tea. Why didn't you send for a staff member, as you did in the lobby? As you can see, there aren't many staff here. Understood. In the lobby, the thing had used staff to carry luggage. Rung a golden bell, if he recalled. The crisp, clear metallic note still lingered at his ear as if etched there. Do you enjoy it? A subjectless, abrupt question. But the other party answered with natural ease. Of course. Since ancient times, tea has been a fine companion to warm the body when one is weary. What is this? I've brought buckwheat tea. Any reason? On a rainy, fog-laden day, is there a better tea to share with a new friend? To already count this old man as a friend I am honored. The scent of buckwheat rose. A fine aroma. Thank you. Take a seat. The general manager sat in a chair facing Baek Mu-jin. Baek Mu-jin observed the thing's silhouette reflected in the dark window glass. He let his gaze rest on the rain-soaked forest for a moment, then shifted it back. The thing's bearing remained immaculate throughout. It looked as though it were part of this hotel, but hadn't he already sensed that couldn't be the case? Has it been here quite long? Baek Mu-jin clasped his knees and bowed his head once more. Thank you again. I'm glad you would say so. I'm the one who's grateful, for not refusing an old man's sincerity. He'd been so scrupulously polite that he'd half expected a refusal, but the young one simply smiled and accepted his gratitude. In that, Baek Mu-jin sensed a peculiar warmth. Something like pride, or perhaps relief. I believed that I had done something worthy of receiving thanks. Yes, saving a life is that kind of thing. This being placed weight on life. It was favorably disposed toward humans, considerate and attentive. But you? You're so kind to an unfamiliar guest. You must be quite fond of this hotel. My, what a mischievous thing to say. It's true that I'm fond of this place, but I don't live my life needing a reason to be kind to people. Simple goodwill. When you live in a place this remote, an unfamiliar guest becomes a welcome sight. I suppose that's true. Glad to see people, he says. Well. Had it changed, or had it always been this way? The tea was quite good. Even by Baek Mu-jin's standards. I've brought a gift. I see. I worry that you won't be particularly pleased by it. Baek Mu-jin understood good and evil, but didn't place value in those categories alone. So he'd brought what this being would most likely prefer, though he suspected it wouldn't land well. Might I hear about this gift? I've brought a death row prisoner. Eyes as round as a full moon regarded Baek Mu-jin. In silence, the circular pupils gazed into him as if peering into his soul. The face, stripped of its smile, resembled not a fox but a tiger. Just as the fleeting thought that he'd have preferred this room a touch darker crossed his mind. Ah, I see. As before, the narrow gaze curved. Might I ask the reason? The reason for bringing a gift is always self-evident. You thought I would like it. I find myself regretful. You clearly don't. Baek Mu-jin looked at the pitch-black takibi perched on the thing's shoulder. The gift was not intended for that one. Our hotel isn't well known enough for rumors to precede it. Did you perhaps hear something? Baek Mu-jin took a sip of tea. The last time he'd come here to retrieve his niece, the moment he'd set foot before this place, he had smelled the stench flowing like an underground spring beneath this space. Far from rumors, I didn't even know a hotel like this had been erected here. Contrary to what you fear, I've heard nothing about this place. I simply knew it was a building raised upon corpses. As it happened, it was a type he knew well. A building raised upon corpses. Did you know? Of course. The general manager smiled neatly. A calm smile. It is my hotel. He would need to revise his thinking somewhat. It's not being unilaterally held captive by that unwholesome thing. The black cat. A monster that crouched down, straining to appear harmless, fawning over its friend. That was the culprit that had shackled the general manager. But it isn't as though it's simply languishing in captivity. The story appeared more complicated than he'd expected. I smelled death in this hotel. The thick scent of blood, the screams layered upon screams. Prayers offered to a god that should not exist. Such things cannot be hidden by dressing them up prettily. Would it be visible to just anyone? Honestly, it would be difficult for anyone to discern it as precisely as I do. But even a mildly perceptive person would feel the wrongness. The sense of something being off. Just as Cian-Hei, who knew nothing, felt the distortion here. Cian-Hei is doing well. I'm relieved. Faint but unmistakable relief. Baek Mu-jin spoke on, toward the smiling thing. The energy and nature here were so ferocious that I wondered whether a gift of this caliber would suffice. I've no idea what you'll use it for or how, but when you drag a death row prisoner who's hit rock bottom into a place like this, everyone tends to be pleased. I hadn't realized my tastes were considered that peculiar. It isn't peculiar. He drank his tea and continued. It is special. The value. How high would the value of this thing ultimately climb? What an exceedingly rare and strange being. Yes, that's right. His claim of having heard nothing about this place was the truth. But once your hair turns white, many things become visible without needing to be told. Baek Mu-jin's gaze slowly traced down the other's form. As though following the trajectory of a mainspring that had gone awry somewhere, long, long ago. What do you consider yourself to be? The thing answered drily. I consider myself a person. Does he truly know who he is? Am I wrong? No. It was good that he'd approached with courtesy. You are not wrong. He'd nearly ruined a precious connection. Dakibi. Beings born from objects steeped in human emotion and time, spirits unique to Korea who have lived alongside people. A fundamentally different existence from the self-aware labyrinths Baek Mu-jin had described to Cian-Hei. In folklore, they may have played mischievous tricks, but they were spirits who honored honest rules and kept their loyalties. To think such a spirit ended up trapped in a labyrinth like this. The young Dakibi looked up at Baek Mu-jin. Will you be alright? Yes, I'm merely curious about the place. Don't worry about this old man. I'll guide you, but I do hope you won't find it unpleasant. The older you get, the fewer things surprise you. He had requested a tour of the hotel from the manager. The first thing he wished to see was the aqua park. That river of the dead where Cian-Hei had set foot and barely returned alive. He was curious what he could measure there. The doors to the 23rd floor aqua park opened. This is the place. Clean floors and bright lighting. Warm air, as if standing on a beach or inside a greenhouse. And, the peaceful sound of water. Unexpected. May I ask what is unexpected, without causing offense? I'd expected at least a water wraith to be lurking. The water was truly pristine. Why? For a labyrinth that should not be this clean. The screams and suffering, the smell of blood that had seeped from every corner of the hotel, none of it remained here. As if nothing had ever happened, only water as transparent as gemstones rippled gently. Then where were all those anguished cries kept? The answer came only when he looked at the young Dakibi standing beside him. Ah! It's nothing. Indeed, so that's how it was. The breath that had halted before a wide, deep body of water, and the vicious sounds of water swirling inside that body. The ice-cold hands thrashing in a dying breath, and the tail of a water beast. And the terrible smell of blood. So this is why it couldn't leave the hotel. Dakibi were a truly foolish kind. Was it truly a traditional Dakibi? In my estimation. But the line of Korean Dakibi had all but dried up. There's no law saying a new one can't be born. A brief silence. Baek Mu-jin gazed up at the star-studded night sky and let the words fall. You're wondering which madman went and created a Dakibi in the modern era. Am I wrong? You misunderstand. Talking with you always leads me to misunderstand a great deal. It's your imagination. That too. There was no rain, yet the sound of it still drifted across the rooftop garden. A sound that clung to the ear, hazily brushing past. The 25th floor rooftop seemed so serene that it wouldn't even permit a summer downpour. Who knows how this Dakibi came to be? Could someone have created it artificially? That, too, is impossible to say. Dakibi were born through many circumstances. Someone must have gazed upon it for a very, very long time, with a gaze entangled in connection. From old objects or tools. Or from natural things, plants, especially trees imbued with a spirit. From condensed void energy, or from discarded objects. But that one. Too early to speak of. It's far too old a story by now to try to piece together the time I never witnessed. Indeed. Who could have imagined a young Dakibi being born at this point in time? You did, Chairman. I merely didn't rule out the possibility. The young man in Seon-hae's stories was so deeply humane and honest. That was not something a self-aware labyrinth could exhibit. True. A Dakibi, at this late hour. What a remarkable thing. Whether the vessel was an object or a living being, in the modern age, no one bestowed that depth of feeling. That volume of spirit and energy simply didn't gather anymore. For all practical purposes, traditional Dakibi are near endangered. Thinking again that this old man is spouting nonsense that'll rattle everyone, are you? You misunderstand. That makes 2 misunderstandings in under 10 minutes from this old man. Yes. Insolent thing. But near endangered no Dakibi would take kindly to that label. There are only 2 of them to speak of. But in Asia especially, there are quite a number of. I do not count foreign miscellaneous spirits as Dakibi. The foreign miscellaneous spirits would take offense at that. Which is precisely why they are miscellaneous spirits. Korean Dakibi valued promises and loyalty. They were innocent and humorous, and they loved people enough to live among them. They enjoyed alcohol, pork, and buckwheat, and lived by honest rules. Though no longer as guileless as in the old tales, they remained spirits. Dakibi are nothing like the anger management afflicted ghosts found overseas. What a foolish breed. It seems you've taken a liking. What is rare, what is special? Such things deserve their due value. Which part was rare, and which part was special? Well. If he had to choose the part most comfortable to share. It regarded me as a person. Was it a person? Who knows? Surely not. The child Baek Mu-jin was rather fond of asked. Was it a person? The same words as before, but the meaning was different. From what Seon-hae told me, the appearance was that of a young man around 20. If you're suggesting that a youth of that age became a Dakibi, the possibility of, to begin with, a human becoming a Dakibi is. What I saw was something uncommonly deep and clear. It appeared to be that of a pure human. Baek Mu-jin clicked his tongue. I say all sorts of things in my old age. That's. I said it, but it's not a certainty. I couldn't begin to count the years that have passed within this hotel. My eyes ached, so I closed them. Then it's been imprisoned. Confined. Who on earth would do such a thing? I suspect the first master of this labyrinth, but I'm not certain. There was too much to see, too much to touch, too much to feel. The screams and anguish layered upon each other hurt his ears, and the flesh of life and death rippling across every wall dizzied his eyes. Seon-hae said that in there, it seemed like the only person. Indeed. And rightly so. In this pandemonium, only it had preserved its humanity. It appears to have been offered up as a sacrifice, and yet it became a Dakibi on top of that. The situation has become quite absurd. This is not a labyrinth forged by something as crude as mere slaughter. It would take deeper study and greater devotion to produce something this warped. If something of this scale had been done, there was a suspect. However, the backgrounds in question were primarily not Korean, which left things uncertain. Baek Moojin organized his thoughts. 1, yet 2. Whether as a labyrinth or as an individual, this was by no means a common outcome. If possible, I'd like it to be well preserved as it is. Yes. Do you find it tiresome? You misunderstand. I do hope today's misunderstandings end within 5. I'll keep that in mind. Baek Moojin's children mostly shied away from him. Or else they wanted to devour him. Is it a Korean labyrinth? That, too, is uncertain. All the actors bear the appearance of East Asians, but that could easily be changed at will. The point worth noting is why it was deliberately made that way. It must be because of the co-owner. Given that it claims to be Korean and possesses that appearance and bearing, the essence is likely Korean. Did any of the records you searched turn up a young man named Lee Yun-woo? No. A shame, that answer. He doesn't exist. Nowhere at all. What if it was never a person but rather a dakibi that looked human? If a person called Lee Yun-woo never existed in the first place and was only just now newly born, that would at least make some. Then a human spirit could not have dwelled within it. Nor could a dakibi barely a century old have developed that level of humanity. If a dakibi that young displayed such seasoned social skill, there would be no room for excuses. But if a young man of that caliber leaves no trace at all in any record, then he was erased. Baek Moojin was, at that juncture, genuinely impressed. Isn't it remarkable? It means his value was so great that someone went to those lengths. Because a single human named Lee Yun-woo held that much worth, they invested that much effort to erase him from the world. What are you thinking? You misunderstand. Yes. That leaves 1. Best not to spend it carelessly. I'll exercise restraint. Good. Baek Moojin turned his gaze to the rooftop garden. Nameless flowers and trees formed an exquisite harmony. Tasteful lighting enhanced the ambience of the night garden, and though it was far from dark, the stars in the sky were piercingly vivid. A narrow stream trickled along the garden path. Small minnows could be seen swimming within. Alive, yet withered as though dead. A sign that this place, too, was ultimately a labyrinth. As if whispered by flowers blooming from bleached bones, the tranquility was excruciating. It was broken. The young dakibi, you mean? It had taken all of this labyrinth's unwholesome filth into itself. What it had been thinking, what process it had gone through he couldn't say. That is why this labyrinth, this hotel, is so peaceful. Because it swallowed all those screams and all that suffering alone, this place can be this clean and pure. This was a paradise wrung from the crushing of a young dakibi. All manner of spirits visit this place. Plenty of foreign miscellaneous spirits among them. And yet despite being of such high standing that it contained them all, its body is endlessly frail. It would die from a single wrong breath. A wrong breath, surely you're joking. I'm afraid I've never had much talent in that direction. Are you cursing? No. Child, you have such a warm heart. Grieving over the tragedy of a youth whose face he'd never seen, choosing silence, letting sorrow color his voice. Things Baek Moojin did not possess. A universal sense of responsibility toward humanity, empathy, or perhaps anguish. Don't. Or you, too, will break. Baek Moojin had always been afraid of that. He worried that the things he cherished would be swept away by those trivial emotions, crumbling and getting hurt. An affection directed at something he could not empathize with. To summarize, a young dakibi, perhaps once a young artist captured by a labyrinth that had systematically accumulated blood and suffering. An artist, on top of everything. The material required such effort that they erased it from the world entirely. It would be harder to believe such material was not an artist. Every artist I've ever known was like you, Chairman. Bad personality. So a kind and diligent young man like that couldn't possibly have been an artist, synonymous with terrible personalities. Is that what you wanted to say? Go on, try saying, you misunderstand. You misunderstand. Fool. But he understood. The artists Baek Moojin knew were mostly fiercely proud, self-absorbed, and insufferably arrogant. It was precisely because they were that consumed by their own work that they were artists. So from this child's perspective, that one wouldn't look like an artist. It wasn't that artists who helped others and engaged in friendly exchange didn't exist. But such people tended to be reclusive in their own way, making them hard to comprehend for the youngest, who didn't know the workings of the art world. How should he explain it so this child would understand? Baek Mu-jin continued in a flat tone. It did, in fact, show talent. What kind of? Quite adept at handling people. Those eyes had seemed to see right through Baek Mu-jin, and those ears to swallow every sound. Through nose, mouth, skin, and some unknowable sense, it had read him. It had happened in an instant. For a newborn Dakibi, its skill in handling humans was far too practiced. It had appeared similar to Baek Mu-jin's own, but was fundamentally different. And that bell. The golden bell it used to summon and command its staff. Dakibi each carry a toy of their own. Every time the bell rang, one's gaze was forcibly drawn. Sometimes, commands were issued. Why had it been a bell with that particular power? Baek Mu-jin saw it as a vestige of the artistic talent the general manager had possessed when it was still human. The talent to wedge oneself into another's world. And speak to them, uninvited. Should that inhumanity, too, be regarded as someone's humanity? Baek Mu-jin could not say. You were never able to become an artist, so you wouldn't have an intuition for it. Then how did it seem to you, Chairman? A young Dakibi, and, well. Baek Mu-jin paused. Perhaps once a student overflowing with talent. Now dead, turned ghost and on top of that, devastatingly broken. Repeating what felt like an eternity of death and suffering within warp time. And yet, for the sake of nothing more than humanity, holding the leash of this deep, dark labyrinth. A monster, I suppose. A brief silence settled. His son answered in a low voice. A harsh assessment. It was the highest praise. It didn't sound that way to me. I understand. But Baek Mu-jin remembered. When he had tried to peer into the general manager's inner self, his vision was blocked again and again, and his hearing warped. Something is preventing me from perceiving it. A young Dakibi not yet a century old. One that had been confined to this hotel, ignorant of the wider world, and yet such a being had repelled the seasoned Baek Mu-jin's power. All while apparently having no idea what it had done. What an enormously promising sprout. In truth, it had merely been the game system's presence detection activating. But for Baek Mu-jin, who didn't know the specific nature of this place, that was the only possible assessment. Do not pity it lightly. Do not judge it carelessly. It became a Dakibi under a labyrinth's gaze, shackled to this hellish disaster, suffering and dying without rest. And still, it saved a person. It has lived as a human being all along, and still extends goodwill. He still didn't understand it, but from what I could see, it appears to have protected itself to the very end. What had it meant by the person called me? When he'd heard those words, Baek Mu-jin had genuinely wanted to ask. He'd refrained only because it was obvious he wouldn't get the answer he sought. If it were an existence easy enough for you to pity and easy enough for you to judge, could it truly have done all that? You're telling me to kill even my human emotions. My insolent, foolish son. Baek Mu-jin lamented. How could he be this obtuse? With what hubris does livestock in its pen presume to pity a man who holds not a blade but coin? This was a labyrinth so ferocious that a death row prisoner had to be brought as a live offering. And it was precisely that young Dakibi who had fashioned this place into a paradise. These were merely the deeds of its youth. Do you not worry about being devoured in a single gulp by that being? Baek Mu-jin knew. And knowing its nature, he knew too that there would never come a day when that Dakibi was weaker than it was now. Given that it prides itself on being human, there would fortunately be no cause for that. That, we cannot know. What did a Dakibi priding itself on humanity have to do with protecting this frail child? What guarantee could its humanity provide for anyone's safety? He hadn't planned on going this far, but irritation drew out unnecessary words. From what I could see, it appears to have been involved in blood magic. The dangerous term elicited a violent reaction. Pardon? Yes. No, what do you mean? The reaction was expected. Baek Mu-jin listened to his son's groan-like voice with a dry expression. Then has it become some kind of cannibal? I went too far with the joke. Don't worry. I saw no sign of that. Then has the desire mutated into blood drinking? That wasn't the case either. For something that's not even human, let alone a young Dakibi, that's impossible. There's no way it could overcome the instinct. The desire may not be absent, but it can be endured. But do you understand now why I called it dangerous? Baek Mu-jin knew what manner of being it was. That was exactly why he'd reached that conclusion. Not that it doesn't exist, it exists, and it endures. Is that enough for you to understand? All the same, knowing it's only 19 years old, all I feel is sympathy. The lens through which you see the world is as arrogant as ever. To feel sympathy for a monster of that caliber, that, too, was remarkable in its own way. So said Baek Mu-jin. At that very moment, Lee Yun-woo, in the operator's quarters. Having eavesdropped on the rooftop garden, he was in the midst of an identity crisis. What does this mean? Hello. I am decidedly not well. Me, a Dakibi. I'm a person, though. A pitiful, young Dakibi. I'm a full-grown adult, though. Really? Me? Why? Can I just not do that? After the tutorial ended, there had been this notification. New features unlocked. Full interface activation. Management system module access. Sensory expansion. Presence detection permitted. Among those, opening the Sensory Expansion tab revealed an entry called 5 Senses Stats. These were the character's base stats, akin to health, agility, and strength in a typical game. Thank you for visiting. And one fact that Yun-woo had briefly forgotten. A pleasure. How may I help you? Those stats applied, unfiltered, to human guests as well. Sight. Your eyes detect an elderly man with white hair and a beard. Sharp features and deep-set eyes are visible on the old man's face. A strange, probing quality is mixed into the gaze he directs at you. He fixates his gaze with persistence, as if searching for some clue beyond your exterior. You detect dangerous curiosity and deep suspicion within that gaze. The translucent window's readout poured in as though stamping itself into his brain. I'd like to stay for one night. One night stay, confirmed. Hearing. A low, composed voice resonates as the old man opens his mouth. The old man's tone maintains precise modulation, and each time you speak, he collects vocal data from your voice. The old man maintains silence as though searching for subtle incongruities in your speech. The density of the old man's probing toward you intensifies. In the stillness, his interest in analyzing your speech patterns and cross-referencing them with specific information is detect. Enough. In the game, this might have been mere data, but reality was different. Every time the script raked directly across his brain, the back of his neck went stiff. Being forced to read another person's information was, decidedly taxing. My body is already weakened as it is. If this ability is directly linked to the brain, I can't help but worry about overload. I need to avoid a repeat of last time, when my blood pressure spiked and I nearly dropped dead. That was precisely why he'd stayed holed up in the operator's quarters since the tutorial ended. He'd been exercising extreme caution with his personal safety, but now that a person had set foot in this hotel, he couldn't very well not come out to greet them. Why were human guests showing up one after another in the first place? Allow me to assist with your check-in. If you would. Yun-woo opened the management system module. Better make sure nothing's missing from the list. The process of gathering information through the module's guest management policy was critical. Only then could he establish a checklist aligned with the service guidelines. A pre-prepared list improved response efficiency. When a new guest arrived, the system automatically sorted available rooms for accommodation. Hello. Sight. You detect the old man gazing at a point in the empty air beyond your shoulder. Nothing should exist there, yet his line of sight is aimed at a precise location. Extraordinary insight. Extraordinary insight, it says. Can he see Coco? This was clearly no ordinary man. As I suspected, he seems to know something. Yun Wu retrieved a room key from the board. I'll escort you to room 9, 17th floor. The 17th floor. Very good. In that case, before you enter, allow me to brief you on a few matters. That the hotel is in its soft opening period, so services may be lacking across the board, and some communal facilities may be unavailable. And that meals may be difficult to prepare. He'd had his suspicions, but my niece was in your care. Oh, dear. I've come to offer both apology and gratitude for the trouble caused. Might we have a conversation? Of course. Name, Baek Moo-jin. Chairman of Baeksan Group, one of Korea's leading conglomerates, and a major patron of the arts. It seemed the tabloid rumors about director Lee Seon-hae being from a royal family hadn't come from nowhere. So he'd guessed the man wouldn't be ordinary, but might I hear about this gift? I've brought a death row prisoner. I see. He hadn't expected someone this far beyond common sense. Might I ask the reason? The reason for bringing a gift is always self-evident. You thought I would like it. I find myself regretful. You clearly don't. Wouldn't most people not like that? The gift was not intended for that one. How unfortunate it was indeed a gift Coco would have liked. However, he couldn't fathom what the man had seen that prompted him to bring a death row prisoner. At most, all he could have observed was the hotel building. Was it thanks to director Lee Seon-hae's account, or our hotel isn't well known enough for rumors to precede it? Did you perhaps hear something? The answer came readily. Far from rumors, I didn't even know a hotel like this had been erected here. Contrary to what you fear, I've heard nothing about this place. I simply knew it was a building raised upon corpses. But Yun Wu detected something off in that statement. I smelled death in this hotel. The thick scent of blood, the screams layered upon screams. Prayers offered to a god that should not exist. Such things cannot be hidden by dressing them up prettily. Baek Moo-jin's words sounded as though he possessed some kind of supernatural ability. Honestly, it would be difficult for anyone to discern it as precisely as I do. But even a mildly perceptive person would feel the wrongness. The sense of something being off. Just as Seon-hae, who knew nothing, felt the distortion here. Seon-hae is doing well. I'm relieved. That was somewhat reassuring. He couldn't say for certain, but Baek Moo-jin appeared to be an expert in this field, and if someone like him was at director Lee Seon-hae's side, she'd be less likely to suffer from after effects. Judging by the familiar way he refers to her, she must be family he cares about. But this was decidedly uncomfortable. The energy and nature here were so ferocious that I wondered whether a gift of this caliber would suffice. I've no idea what you'll use it for or how, but when you drag a death row prisoner who's hit rock bottom into a place like this, everyone tends to be pleased. Did he generally come across as some kind of weirdo now? He felt a bit wronged. Where in the world could you find a more upstanding citizen than him? That sense of injustice persisted throughout the entire hotel tour. May I ask what is unexpected, without causing offense? I'd expected at least a water wraith to be lurking. Ah. It's nothing. The gaze directed at him after this exchange was deeply uncomfortable. What is it? He didn't sense any overwhelming emotion. But it was a complex gaze nonetheless. If anything could be read from it, it would be faint curiosity or perhaps covetousness. That's excessive for a first meeting. It was the kind of gaze one might direct at antiques or gemstones being appraised. Wait. Doesn't that mean he's not looking at me as a person right now? Reading between the lines, the man clearly belonged to the type that treated people like objects. But this felt different from even that. More alien, more distanced. Sixth sense. During your conversation with Baek Moo-jin, you sense that an intangible gaze has been continuously observing you. Permit presence detection? Yes/no. No. Then next, allow me to escort you to the lifestyle zone. While it's not yet in full operational status, I believe it should give you a sufficient idea of the overall atmosphere our hotel aspires to. Then please, lead on. The probing continued throughout his explanations of the grand banquet hall and buffet, the dining, and the rooftop garden. He considered acknowledging it but decided against it. Where shall I arrange your meal? I heard the buffet and dining are in operation. An excellent choice. I'll station a dedicated staff member in a quiet section to ensure your path doesn't overlap with other guests. If you would. By the time the tour was complete, Yunwoo's body and mind were already spent. This is pressure of a different kind. What on earth had been the reason? I have too little information. It was certain that the peculiar gaze had started from the aqua park. But why? What had he inferred from me, and what conclusion had he drawn? What kind of conclusion made him look at me like that? As though inspecting a long-standing piece of infrastructure. He returned to the operator's quarters and mulled it over, but nothing changed. How unfortunate. Yes. Nothing is harder than dealing with people. Yunwoo pulled up the management module as if shaking off stray thoughts. Whatever the case, the man was still a human guest, and potential incidents needed to be prevented. Is he on the move? He'd expected the guest to head to the buffet or dining for a meal at most. But surprisingly, the guest's steps came to rest at the rooftop garden. A single blue dot floating alone on the map. Yunwoo stared at it and murmured. Fortunately, there are no other guests using the rooftop garden today. Since their paths won't overlap, there's no need to restrict his movements, but it might be prudent to station a dedicated staff member nearby, just in case. What kind of reaction is that? The sixth sense that Yunwoo used wasn't merely a skill for tracking a guest's location. Depending on how much it was developed, it was an ability that could unearth nearly all information about a target. Though it was currently at the base stat level, it could at least display minimal conversation scripts. That was how he came to witness the unexpected exchange. You're wondering which madman went and created a Dakibi in the modern era. Am I wrong? Dakibi? Who could have imagined a young Dakibi being born at this point in time? A young Dakibi? To summarize, a young Dakibi, perhaps once a young artist captured by a labyrinth that had systematically accumulated blood and suffering. The material required such effort that they erased it from the world entirely. It would be harder to believe such material was not an artist. What is this? Bad personality? So a kind and diligent young man like that couldn't possibly have been an artist, synonymous with terrible personalities? Is that what you wanted to say? What is he saying? It was Korean, but he couldn't parse it. Do not pity it lightly. Do not judge it carelessly. It became a Dakibi under a labyrinth's gaze, shackled to this hellish disaster, suffering and dying without rest. No. And still, it saved a person. It has lived as a human being all along, and still extends goodwill. From what I could see, it appears to have protected itself to the very end. If it were an existence easy enough for you to pity and easy enough for you to judge, could it truly have done all that? No, that's going too far. Nias? Something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what or where. Do you not worry about being devoured in a single gulp by that being? I don't eat people, though. That, we cannot know. From what I could see, it appears to have been involved in blood magic. Ah, that part's accurate. It seemed that learning blood magic typically led to eating people. Come to think of it, every record left in the Crimson Core commentary mentioned side effects related to cannibalistic or blood-drinking urges. Baek Mu-jin appeared to have concluded that Yunwoo was in the same situation. The desire may not be absent, but it can be endured. It was absent. Do you understand now why I called it dangerous? And so Yunwoo became a dangerous element. To feel sympathy for a monster of that caliber, that, too, is remarkable in its own way. He'd even become a monster. Hello. It was information sufficient to trigger an identity crisis. Let's organize this. Yunwoo dragged a whiteboard out from the corner of his lab. Coco was curled up on a chair, loafing like a cat baking bread. Yunwoo adjusted his glasses and pointed to the first item written in marker. First, Dakibi. Our hotel's second human guest, Mr. Baek Moo-jin, referred to me as a traditional Dakibi. He even attached the specific qualifier, a young Dakibi newly born in the modern era. Yes. Given that the possibility of someone artificially manufacturing one was also raised, it seems certain that a species called Dakibi exists in the world. Though their birth process and resultant specimens appear to be extremely rare cases. Yes. Additionally, Mr. Baek Moo-jin assessed me as showing a humane and honest demeanor that a self-aware labyrinth could not exhibit, and as the only one who has preserved its humanity. I cannot conceal my joy at the news that my professional social skills have not rusted. No. I'm not listening. Moving on. Second, soul. According to Mr. Baek Moo-jin's testimony, the soul of myself, Lee Yun-woo, is deep, clear, and that of a pure, human being. Truly exceptional praise. Now then applause. Iya. I believe I told you to either sulk or clap, not both. Coco still dutifully clapped each time. Having received official recognition that at least his soul was human, Yun-woo was in quite a good mood. Good enough to let even those half-hearted claps slide. Excellent, let's move on. Yes. Third, labyrinth. Mr. Baek Moo-jin suspects that I was confined by the labyrinth's first master. Here, the first labyrinth appears to refer to this hotel, which again raises the question, was it not you, Coco, who abducted me? A third party's testimony has now been added to the evidence. Do you still intend to deny it? Yes. Your conviction is admirable, at least. Very well, let's continue. Yun-woo lightly twirled the marker. Mr. Baek Moo-jin seems to have concluded that my confinement in this labyrinth serves as a sort of filter blocking all the unwholesome elements, meaning the monster guests and horror components. He's likely referring to the role the in-game character performed. Hun could be played in various styles. Yun-woo's preferred approach was the step over my corpse method. No human guest would be allowed to die before getting through him first. Remarkably, Baek Moo-jin appeared to have seen right through Yun-woo's playstyle. Given that he'd even used the phrase, repeating death, the old man had likely read the hotel's records to some extent. Reading between the lines, artist, appears to refer to a type of esper. The fact that he could read this hotel's records or my character's physical data is probably because Mr. Baek Moo-jin himself possesses that sort of ability. Yes. And here's where the critical information emerged. Yun-woo removed his glasses. He fixed Coco with eyes that had settled into a cold calm. I was erased from the world. Please answer, Coco. Hello. I'd prefer not to believe that's an appropriate answer given the circumstances. Even accounting for the time spent on resurrection, I've been stuck in this hotel for roughly 5 years. There's no way a mere 5 years would erase someone from the world without a trace. And yet, erased? What does this mean? Baek Moo-jin was the chairman of one of Korea's leading corporations. A figure who frequently appeared in political circles, with extraordinarily deep and far-reaching global influence. And a tycoon like that had been unable to find a single researcher named Lee Yun-woo. It seems that in the process of my abduction to the hotel, some kind of administrative or cognitive defect occurred. Am I correct? Yes. Thank you for answering honestly. Knowing the cause was better than not. At the very least, my family and friends won't be losing sleep worrying about me. If even a single person had remembered him, there was no way a corporation of that scale couldn't have found one ordinary citizen's information. For the expression erased from the world to hold true, he'd have to have been completely forgotten. It was reassuring that everyone was probably eating well and living just fine without him, and yet, on the other hand. How disheartening. His heart ached with a desolate, uncomfortable feeling. Worrying that they couldn't survive without him was one thing, but it was also a bit unfair that they'd forgotten him and were apparently doing just fine. I'll settle this matter with them once I get out of this hotel. Yes. As a courtesy befitting a co-owner, I trust you will prepare a definitive solution to this issue. Did you hear me? I trust you, Coco. I trust you. Yes. Coco's expression was the same as always, yet it seemed to be making some kind of resolve. Had Yunwoo known what that resolve would eventually lead to, he would certainly have stopped it, but that realization would come much, much later. For now, it was a distant story. Coco, guaranteed. Very well. Yes. It's not, yes, it's, why am I distributing project tasks to a team member even here? Over a matter concerning my personal life, no less. I'm truly going to lose my mind. And finally, the last agenda item, blood magic. Yunwoo put his glasses back on and spoke. Blood magic is, as I expected, but even more so than I expected, dangerous. You spoke in a full sentence. Yes. Yes. Blood magic was treated as a far more dangerous domain than he'd imagined. Generalizing public opinion from a single person's perspective is a clear statistical error, but, given who the source is, I can't help but be concerned. Yes. What kind of image does blood magic carry, exactly? Going by Mr. Baek Moo-jin's words, it seemed close to cannibals or vampires. At this rate, it's obvious what my treatment will be like if I ever have to interact with people. Yes. Nothing can be done about Mr. Baek Moo-jin having found out, but going forward, I should conceal my use of blood magic as much as possible. That's the only way to maintain even a minimum of human relationships. Nias. Hello. He must have lost his mind. Yunwoo squeezed his eyes shut. At this rate, my dignity, my reputation, my social standing. Hello. No. My spotless career. When Baek Moo-jin had finished his call and was about to board the elevator, the lights on the rooftop garden slowly dimmed. The star-like fixtures sank into darkness all at once. Baek Moo-jin's scanning gaze came to rest on a single spot. An elegantly decorated outdoor staircase. There alone, small lights still flickered on and off. He sensed something calling to him from those faint sparks. Baek Moo-jin didn't refuse. He set foot upon them. Gripping the railing, he descended the frosted glass steps one by one. Slowly, following the spiral staircase. The scent of flowers. It wasn't his imagination. Baek Moo-jin distinctly smelled flowers. Not a fragrance carried from the now distant rooftop garden, nor an artificial scent from the decorative flowers lining the staircase. And small footsteps. The laughter of young children. Young ones. As if answering his murmur, they giggled. Innocent, and hollow as a passing breeze. When Baek Moo-jin stopped midway down the stairs and gazed at the hotel's wall. That was as far as it went. The scent and the sounds vanished. After staring at the featureless exterior wall for a moment, Baek Moo-jin resumed his descent. The lights on the stairs he'd passed went out, just like that. The small presences that had huddled together like wrens also flickered away with those lights. The frolicking souls returned home. Soon, different scents and sounds greeted Baek Moo-jin. This staircase connects to the aqua park, too. The briny smell of water brushing past his nose. A deeply submerged sound of weeping. It seems each section of the hotel has its own distinct domain. The entrance to the 23rd floor aqua park came into view. He considered going in, but the staircase lights still continued downward. This light's destination was apparently not here. Baek Moo-jin descended again. And when he arrived at the 22nd floor, the outdoor staircase ended, and as he stepped inside the hotel, all light ceased. Where? Who had called for him? Baek Moo-jin indifferently scanned the guest floor corridor. An elevator was visible nearby. The button light was off, but the dim indicator showing which floor it had stopped on glowed clearly. 14th floor. Baek Moo-jin stared at that number. Floors containing the number 4 do not exist in this hotel. They'd been excluded since the design stage. That was the young Dakibi's explanation. It didn't seem like a lie, but something was being hidden. Indeed. The elevator stubbornly insisted it was on the 14th floor. It seems the Dakibi and the hotel disagree. The elevator beside it was the same. 14th floor. The one next to that, and the one after all 14th floor. A space that should not exist was shamelessly emitting light, as though trying to prove its own existence. Baek Mu-jin gazed at the row of numbers without a trace of emotion. Deserves a compliment. Quite an entertaining place to be staying, wasn't it? It was rare for any being to approach him this brazenly. Whether this was mischief or a welcome, Baek Mu-jin closed his eyes and focused on the sounds of reality filtering into his ears. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling glass, the sound of rain crashed down as if to swallow his vision. It's not only rain. Woven into the rainfall was a faint friction, like something dragging wet cloth across the floor. Baek Mu-jin pressed the elevator button. A momentary noise passed, but he didn't bother committing it to memory. The doors opened. It's working. The air blowing from within was unusually frigid. A clammy humidity, as if soaked by rain, grazed the tip of his nose. A raw, musty smell familiar and foreign at once. Baek Mu-jin calmly regarded the elevator's dark interior. Rather heavy-handed for the young one's mischief. He'd encountered this air in a morgue before. The scent of a body freshly pulled from the water. Having reached that conclusion, Baek Mu-jin turned his body away. Then this must be the hotel's greeting. He drew a silver Zippo lighter from his inner breast pocket. Ching, a clear sound, and the wavering flame soon stood upright. The small light illuminated the path ahead. Everywhere the glow touched, doors on either side of the corridor stood in perfect formation. An obvious and ordinary structure. He took one step forward. The flame didn't stir in the slightest, yet the shadows on the floor undulated with irregular life. The corridor was impeccably dressed for its guests. Framed art that spoke to the manager's discernment, vases on side tables, elegant fixtures. All of them revealed their shapes as shadows in the darkness. How restless they are. As though they might speak up and declare themselves alive at any moment. Are they all landscapes? The frames on the walls all contained the same scenery. Each time the light grazed them, the trees in the painting swayed minutely. Fluttering and shedding leaves as though caught in a spring breeze. Such a corridor. Caught his eye. Yes. It was orderly. Baek Mu-jin eventually made his way to the central guest staircase. He leaned over the railing and looked down. The stairs grew darker with each descending flight, submerged in pitch-black darkness until the bottom was invisible. That fathomless abyss stirred a faint impression. A gullet. A colossal gullet was impersonating a staircase. It seems to have swallowed light and space, and if that's the case, then that is. Several floors below the railing, something was detected clinging flush at an uncanny angle. The small flame of the Zippo in Baek Mu-jin's hand grazed that spot. In that instant, the shape was revealed. A foot? What was exposed, white, was a human foot. No, something that merely looks human. Rather impressive, wasn't it? A remarkable talent for mimicry. Is that all of it, or is the rest simply invisible? The pale, smooth texture was vivid under the firelight. As though it had been submerged in water for a very long time, swollen and bloated. He felt again the sound of water he'd heard within the young Dakibi's lungs on the 23rd floor. A water wraith trapped in water has formed an attachment. What a trying life to choose. Or perhaps it was simply a matter of taste. His curiosity about why this being insisted on holding the position of general manager in such a hotel only deepened. Can't tell what goes on in that head. Baek Mu-jin heard the sound of water dripping like beads. The corpse stench of something bloated with water was foul. Yes. Perhaps that was the case. Unwholesome thing. The small flame in his hand still cast its light. As if it were no longer worth his attention, he withdrew his gaze and slowly moved on. His next destination was the emergency stairwell. This, once again, was the only place where the lights were on. Baek Mu-jin extinguished the lighter and pushed his body through the door. The heavy steel door closed with a weighty thud. Sound grew muffled. Plod. Plod. The sound of footsteps descending. The corridor lights flickered intermittently. Baek Mu-jin descended with an expressionless face. Getting down to the 17th floor would take some time. Perhaps more time than expected. Above him, on the landing one floor up, a white foot stood in stillness. A bloodless ankle, simply standing there. Without taking a single step. Baek Mujin knew it was there. But he did not look. There was no reason to. When he reached the 17th floor, the corridor door opened silently. Smooth movements. An immaculately ordered appearance without a speck of dust. An unwavering smile. A staff member. The thing bowed its head without a word. Then, with a gliding, elegant gesture, it indicated the direction. Seamless and precise yet devoid of even a shred of humanity. I'm having quite a few interesting experiences today. A part of a labyrinth was, in the end, still a labyrinth. A labyrinth that knew how to interact with humans was considered to be of high value. A labyrinth that served while a dakibi managed what a hotel. Quite entertaining. The gesture pointed to room 9, where he would be staying. The thing froze like a mannequin, awaiting Baek Mujin's command. Off you go. The staff member offered a bow of gratitude and walked ahead. Its footsteps made no sound. Your sense of self seems quite faint. Baek Mujin cast the words into the silent corridor. And yet, too refined to call a miscellaneous spirit. If rationality this indistinct had been left unchecked, it should have long since corrupted and crumbled. Is this also the influence of your second master? A surprisingly warm-hearted friend. Then again, all dakibi end up that way. Cherishing even these faint vestiges because they resemble humans. Insisting on treating them as people, as its own staff. Baek Mujin's eyes narrowed. Should that kind master ever leave this nest, what would become of you all? That was when it happened. The face of the staff member walking ahead turned toward Baek Mujin. Its body still moved forward, but its head had rotated at a grotesque angle to face completely behind it. With a perfect smile. A pristine face. It grinned. Is it loved? Whether that's anger or simply a malfunction. It began softly, pitifully. Noise that had been spreading like faint ripples seeped out from between the empty guest rooms. Joyful laughter, conversations, the clink of champagne glasses, brimming with fullness. It was as though an enormous party were underway, but Baek Mujin knew. There were not this many guests in this hotel, and beyond those doors, everything was empty. Heavy and muffled, as if underwater. The noise seeping from the walls, floor, and ceiling whispered something to Baek Mujin ceaselessly. But there was no way to understand the words uttered by vocal cords swollen with water. Baek Mujin ventured a courteous guess. Does it cause displeasure? But you don't possess that level of rationality. A peculiar place. He soon stood before room 9. The staff member had already vanished. Petty thing. The moment he stepped inside the room, those festive auditory hallucinations also ceased. Oh, incidentally. The 22nd floor of this hotel was not a guest room floor. A sky lounge, was it? How long have you been working at this hotel? At Baek Mujin's sudden question, Yunwoo offered an unwavering smile. The face of a quintessential service professional unreadable. But internally, he was struggling. How should I answer this? Including the time spent on resurrection, roughly 5 years. If he added his total in-game playtime, it exceeded 30 years. Either answer was wildly divorced from practical common sense. Yunwoo straightened the dining setting and spoke. I consider it to have been no small amount of time. I'd guessed it must have been quite long. I see. You're very hard to read, you know. It was awkward. A blow to his pride, but that was the reality. Yunwoo's knowledge base was at the level of a newborn when it came to the world. Baek Mujin was talking about that unknown realm, at least. But he couldn't disclose the truth, either. Even setting aside systemic restrictions, the fact that he'd been abducted to run a horror simulation game was far too peculiar. I'd rather not be abducted somewhere else and treated as a test subject. But could he simply keep his mouth shut entirely? Do you have any idea what the odds are of a guest with this level of information visiting this hotel again? Yunwoo finished his calculation. When I came to my senses, I found myself serving as the general manager here. You. Yes, that's how it was. Your first memory begins here. Not quite. What an intriguing riddle. I'm glad it came across that way. There's too much accumulated in this hotel. I see. Yunwoo didn't know much about Baek Mujin. All he had was the information that the man was a conglomerate chairman and director Lee Seon-hae's uncle. But before even a full day had passed, he'd gotten a rough read on what kind of person this elderly gentleman was. He certainly speaks in poetic terms. A humanities major, presumably. He'd have preferred a straightforward exchange of facts and figures, but as a working professional, he had no intention of forcing logic on an elderly guest. There were things to say plainly and things to bend. Fortunately, Yunwoo had scored well in Korean, too. Reading between the lines was well within his capabilities. I've done my best to manage the place, but I'm sorry to hear it came across as antiquated enough for the age to show. Was there anything among the services provided that caused you discomfort? What could you possibly have seen in such a short time, sir? The smell of water was rather strong. You're keeping a water ghost. The smell of water. I'm afraid I have no excuse. As we're currently in the soft opening period, there are areas where management is lacking. It seems I caused you discomfort during your movements. When, I wonder, did you encounter our household water ghost, who's been out of sight for some time now? Don't worry about this old man. I found it personally rather intriguing. You sure do live in a dump. Yunwoo poured the pairing wine. Baek Mujin savored the aroma in the glass and gave a slight nod. Keenly catching that moment, Yunwoo asked with natural ease. Is the bouquet to your taste? Do you produce the wine here yourselves? Yes, it's a house wine we produce in small batches, optimized to draw out the ideal flavor profile for each dish. Quite good. Would it be presumptuous to prepare a few bottles as a souvenir when you check out? A welcome proposition. I'm glad you think so. As expected, there wasn't a white-haired elder alive who was immune to a well-placed bribe. The older they are, the more susceptible they tend to be to flattery that's brazen and obvious. Fortunately, his professional social skills hadn't rusted. Judging by how readily the old man was playing along, he was unlikely to make a particular issue of this hotel. That's the best possible outcome given my position, where even my own identity is unclear. In a situation where he didn't even know which world he stood in, Baek Mujin had used a few bottles of wine as pretext to choose benevolent indifference. For Yunwoo, it was an outcome he couldn't be more grateful for. Young man. Yes, please go ahead. Would you join me for a meal? If it wouldn't trouble you, I'd be happy to keep you company. Please. Your staff here are all remarkably taciturn. Heartless friends, the lot of them, they won't even warm up to me. My, that must be lonely. On the other hand, there are none better when it comes to lending a silent ear to my ramblings. Yunwoo took the seat across from him. But he didn't particularly touch the food that was served. Baek Mujin, as though he'd expected as much, sampled a bite of his own dish and spoke. The smell of blood is awfully thick in a place where people are meant to rest. I apologize, but it's a trace I'm unable to fully eliminate on my own. No, you're doing quite well at it. Gray eyes rested on Yunwoo's face. Permit presence detection. Yes/no. No. I was rude. Rude? I don't think so at all. I should have apologized yesterday. This old man got so absorbed in exploring the hotel that I committed a discourtesy. My apologies once more. Please think nothing of it. I consider it a perfectly natural curiosity for a guest to have. I was merely curious about how you manage it all. Baek Mujin sipped the wine. Between yesterday's tea and now this, he was a man who liked having something to drink. Does he not enjoy eating? If so, a curious sense of kinship might form, Yunwoo thought. The smell of blood was coming from you, too. I'm embarrassed that my poor condition was apparent to a guest. Let me ask. Do you truly believe this hotel can serve as a place of rest for people? Is your adoration of humanity so great that you desperately wish for someone to come and visit? I'm not so arrogant or presumptuous. Then why do you go so far? He dabbed his lips with a napkin. How many times have you died in this place? How many times, he says. I've never counted. Given the nature of the game, dying was as natural as breathing. The past 5 years aside, death had been routine across years of accumulated play data. The other man appeared to grasp this hotel through some kind of record. This was not territory for careless answers. Baek Mu-jin nodded as though the silence told him enough. The history layered in this place runs far deeper than what's visible on the surface. That would mean the axis of time flowing within the hotel differs from reality. Isn't that so? Well, if in-game time and real time were identical, one had to wonder how that would work as a game. But from what I can see, that body of yours appears to be about 19. Thanks to that, a biological age he'd only vaguely guessed at was now confirmed. It seemed the character's starting age had been preserved as is. How unexpectedly helpful. This old man speaks with gratitude in his heart for saving his worthless niece. If you live as a human, you will be human. If you live as a beast, you will be a beast. If you live as a ghost, you will be a ghost. So please, live as you see fit. Thank you for the advice. And Yun-woo thought to himself. If I say I'll live as a human, does my missing personhood come back? That was definitely something he was curious about. It seemed to have been gone for quite a while now. For ordinary guests, we administer a minor measure, but... a measure. It doesn't seem necessary for you, sir. You don't appear to have had nightmares. Indeed not. I see. The general manager personally assisted with Baek Mu-jin's checkout. Your signature, please. What he was handed was a guest register in a classical format. Baek Mu-jin took the pen and wrote his name. He deliberately held the register's edge, but the texture under his fingertips was frigid, as though it had been stored in a freezer. Only the spot the young Dakibi had been holding was distinctly cold. Its body temperature was remarkably low. Unlike most Dakibi. Like a corpse pulled from the water. It never removed its gloves. It coughed as if dying from time to time, and whenever it did, the smell of blood followed. It seemed to hear phantom sounds, looking elsewhere. Before a large pool, it stopped breathing. And then it gazed at the deep water as though it desperately wished to drown. What a vicious curse. A water wraith's curse, and therefore an expression of affection. That was how Dakibi without tradition always behaved. Baek Mu-jin knew this curse had been incurred in the process of saving Si-in-hye. Becoming a water wraith's object of attachment, trading one's own well-being for another's life. Whether that was the only option or whether it simply suited its temperament, it's not something any sane being would do. But it was effective. And efficient. This being would not crumble under a curse of that caliber. He valued that highly. You seem quite fond of this hotel. Did it appear that way? Had you not been, you would have grown weary far sooner. It wouldn't have been strange had you already collapsed. Your observation is correct, sir. Quite a lot seems to have happened in this place. Even a cemetery couldn't compare. Sin upon sin stacked. Traces of resentment and suffering more vile than a plague-ridden mass grave permeated the place. It was enough to give him a headache just from looking. This hotel didn't make for a particularly restful space, I'm afraid. Were your eyes fatigued? That too, among other things. For Baek Mu-jin, whose stamina was no longer what it once was, this place demanded far too much seeing, hearing, and feeling. But I do think it's a good hotel. A labyrinth of high value. Worth preserving. Unless you wish otherwise, I will never speak of this hotel. I appreciate your discretion. Have you any thought of coming outside? Whether this being retained memories from when it was human if asked that directly, a clear answer was difficult. It behaved quite humanly most of the time, yet would occasionally reveal a vivid inhumanity. Baek Mu-jin added his personal assessment, that alien inhumanity might itself be a form of lost humanity. In that case, it may have inherited its memories only in fragments. If so, adapting to human society would be no easy feat. There were too many rules that couldn't be understood from fragmentary information alone. Above all, nothing good would come of a young Dakibi revealing itself in this era. If you do come outside, please use the business card Cianhe gave you to reach me. Should you wish it, I'll arrange matters on my end to ensure you don't get entangled in anything troublesome. Would that be a thank you gift for helping Director Lee Cianhe? No, the thank you gift was the death row prisoners I brought. Baek Mu-jin raised an eyebrow. How thoroughly it likes humans. More precisely, it treasured life. Every time he encountered this aspect, he thought it unexpected though separately, it was a very young and very traditional Dakibi-like attitude. Well, then. He found himself saying things he didn't need to say. You appear quite young, so allow this old man to leave a few more trifling pieces of advice. I'll listen gladly. Remember this. You are not the one that gets eaten, you are the one that eats. Not the most welcome advice. Heh. In moments like these, he could unmistakably feel that this was a Dakibi and a young one. A courteous frame was maintained, yet there was a streak of mischief. Whether you like it or not, that is your instinct and your fate. No matter how humbly you clasp your hands and pretend to be prey, it will eventually be found out. Pretend? All the more so for anyone with keen instincts. When the time comes, a clumsy act of playing the docile young master won't fool anyone, so you might as well learn to moderate it in advance. Is that advice? If you truly can't stand hearing it, feel free to take it as nagging. Baek Mu-jin clicked his tongue. But you already hold the leash of this hotel, do you not? When the one seated at the top possesses at least a minimum of self-righteousness, only then does all balance find stability. It sounds as though you're encouraging me to become a tyrant. You might get along well with my partner. That's not it. No. I happen to like your approach. It suppressed all manner of unwholesome things. Persuading, captivating, and at times oppressing them to steer them in the direction it desired. Where else could you find violence this gentle and this tender? It doesn't seem entirely unaware of its own disposition. Could there be another labyrinth like this in the world? A space with two Dakibi, where the self-righteous sacrifice of one had forged peace. Such a labyrinth was found nowhere else. All the more so when one of the two was an offering. Baek Mu-jin simply hoped that this value would remain unharmed. Do you like what is good? A universal preference, I'd say. Then you were born under an ill star. Ah, what a painful thing to say. It can't be helped. When you harbor something this ferocious, no matter how hard you try, how could people not be frightened? I suppose I'll have to aspire to be a harmless haunted house. A haunted house now, that's an amusing notion. This labyrinth still craved blood, suffering, and screams. And yet, it had refused the death row prisoners. To refuse such a gift while residing in such a labyrinth was, truly, a remarkable thing. Let alone the fact that He'd been rambling. Baek Mu-jin shook off the idle thoughts and changed the subject. You'll live long. Is that a prophecy that I'll be widely cursed? How astute of you to catch that. To have grasped even human irony, rather impressive. I doubt it will come to that, but don't take it too much to heart. Taking it to heart. Yes, yes. This old man worried for nothing. Surely not. With things as they are, even the advice I just gave is no longer a gift. It was more than sufficient. Since I'm having trouble gauging your tastes, won't you tell me directly? What do you want? It would be faster to simply ask. Is there a gift you'd like? Many. Oh. The Dakibi did not answer for a long while. He saw a fatigue as arid as an old dead tree. A gift. Chairman of a major conglomerate. A man of power who appeared well versed in the workings of a certain world. The cards Baek Mu-jin could offer him were virtually limitless. How is father doing? And my youngest sibling? He wanted news of his family. Whether they'd forgotten him, and if so, what their lives looked like now. Whether a place for him still remained there. And that idiot? He was curious about the friends he'd gotten into every kind of trouble with. They'd all been too busy making a living to even gather, and he'd been dragged here without so much as a proper farewell. My job? My identity? How is the world turning without me? He wanted to see his family. He wanted to know how his friends were. Above all, he desperately needed a way out of this place. A figure of Baek Mu-jin's stature might hold a clue to this predicament. The deliberation was short. This hotel, and he himself, were both unstable. Could you block the road? The road? Baek Mu-jin echoed in a flat tone. Yun-woo continued calmly. This hotel draws people in. And? Just as director Lee Seon-hae did, another person may one day be drawn to drive here as if bewitched on a rainy day. In this world, there are those who are especially drawn to dangerous things, are there not? Such dispositions exist. I'd like you to block that path. He couldn't leave right away, after all. Even if he could, what could he do out there? Was he planning to beg his family and friends who might not even remember him to recall who he was? That was not Yun-woo's best move. He knew that some opportunities, once missed, could never be recaptured. This hotel had been one such case, and so was his current condition. He had no desire to squander an opportunity on something so foolish. However, I expect the work won't be simple. As I recall, this hotel's domain encompasses a significant portion of the forest road connected to the main gate. Resistance from the hotel's side may be considerable. Raising it strong, I see. Indeed. I see, the road. Baek Mu-jin gave an affirmative answer. Consider it done. Thank you. It may take some time. I can only ask. The world was composed of countless variables. Time flowed, and humans were creatures that ultimately couldn't help but regret. That was why Yun-woo strove to give his best at every moment. That was him. I wish you a truly pleasant day. That was the Lee Yun-woo he knew. Chairman. The man opened the car door. Please, get in. I wonder if this is how our Seon-hae felt. Did something happen? How strange. Baek Mu-jin added. It was quite an enjoyable experience. Though not a comfortable one. Baek Mu-jin sank deep into the back seat. Once the man took the driver's seat, the car began gliding down the rutted slope. Beyond the darkly tinted windows, moisture-laden forest rushed past. I'm relieved there were no particular problems. You went through a lot, driving all the way out to Gapyeong. Thinking of the resignation letter I'll be writing soon, this is nothing. Insolent thing. I understand you've already approved it. Every useful person is leaving. If you'd invested a bit more in raising your children, the situation would be better than this. I recall investing quite a bit. In the familiar silence that settled, Baek Mu-jin asked. His tone was offhand. Going to say, you misunderstand again? Yes. I trust we can keep it under 3 on the drive to Seoul. I'll keep that in mind. Baek Mu-jin always looked at history and value. The same applied to his own bloodline. What was precious deserved corresponding treatment. That was why Baek Mu-jin tolerated such insolent conversation. The object was worth that much, so he extended that courtesy. The road needs to be blocked. The road? The Dakibi requested that I block the road as its gift. Then there'll be less fodder for the labyrinth. That's what it wants. Is it hoping to starve to death? It seemed to be mulling over a solution. For a Dakibi of that disposition, it might be better to just. The door cannot be closed. Baek Mu-jin opened his tumbler himself. A peculiar herbal scent filled the car. All manner of unwholesome things converge on that building. What good would closing the door do? And if the door were forced shut? The spirits with nowhere to go would scatter in every direction. Chaos everywhere. Isn't that too heavy a burden for a young Dakibi to bear alone? How can I dissuade someone who says they want to do it? That impossibly stubborn creature. Baek Mu-jin felt he understood the Dakibi's character. Its energy was so clear and pure it rivaled that of a Taoist sage, but had it not exerted such effort, it would certainly have become a madman who ruled the world. Had it truly wanted out, it would have died. In all sincerity, with everything it had, it would have sought a way out of that position. It had been born under the star of a tyrant but was by nature a wise ruler, and so had become a walking contradiction. Then it truly was an offering? Yes. It seems someone who originally belonged to the background was swept up in the creation process and trapped. Yet in the midst of all that, it became a Dakibi and still never abandoned its humanity. Whether it had been unable to abandon it, or whether it had emerged along the way. It would have been easier had it been fully consumed and lost its sense of self. Neither dead nor alive. Unlucky to an extraordinary degree, and the world called even that a miracle. Every part of it was a masterwork. I understand what you mean, Chairman, and I know what you intend to do. However, it is of high value, so leave it be. It is a predator that can find its own way without being touched. It is not for a tender-hearted child like you to try to coddle. He could see the veins standing out on his precious youngest son's temple. This family and their tempers. Are you angry because I've slighted you so? You misunderstand. 2 left. I'm keeping count, Chairman. I wish I could have seen that much of it in person. The immense power radiating from that being was in a class apart from any other existence. An aura reminiscent of a mystical spirit creature, and the unpredictable hotel management alike proved its extraordinariness. That neat black hair, the pristine expression, and beneath it all, those feral, elongated eye corners. Its behavior is that of a fox, but those eyes belong to a man-tiger. Its energy sinks into the abyss like an ice-cold lake, yet its presence is overwhelmingly beyond compare. And still, the demeanor it puts on is eerily gentle and composed. Admiration crept into Baek Mujin's voice. And yet it considers itself a person and seeks to live as one. How such an alien being wearing a human mask could do so, it is truly a specimen beyond all standards. Ah, and quite shameless, too. Baek Mujin held up a wine bottle. The man spoke in a restrained tone, as if suppressing a sigh. If it has a human form and a human way of thinking, then ultimately it is human. A person. 19 years old. Its body appeared so. And its mind? I'm not so omniscient as to determine that. Has it been trapped in there its entire life? From that perspective, it wouldn't be strange to call it a child. Trapped in repeating time, dying and reviving countless times while retaining the same body. A being that had never once had the opportunity to experience the passage of time in society. Who could dare to guess the age of such a thing? Even so, it knew how to conceal its true nature and mingle with people. Putting on such a sedate front that any hot-tempered observer would be infuriated. Could it function in society? Child. Baek Mujin admonished his dear youngest son. If you force a dog or a cat to stand on 2 legs and dress it in clothes, would it be comfortable? It wouldn't, but the hotel's master considers itself human. It may soon come to learn. Learn what? Well, that humans aren't worth that much. In the end, it would arrive at that conclusion. Weak and pathetic. They claim desire as a right and mistake convenience for freedom. They blame chains they chose for themselves on compulsion, and sell tomorrow's possibilities for today's pleasure. My life is this way because of fate, they say, taking cowardly solace in evasion. They flee from pain but refuse to give up their shackled lives. They grumble while bound, without the courage to untie a single knot. That is what humans are. More talk than any other creature. They cry for freedom yet have no intention of paying its price. They even hypnotize themselves with, "I had no choice," and "this is the wise path," and delude themselves into believing that a devil shaking their leash is a road to salvation. The man asked with a sour expression. A remarkable perspective. I didn't expect someone who understands the value of talent better than anyone to hold humans in such low regard. Naturally, these aren't my views. Whose, then? The devil's, I'd say. The devil? And so? Baek Mujin asked. What do you think? Father. Do you think differently? The man spoke. His tone was measured. No. Yes, yes. Baek Mujin nodded as though soothing him. That one cannot become human, and must not. He scrutinized the wine bottle Yunwoo had given him. The neatly packaged bottle gleamed with a dark, smooth luster. But inside, it would be filled with the clear, pure wine he had tasted. A tiger may hide its claws, but does that mean its fangs are hidden too? And if that were possible, well, that would be quite unjust in its own right. In this world, there were assuredly beings born as predators, for whom devouring was the natural order. Let's see how long the tiger can graze on grass. Your hobbies are deplorable. Now that a being of that magnitude has revealed itself, whether it wishes it or not, its name will be heard before long. I sincerely hope that happens after my affairs are all settled. If only you had an ounce of initiative, this old man wouldn't have had to drag his aging body out in person. I don't want to evolve. Insolent thing. Setting down the wine bottle, Baek Mu-jin whispered into the empty air. I should have asked whether it was carrying a card. Someone. Yun-woo murmured. Sixth sense. Someone spoke while looking at me. It feels like someone just cursed me to become the villain. Yes. Yes. The sixth sense activates even on guests who've left the hotel. Yes. It also helpfully broadcasts scenes I'd rather not see. Yes. Has it lost its mind? This ability apparently had no concept of privacy invasion. It wasn't like this when it was a game. Really disappointing in so many ways. Yun-woo lay down on the bed in the operator's quarters. His eyes burned from staring at the management module's hologram the entire time. It wasn't his imagination. Yun-woo wiped the bloody tears streaming from his eyes with his hand. My body truly doesn't listen to me. A blood-soaked hand. Revulsion washed over him. This hotel didn't have a single proper set of sleepwear, and his body spilled blood at random intervals. His compulsion about keeping his bedding and clothing clean at all times was rendered meaningless by reality's state. Being unable to live as a person was a far more draining affair than one might imagine. Ha! He felt like losing his mind, but he composed himself. One thing became clear through my conversation with Mr. Baek Mu-jin. The background lore of this game has also been made real. At minimum, a corresponding wait of time exists. Baek Mu-jin had said it plainly. That he'd smelled corpse stench and blood. That he'd heard screams layered upon screams, and even sensed prayers directed at a god that should not exist. If he was the type of person with that kind of supernatural ability, then yes. That. Pardon. The fact that our nation's conglomerate chairman is secretly an Esper remains staggering, but setting aside that impression and returning to the main point. Yes. What he perceived clearly aligns with Hun's background lore. A disguised hotel built for the unethical experiments of a cult. A massive dungeon born from the negative sentiments concentrated there. That was the hotel's true identity as described in the game. But questions remain. The game was nothing but fiction, and just because it's been realized in reality, a history that never existed can't suddenly spring into being. That's a causal contradiction. It doesn't make sense. Where did that history originate? Was the in-game narrative actually a real history that existed, and an entire hotel from another dimension was transferred here? Or, if not even that. Hello. Squish dash. Just as he was about to sink into a swamp of thought, a soft sensation pressed against Yun-woo's face. Please get off. Tisk. Iya. Even while grumbling, Coco obediently climbed down. When it wasn't about hotel management policy, it was a remarkably agreeable cat. Not that it was by any means a well-behaved one. At any rate, the one certainty is that the game has become reality. And so. The sheer absurdity of that is what gets me. Pardon. To me, it was just a game. Every gamer has imagined it at least once. How wonderful it would be if in-game currency and resources were real. How fun it would be if this virtual world actually existed. Of course, given this game's nature, I never once thought that. Regrettably, that fantasy had now become reality. I'm not exactly thrilled. No. How unfortunate. It wasn't some other genre, it was a horror hotel management simulation. A world brimming with every kind of monster, wicked resource, and cruel recipe. This sort of thing was rather inconvenient to have actually existing in reality. And now I'm one of this hotel's co-owners. Truly maddening. Yun Wu rubbed his face with dry hands. My body's become a game character, the hotel's history and resources all originate from the game. And yet I'm hearing people seriously talk about devouring and repeating death. That's a bit. A bit? A bit. It was. Honestly, he was embarrassed. It's all game lore. There was a cringeworthy aspect to claiming he'd actually experienced it. He'd certainly gone through it as a game, but it hadn't been real. Yet now, that fabricated history had become fact. He really had died, too. Though he'd come back in the end. I feel like I'm not acting my age. A bit. You're making excellent use of that phrase, Coco. The impact was considerable. It felt like hearing a friend or colleague say, "Yeah, that's a bit much." It's not that I'm failing to grasp reality. I'm not avoiding it, either. I clearly recognize that this hotel, my body, and the surrounding situation are all real. Yes. But with each passing day, I find myself regarding myself more as a game character than a human being. Despite being on guard against it. As if it were a natural evolution. Yes. Maybe that's why, the situation doesn't feel all that serious. If it were anyone other than Yun Wu, they would die. Inside this hotel, Yun Wu wouldn't. That was why, at this juncture, he couldn't help but sink into a fundamental dilemma. How am I supposed to go on living? It was a contemplation of his own trajectory and this hotel's direction. Hello. Is that a question asking whether I've already gotten to the point of questioning my identity? Yes. If you thought I could resolve that by worrying about it right now, you'd be sorely mistaken, Coco. Identity was something that formed naturally as you lived. Just as a kindergartner who screamed, "I'm a fire truck," would grow up to become an upright taxpayer, he too would one day come to define himself. The problem is the process of getting there. No. Don't reject it before you've even heard it. Yes. If I were to return to society someday. No. Do you have any intention of listening to me? No. Yun Wu ignored it. Even assuming I return to society, normal life is virtually impossible with this body. Thanks to that, I had to exercise extreme caution the entire time Mr. Beck Mujin was here. Game system, Crimson Core commentary ritual, high-level bug, the Drenched One's contract. Because these elements are tangled together, I've been reduced to a vulnerable state and have spent most of my time holed up in the operator's quarters. I can perform tasks remotely through the management module from inside my quarters, but the survival threat the moment I step outside the door is simply too great. Yes. It's that kind of game, so naturally. Hun was, at its core, a game where you learned by dying. The aftermath of dying is one problem, but now that resurrection consumes enormous resources on top of that, a situation where I truly must avoid death has arrived. Yun Wu checked the management module and added. Even if I'm only accepting monster guests from the open version, that doesn't mean the environment is suitable for housing civilians. No. I'm not listening. We're not taking human guests. At any rate, for these reasons, the rate at which hotel resources accumulate is painfully slow. At this pace, I can't even procure items to counter the Drenched One's contract penalties. Yes. Which is why improving my physical condition isn't optional, it's mandatory. But the concern was. The real issue is that, having already entered the main game, leaving this body unattended carries a high risk of system runaway. Under the current operating framework, there's simply no way to carve out research time. Research? Right, the body isn't even my specialty. There'll be a lot of trial and error. And the foundation was woefully insufficient to automate the entire hotel. So I've been thinking, Coco. Pardon? In this game, there was definitely, GKH, Bleck. NOO. Having vomited spectacularly on the quarters bed, Yun Wu resumed as though nothing had happened. In this game, there was definitely a maintenance function. The maintenance function. A feature that paused hotel operations to reconfigure new facilities, themes, or concept spaces. Hotel decorating, or HODECO, as Yun Wu abbreviated it. Originally, it's a feature only worth attempting for veterans who've cleared all the way through the closed version. If I recall correctly, it's a hidden function obtained by conquering the non-existent floors completely unnecessary for standard play. When you were already swamped just running the hotel, who had time to decorate? For ordinary players, guest management and facility maintenance alone were overwhelming. This was content genuinely meant for players with nothing better to do. However, as I recall, this feature only unlocks after clearing the central control room, doesn't it? Yes. How unfortunate. Yunwoo dragged his heavy body upright. Sitting blankly at the head of the bed, he looked exactly like an office worker contemplating death rather than the morning commute. The need to visit the central control room to activate this function is a confirmed matter. The problem is that it's located on one of the non-existent floors, so the conquest process is rather involved. No. I don't think you should blindly defend your own hotel with your eyes and ears shut. There were aspects that were hard to look at even in the game, and now that it's become real, I'm curious how they'll turn out. This was the part Yunwoo was worried about. Hoon is rated 19 and over, after all. It went without saying, but death was commonplace and the process was cruel. That was also why Yunwoo had died so many times during the tutorial. And right now, my body is no better than soft tofu. What I'm asking is whether this body can withstand the high-intensity cutscenes of a 19-rated game. A heavy silence settled over the once comfortable quarters. I'm glad I'm not the only one who's worried. And here I thought I was just being a worrywart. First, Yunwoo spoke while circling the 19th floor guest corridor. I understand that dying is an option. No. Yes, it is. I'd resurrect after dying, but because the game system applies imperfectly, there's a high chance my already wrecked physical condition would deteriorate further after each revival. Yes. Yes. Yunwoo felt like going a little insane. Nothing goes the way I want. This hotel wouldn't let Yunwoo die. He could practically feel its frantic determination to keep him alive through his skin. But if the cost of that was becoming even softer than he already was, that would be a problem. Any softer, and I'd just be water. In reality, Yunwoo's current state was little more than a mass of liquid blood. A few more deaths, and he truly wouldn't be able to maintain a human form. The thought alone is horrifying. Yes. Thank you for understanding. Humans were creatures that depended considerably on sight. If he became a mass of liquid blood, he couldn't even begin to imagine how the humanity he'd so carefully nurtured would erode. So. Yes. Bugs from clearing the tutorial with exploits cause the character sprite to glitch, a known side effect. Let's apply that to this body. What catastrophe would unfold if the real me entered a sprite corruption state? No. Your fluency improves at the strangest times. Yes, that's exactly it. The conclusion was singular. He should avoid dying as much as possible. The problem is that wanting to survive doesn't necessarily mean I can. Muttering this, he surveyed his surroundings. I did bring the tools I estimated would be most useful, but whether I can employ them properly in the chaos of the moment is another question. But he'd steeled himself mentally. Now he just needed to enter the event. The room hasn't appeared yet. He'd been searching from the top down, but room 14 hadn't been found yet. It was only a matter of time, though. He was looking for the event location to find the supplies needed to reach the non-existent 14th floor. Let's try one more floor down. Yes. The two boarded the elevator. The descent to the 18th floor was brief. My senses are far sharper than during the tutorial. It's different from when the player received the game character's information indirectly, like a signal being received. The lack of any sense of reality is the problem, if anything. The elevator doors opened, and Yunwoo stepped into the corridor. That said, it's an undeniable fact that I've become able to perceive pain. Which is another reason to improve my physical condition as quickly as possible. In a hotel overflowing with ways to die, if I'm repeatedly exposed to pain and death even if only as information, it's only a matter of time before my brain is damaged. I don't want that. Yes. But the thing about humans. What pitiable creatures. Sometimes they die from too much pain. Yes. Commonly known as shock death. Cases where the autonomic nervous system collapses from extreme pain or psychological trauma, blood pressure plummets, and death follows. Or voodoo death, psychogenic death, where a powerful emotional shock causes the heart to stop suddenly. These aren't rare among humans. How much of his thin medical knowledge would hold in this world, he couldn't say. But this body was no longer a mere pile of game pixels. Strangely enough, it was subtly following the composition of a human body. I need to dredge up every scrap of knowledge I have and then some. I have to think. For the sake of dignity. So it's not a situation where I can relax just because it's perceived as information. Yes. What if I go into shock from information overload? What if I lose even this form as a result? Or what if a sight before me inspires such terror that my heart stops? Then he'd regress beyond soft tofu into water tofu. I'd rather avoid that scenario. Coco. I see. Thank you. I'll take that to mean you feel the same, Coco. Yes. You seem rather deflated. Indeed. The prospect of him becoming water tofu didn't seem particularly pleasant for Coco either. For such a wicked monster cat, it was rather merciful, he thought, as he refocused on the present situation. It's a game built on pixel art, but Hun is a game with cutscenes. I've replayed the files so many times I've memorized them, and there are surprisingly many cutscenes. And every last one of them was unspeakably brutal. So what I'm trying to say is, this is why I didn't want to leave my quarters. Room 1814. A door, slightly ajar. His gaze dropped. A slender, skin-stripped hand extending from within had clamped firmly around his ankle. Oh. An empty corridor. May I have some? The blood-loving guest asked. Asked politely. Asked at a bare wall where nothing stood. May I have some? Since nobody answered, the guest waited. Blood pooled thickly below the wall. May I have some? Atop it, one neatly severed hand. A single wrist, still primly gloved, vivid red. Upon the gore-stained flesh. 5 fingers, straight and splayed. Pretending to be meat. Velmareth. So it's you. Ah. Ah. It would taste so good. Crash dash. His body slammed into the floor in an instant. What kind of strength? It felt as though the skin of his ankle was being ripped off. There was no time to scream against the monstrous pressure, like being clamped in a steel vice. Yun Wu was dragged across the floor, clawing at it. Ugh, why dash? Screech dash. This deranged hotel, honestly. Even as he was being dragged, the doorframe of room 1814 came into view. Yun Wu grabbed it reflexively. No, it was closer to an automatic input than a reflex. A predetermined sequence from a cutscene. Yun Wu knew the next scene all too well. The door drops from above like a guillotine blade, fast. Ah. This is maddening. Crunch dash. A sickening sound of rupture. His arm convulsed. The sensation of his wrist being severed was vivid. The door slammed shut with a deafening crash, his right hand caught in the gap, and his body was yanked the other way, torn clean off. The severed hand was left sitting alone in the corridor. That was the cut scene he saw. The blood flowing through the gap where the door had vanished into the wall, and the hand left behind. Thud, screech dash. Ha. Even as he was dragged helplessly, Yun Wu felt a stab of admiration. It had been one of his hypotheses, but he hadn't expected the player's perspective to project into reality and allow him to see scenes from invisible angles. A peculiar phenomenon. This too must be a mechanism of the hotel, so if he analyzed it properly later, it could be put to good use. I'm aware this isn't the time, Coco. His body, being hauled at tremendous speed. Mercifully, thanks to the game's allowances, being dragged across the floor didn't destroy his clothes. But any further delay and it would truly be game over. The owner of this hand would kill Yun Wu. I can't afford more deaths and resurrections. I need to break free of this grip. If it follows the game, a mechanism should appear soon. Yun-Woo darted his eyes around. Dim scenery whipping past. Within that darkness, flashes of dark crimson gazes. And at last, he spotted it, a lever. If I pull that. Clunk. Ah. Boom dash. Wham. Dash. He sucked in a ragged breath. An isolation shutter that had dropped in an instant slammed into his back. He'd been hauled at high speed and then hurled mid-trajectory. His arms, which had been clutching Coco without realizing it, went slack. His back tingled and his arms trembled. Separate from perceiving pain merely as information, a groan tore out of him involuntarily. GKH, NGH. Thud. Bounced off the shutter, he crashed face first into the floor again. T-dash. What kind of ordeal was this? Like a rubber band toy for children. Unbearable revulsion surged. He despised the way his body flailed about beyond his own volition. No matter how paper-thin his body was, this had crossed the line and then some. With trembling arms, he braced himself against the floor and propped up his torso. All right, fine. The metallic tang of blood mingled with his labored breath. Right, then. Time to pull himself together. I perceive the pain, but it isn't agonizing. This contradiction bewilders me every time. Don't you think so? No. You wicked little cat. No. Ha. His ankle throbbed. That was how he perceived it. Glancing sideways, he saw several blood-soaked fingers embedded deep in his ankle. Yun-Woo calmly regarded the grotesquely elongated arm extending from those fingers. Slumped on the floor, he surveyed the bizarre appendage with a dry gaze. Cut off. The descending shutter had severed it in one clean stroke. A hollow laugh escaped. Ha! We're in the same boat, it seems. Bang dash. Crash. Crackle. As if in reply, violent noise erupted from beyond the shutter. Despite the considerable thickness of the steel door, the vibrations carried through clearly. The way back was now completely sealed. Swallowing the fatigue that surged toward him, Yun-Woo let out a quiet breath. He stared at the translucent interface window hovering in the air. I thought I'd prepared well enough. Inventory. A space for storing and retrieving objects that Yun-Woo recognized as items. At this rate, my preparations may have been for nothing. No. You think? Even with a useful function like this, variables always exceeded imagination. Originally, in event situations like these, there were virtually no means of attacking the monsters. He'd brought makeshift weapons on the off chance that reality might be different, but the situation was far worse than anticipated. No, I deliberated plenty. He simply lacked the capital to procure anything better. Even if I can't use them as direct weapons, they should be useful for other purposes. Hello. I'm fine. Come here. Yes. Good. Yun-Woo extended a shaking hand and pulled Coco back into his arms. Cradling the thing like a squishy bundle of silk, he slowly rose. His thoroughly weakened body swayed. The deformed arm connected to the fingers embedded in one ankle dragged along the floor like a shackle. Well, now. Yun-Woo clicked his tongue and lightly shook his foot. Perhaps because his body was so soft, the monster's deeply lodged fingers came free surprisingly easily. Which meant his own ankle had been half severed in the process, but still. The blood smell is strong. Yun-Woo looked down at his ankle. Coco's gaze followed suit. After staring at the blood gushing there for a moment, Yun-Woo faintly furrowed his brow. No, it's not from there. Drip. Something was falling from a point distinctly higher than his ankle. Vivid red dots appeared on the floor. When he touched his forehead, a sticky, slippery sensation ran down his fingers. It wasn't that his forehead was split. Ah, the sensation at the back of his head was wrong. His entire back was damp as well. Even in his extreme confusion, an ominous certainty seized him. He briefly excused himself from Coco in his arms. One moment. Yes. He tucked Coco under one arm and ran his free hand along the back of his neck. Well, then. All his hand met was blood. There was no such scene in the cutscene. Yes. This must be because I've grown too fragile. Yes. You never mince words, do you? Pardon? Indeed. In the original cutscene, you crashed into the shutter, fell, and got back up, that was all. A situation where half your body turned to mush was absolutely not part of it. Under an intact game system, that is. It's a headache when my body only halfway mimics being human. Calling it a mimicry of being human was generous, really. Since his constituent material was essentially liquid blood, an impact this severe caused the body's tissues to fail to hold together and scatter. Let's see. Fortunately, enough blood remained to maintain his form. Yunwu used blood magic to begin filling the hollowed-out spaces. As time passed, the emptiness in the back of his head and across his back gradually filled in. Having stitched up the torn pocket, there would be no further leakage. Or should I say hemorrhage? Either way, in systemic terms, it was a deficit all the same. I'm little more than an empty shell at this point. Yes. A human-shaped empty shell. I've truly lost my mind. Yes. By now, Coco did seem to be agreeing with genuine understanding. Hello. I'm low on blood. Yes. Is there really no option other than temporarily setting aside my human dignity? Hello. I'm not exactly well. I'm desperately short on blood. Quarters. Bed. Rest. I'm aware of that. Sleeping and waking in the operator's quarters would replenish the missing blood. But right now, he couldn't leave until he completed the 14th floor game. His life, already a candle in the wind, was about to gutter out. Then the options really are. Yunwu looked at the blood-soaked floor. He looked at the shuddering shutter. And he looked at the pitch-dark surroundings. Do you know what I was just thinking? Yes. A serious value conflict has arisen under the overarching premise that my humanity must be preserved. Dignity is also an essential component of humanity, and no matter how desperate my circumstances, the question is whether it's rational to lick my own blood off the floor. But then I also think if I can't stay alive, if this form deteriorates further after death, what good is that dignity? I can't plunge deeper into the abyss just to preserve one shred of dignity, can I? Am I being dramatic? You go uncannily silent at times like these. Yunwu lamented and added. The shutter will be breached soon. Right, dignity or not, the immediate priority was escaping this place. Lapping spilled blood off the floor wasn't a wise choice. Impurities would reduce the efficiency, and licking the floor clean with his tongue would take far too long. At that rate, the monster would smash through the shutter and eat him first, long before he'd replenished anything. If only I'd fully mastered the blood-drinking technique. There were levels to the art of blood consumption. As a novice who'd merely been lucky enough to succeed at the Crimson Core commentary ritual, Yunwu had only learned the primitive method of oral ingestion. Oral ingestion. I'm not in immediate danger of dying. Yes. Right. His phone battery was at about 71%, so to speak. Being down 29% didn't mean the power would cut out immediately. If he conserved carefully, he could last a few more hours. The only thing bothered is my temperament, which can't rest easy unless the battery's above 90%. The coughing fits and nausea that erupted just when things seemed to be improving were a problem, but to see this event through to the end, there was no choice for now. Yunwu adjusted his hold on Coco. It was squishy. There is a way. People. No, that's a pass on my end. I suspect the other party would pass on me, too. Yeah. There are blood packs in here. Packs filled with fresh blood. Finding them shouldn't be too difficult. They're on the way, after all. In the game, they've been used as decoy items to lure pursuers in the later stages of the run. If he cared about appearances, aiming for those was the better option. Well then, now that the situation's been sorted, shall I stop whining? Pardon? It's time to. He surveyed the area. Get to work. Countless holes in the walls. The eyes beyond them were watching Yunwu. 14th floor, Central Control Room. This is the area that controlled every unethical experiment and ritual conducted within the building. Accordingly, the benefits of obtaining the Central Control Room's authority are substantial, but the danger is proportional. Yunwu added, as if asking the cocoa in his arms. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. He walked through the deeply shadowed corridor. The rooms were submerged in silence, yet from behind the countless holes in every wall, innumerable eyes fixed on Yunwu with relentless intensity. The identity of the playable character is a subject even I have pondered for a long time. Human, ghost, or simply a monster? What causal thread bound it to this hotel? The developer said it was up to each player's interpretation. What a deflating answer. Thanks to that, even after knowing this game for over 20 years, I still haven't reached a conclusion. Pardon? The hotel's reactions toward the character are excessively contradictory. Sometimes it attacks with open hostility, and other times it defends in ways that are hard to fathom. There are also moments of complete neutrality. Yes. That's precisely what makes it so vexing. What, exactly, was the general manager in this hotel's history? Yunwu peered into the holes in the wall. But when I'm confronted with a sight like this, I can't help but think that perhaps I, too, was one of the perpetrators. The gazes from within the holes, through the cracked fissures, looking at him. The vivid things within those gazes approached him as deeply as if they were splitting open his entrails. Screams brimming with fear, pain, and anguish. Without a single sound. Without any words or form of language. Without even a cry like an animal's, they were screaming at Yunwu. It creates an unsettling feeling, as though the victims of the past are watching me from sealed rooms. Whether their eyes ask for help or pour out resentment, I can't tell. Noise from somewhere. Yunwu used the mechanical hum as a guide and kept walking. But when you actually open the door and step inside. He pushed open a steel door and entered. There's nothing inside. Yes. As though the gazes that had been pouring down moments ago were an illusion, as though the bloodshot eyes had been a trick of the mind, the room was empty. A single old, dust-covered CRT television sat in the silence. It doesn't work, as expected. In the game, too, it had been a non-interactive background object. Becoming reality hadn't changed that, apparently. Still, it's fortunate, isn't it? Even in reality, I remember every route through this maze. The first time I entered the Room 14 event, this vicious layout killed me quite a few times. Yes. You remember? That's impressive. Yes. Moments like these remind me that you're a being who's been with me for 26 years. Rooms of similar form, connected endlessly. Eyes moaning through every crack in the walls. The only clue was to follow the TV's noise. This part is actually easier now that it's reality. By now he could navigate the route by memory alone even without sound, but back when it was a game, it had been quite an ordeal. The audio difficulty varied wildly depending on hardware performance and sound settings. And when you reached the end of that trail. Ah, right. There you are. All noise cut off in a single stroke. A CRT television in the center of the room. A chair opposite it. A remote control resting on the seat. Yunwu dusted the chair off lightly and sat down. He gripped the remote and fixed his gaze on the screen. Shall we give it a go? Welcome, General Manager. Minigame time. Welcome, General Manager. What sits before you is not merely an old television. This is the Manager Qualification Exam A test to determine whether you are worthy of reaching the central control room on the 14th floor. Test objective. Control the subjects within the chaos. The TV screen flickers through a variety of scenes. Your task is to serve as the central control room's interim manager, identifying the research subjects and researchers on screen and controlling them with the remote. Research subjects, quarantine them so they cannot approach the room where you and the researchers are located. Researchers, protect them from external threats and research subjects so they are neither killed nor injured. Test method. Observe, judge, manage. The screen is rife with heavy noise, distortion, and flickering. In your hand is an old remote equipped with a quarantine button and a safety button. Quarantine button, red. Safety button, blue. Two key targets appear and vanish on the TV screen in very brief intervals. They will be clearly distinguishable even through the noise. Research subjects, figures with twisted bodies, appearing to crawl toward the edge of the screen. Researchers, figures in white lab coats, sometimes appearing to be in danger. The moment you identify a target, you must press the corresponding remote button. When a research subject appears, press the quarantine button to prevent it from reaching you. When a researcher appears, press the safety button to protect them. Multiple subjects and researchers may alternate in rapid succession within a short window. You must identify targets in real time and press the correct button to achieve flawless management. Are you prepared to pass this test and face the hidden truth? Nothing I can't handle. Then let us begin. The test starts now. Management simulation minigames of this sort aren't particularly difficult. I'm not sure why you're disappointed, but Hun was a pixel art game. Large for a pixel art game, granted, but it didn't have the capacity to implement complex AI-driven patterns, as far as I know. Yes. That said, objectively speaking, this does rank as fairly complex. Click, boom. Click, beep beep beep. Click, AGH. I've been playing nothing but this game for 26 years. He'd long since memorized all 48 patterns and then some. The higher resolution actually makes the perceived difficulty lower. The first time I played this game, the crude pixels hurt my eyes so badly I was dying left and right without even knowing what was what. Pixels. Precise inputs like these are hard to pull off with pixel graphics. If I recall correctly, the developer put a lot of effort into color calibration, which barely brought it to a playable resolution. Colors, pixels. A lot of effort. That's right. Not that it stopped my eyes from going blurry. Compared to then, a high-definition screen with a bit of noise is, practically a freebie. Reaction speed, 0.5 seconds. He was keeping his eyes on the screen as a precaution against unexpected variables, but no patterns diverged from his memory. It was merely unfamiliar. Who are they? A game was just a game. Unless based on a true story, it ought to be fictional entertainment. But the beings in the footage beyond the old CRT looked far too much like real people. Not just the people. The facilities, too, and even the movements of grotesquely twisted flesh and bone. They looked like records that must have existed somewhere, on some day without question. So this is what it feels like as actual footage. Pardon? No, it's just that the disconnect from what I'd vaguely imagined is quite large. I keep feeling this, but it's like being at an immersive experience venue themed around Hun. The pixel art was, probably. He nearly slipped up. Yunwoo adjusted his grip on the remote. The pixel art was probably serving double duty as mosaic censoring. The patterns are familiar, but the footage itself feels like I'm seeing it for the first time. Black metal chunks and rusted wires crudely embedded in human bodies. They seemed connected to the nervous system, squirming with each movement, producing a nerve-grating friction. Extremely cruel. Subjects whose body parts had turned transparent or mutated into luminous crystalline structures. Distorted organs were visible through the crystal growth sprouting from eyes, foreheads, lips, and other parts of the body. Occasional blue flashes flickered within. Deeply grotesque. The subjects whose skin had been entirely stripped were also striking. Intricate blueprints and circuit diagrams were engraved onto the exposed dermis. They seemed to have lost even the will to move, standing motionless or embedded in walls. Revolting. Yunwoo watched them all. A being with its neural network fully exposed. An artificial neural network blinked with blue light. Beneath torn skin, it squirmed expressionless, yet weeping tears of blood. It didn't even have the freedom to make a face. Limbs twisted and deformed into spider-like shapes. The entire body bound in old leather straps. Metal fragments and experimental tubes embedded in the flesh, every attempt to escape thwarted by horrific restraints. Parts of the body grotesquely enlarged. An oversized head. Expanded ears. Collapsed on the floor or propped against walls, unable to support its own weight. Behavior suggesting attempts to cover its eyes or block its ears. And that was. Judging by my limited blood magic knowledge, that's unmistakably close to a successful specimen. Yunwu observed every scene without so much as blinking. An observer's position, perhaps, but mistakes weren't tolerated in his case either. I feel very unwell. No. It should have stayed as just a game. If those beings had actually existed. If this footage wasn't mere rendering but an actual recording of some past day. If the suffering preserved there was what he was currently watching. Yunwu would sincerely want to lose his mind. It's not simply that watching unethical footage makes me feel this way. I can see a consistent pattern. The subjects in the footage are clearly being studied for a specific purpose. It had been the same in the game. They prayed to a malevolent god. Rituals were performed in its name. But this is, a bit. The direction. There was a direction to it. The destruction of humanity. Transparency, or crystalline, blue, purification. Not mere physical mutation but an attempt to cleanse. Why would purification and destruction need to coexist? Metal chunks and chains. Torture, presumably, but if it were meaningless torture. Given this level of investment, there's no way it would be. Connected to the nervous system. Repetitively injecting pain to sin. Instilling awareness of sin and purification. This was not simple torture. A cunning injection of suffering through the neural network, and an attempt to shatter the body to refine the soul. To summarize, this was penance. Faceless watchers and facsimiles with only smiles preserved. Masses designed solely for control, castrated of individuality and self, stripped of free will. Why? The circuit diagrams and blueprints engraved on the bodies reduced human flesh to mere components. The modified bodies and artificially expanded senses were forcibly absorbing external information. They wanted evolution. These people had attempted to create beings that transcended humanity. And simultaneously forced penance. Yes, they had attempted to create something sacred. He felt truly unwell. This doesn't look like a mere work of fiction. Yes. It's a deeply unpleasant fact, but I found sections in the footage where blood magic was utilized. And blood magic doesn't belong to the fiction of a game called Hun. It exists in this reality. Yes. These are actual records. Yes. He removed his glasses and rubbed his face. Quite the accomplishment. The minigame was over. A shudder, hideously warped and breached. Darkness settled over the pools of blood glistening in every groove of the cratered floor. Cutting through that silence, the hem of a dark crimson longcoat drifted slowly inward. A man so pale he appeared transparent stopped before the blood. His frame was abnormally gaunt, as though thin leather had been stretched over thick bones, yet the matte longcoat maintained its clean lines. The man's lips didn't stir, but anyone could hear his voice. Oh. With his mouth firmly closed and only a thin smile showing, he asked courteously. Hello. As if itching to snatch something, his knobby fingers twitched in the air. A languid movement that produced not even the faintest friction. May I have some? The blood-loving guest asked once more. Beneath his neatly trimmed nails, dark crimson traces clung like brands. His hands drifted together as if in prayer, meeting at his chest. Every movement was smooth, fluid. Like a painting in slow motion. May I have some? Pupils faintly tinged with the color of dried blood. Clink, clink. The faint sound of cutlery clinking, as one might hear from a kitchen or dining table. The warm noise and gentle sounds of a harmonious meal were layered atop the eerie silence. A harmonious conversation. May I dash? The sounds of a pleasant meal cut off abruptly. All noise drowned in blackness. So it's you. Just one bite. The mouth that had not opened tore open in dark crimson. A tongue made contact. The instant he rose from his seat after finishing the minigame. Yunwu ran a hand over his forearm. Goosebumps. Strictly speaking, his body wasn't normal enough to actually raise them, but that was approximately how it felt. He'd just learned a fact shocking enough to make him doubt his own judgment. He murmured quietly. Someone is currently eating me. Pardon? He was a mass of liquid blood, living blood incarnate. As long as the distance wasn't too great, he could perceive in real time where and how his shed blood was being consumed. Because blood that had left his body was still part of him, and still alive. Who on earth? Who? Ah, hold on. Who? The guest without taste. Yun Wu called the blood-loving guest by name. Still checked in today. A mid-tier erosion-type monster guest. A being with the unique trait of appearing almost instantaneously wherever blood was spilled. The most likely suspect currently sampling Yun Wu's blood. So even during an internal hotel event, it can appear. Unlike the game, this is reality, and there's no reason the guest without taste couldn't come here. Coco. Yes. Yes. Has it lost its mind? A reason to secure blood packs just became urgent. Yun Wu was someone who had to cough up blood simply by existing, a successful subject of the Crimson Core commentary who had contracted a water ghost. He was essentially a smartphone whose battery drained in real time. And now, on top of his reserves being drastically depleted by the cutscene event, a monster guest had entered the picture. If they met head-on, there was only one thing he could offer as a substitute. Climbing onto that person's dining table. Absolutely not. Realizing the situation had turned urgent, Yun Wu let out a lament. Ha, I was in the middle of one of the hotel's rare internal events. Coco looked up with eyes that said, is that really what matters right now? But Yun Wu ignored it. Self-contained events on non-existent floors were rare. Above all, internal hotel events cannot be replayed. The minigame alone had demonstrated that. This place was a concentration of data about the hotel, especially the hotel as it existed now, made real. And it wouldn't even give him time to organize that precious information. This is why there are no other players. Coco was stricken. Its eyes stayed the same, but its mouth rounded into a large O. It seemed to have learned to mimic reasonably human reactions. Impressive, and at the same time, he felt a pang too. If the difficulty had been designed rationally from the start, there's no way I'd have been the only player for all those years. Granted, my buying up the entire copyright and blocking distribution played a part. Yes. Are you taking the developer's side right in front of me? No. I appreciate that. It seemed that between the developer who'd wept in despair at the game's unpopularity and sold the rights, and Yun Wu, the 26-year veteran player and de facto owner, Coco had chosen to side with Yun Wu. The two quickly regained their composure. This was not the time. The guest without taste is pathologically obsessed with consuming blood, and right now, I am blood incarnate. At this rate, I'll be reduced to a handful of meal and vanish into a monster's stomach. That can't happen. Excellent language response just now. Well done. Blood pack. I'll go find them shortly. But first, let me grab some items. Pardon. Pardon. He needed to desensitize himself. Hun featured a dizzying variety of collectible items. Memory cards and sealed records are among them. There are items that can only be found here on the 14th floor, in the hidden room 14. You're well aware of that too, of course, Coco. Yes, you too. I'm asking because I'm not entirely certain. He'd lost far too much blood. With his brain operating at drastically reduced efficiency, he was deliberately speaking his thoughts aloud to organize them. Coco's responses served as a decent verification tool. Since I've successfully completed the test, it should be here now. When the minigame ended and the TV screen went dark, the old, rusted metal drawer supporting it had opened. Yun Wu grasped the drawer handle. There it is. Inside the space, which opened with only slight effort, were old photographs and documents. In the game, this was a non-interactive object until the test was completed. Yes, it can't be. I assumed it was just a background image and didn't even try touching it through my third playthrough. It wasn't until my fourth that I realized it was an element obtainable only after completing the puzzle. Yes. I was deeply displeased. Yes. A secret uncovered only on the fourth playthrough. For someone who prided himself on meticulous play, it was a significant blow to his ego. Yun-Woo flipped over the photograph he'd taken from the drawer. Ah. Pardon. No, a memory came back. Memory card. An item that forced the recall of the memory contained within the corresponding card. It was because of this item that early players had speculated the general manager was a figure deeply connected to the hotel. Whether perpetrator or victim remains ambiguous. Perhaps it truly hadn't been human at all. Something like a surveillance camera, an inanimate object. No matter which memory card he examined, the narration was so excessively detached that the truth remained elusive. The screams of test subjects and researchers' records alike were described with the dryness of someone else's affairs. That said, subjective emotional descriptions weren't entirely absent, which was why Yun-Woo had speculated it was a person. Memory cards are always like this. The narrator feels like a ghost placed squarely in the middle of events. An observer detached from everything, and yet more deeply entangled than anyone. It seems you have nothing to say about this. Yes. An unsolved mystery even within the game. It might have been a part the developer never finished fleshing out, so it was perhaps only natural that Coco-A part of the system couldn't answer. Right. Yun-Woo started to delve deeper into the memory, but stopped himself. This wasn't the time to bleed out while lost in contemplation. He'd already registered the data, so there was no risk of forgetting. Having confirmed the sealed records were also logged in his archive, Yun-Woo rose. Let's head to where the blood packs are. Yes. I hope they work. Whether he could even ingest them properly was questionable to begin with. He'd only recently learned blood drinking, and as someone who'd spent his entire life as an ordinary law-abiding citizen, he couldn't muster any confidence. ****. No. And Yun-Woo vomited blood again. What a truly detestable penalty. A cold laboratory. A man lay limp on a surgical table. Like a living canvas. A researcher was etching an intricate tattoo onto his arm. It was not a simple pattern but a form resembling a complex circuit diagram. With each line inscribed, the body swelled, and the skin gradually turned transparent, revealing the organs within. He writhed and groaned in pain, but no one acknowledged his suffering. The research team recorded the scene with expressions of satisfaction or thirst. A cramped, dark room. A woman stood with metal fragments embedded throughout her body. Countless chains and shackles were connected to her, ceaselessly obstructing movement and inflicting pain. Past the limits of endurance, she slammed her head against the wall, gnawed at her own hands. Why she had to bear such agony, what crime warranted such punishment, it was unknowable. Only the understanding that the suffering her body endured was a ritual, an ordeal. The pain, conveyed as though transmitted whole, communicated the situation. A massive liquid tank. Several human forms were submerged within. Their bodies had been grotesquely transformed, resembling parts of architecture. Limbs had hardened into pillars forming walls, faces had changed into ceiling sculptures. All had their eyes closed, yet one could sense instinctively that they were alive. The liquid in which they were submerged was slowly dissolving them, using them as raw material. Their existence was fading, yet they could not find salvation even in death. This was an experiment and a ritual carried out through the longing of those who sought to achieve. Wiping blood from his lips, Yun-Woo let out a low sigh. Well, now. Leaving the room where the CRT television had been, he found a narrow, elongated corridor. A dark passageway where all manner of dolls hung by their necks from the ceiling, dangling. Truly detrimental to one's mental health. Pardon. I've lost count of how many times I've said this, but a game can only be enjoyed when it's a game. Even if I personally don't feel much from this kind of stimulus, that was when it wasn't real. Stimulus? Yes, right now I feel it in a different sense. I'd say it's harder not to. Wouldn't you agree? Why? I'm an ordinary law-abiding citizen with a standard set of sensibilities. I think it's perfectly reasonable to feel unwell in a situation like this. His reaction fell squarely within the bounds of common sense. Hello. This is out of the blue, but I've been meaning to ask Coco, have you been using hello as a synonym for, are you okay? Yes. No. It's not wrong, per se. It wasn't illegal, after all. Coco isn't exactly in a position where it needs to go out and function in society, and above all, I can more or less understand what Coco is saying. Honestly, that part did bother him slightly. Forced into close contact with the dangling dolls due to the narrow passage, Yunwoo continued. During the tutorial, it was difficult to understand what you were saying. I asked you to repeat yourself many times. Do you remember? Yes. But now, no matter how oddly you phrase things, I roughly grasp the intended meaning. Without even trying to analyze it. Conversely, I can't even explain why I understood it that way. Yes. Let's chalk it up to my outstanding adaptability and reading comprehension. Had something structural changed in him too, when the tutorial ended? Around the time he shook off that thought, the narrow passage ended. And an even narrower path appeared. Ha. Hello. I suppose there's no reason I can't be well. He already knew this path. He simply didn't want to take it. Yunwoo crouched down. The system's crouch function seemed to be working, but a vicious wave of dizziness hit. The combination of a ruined body and excessive blood loss. I'm already dreading the moment I have to stand back up. Hello. I'll be careful. Yes. His vision was already swimming. He was holding himself together, but the fact that a transfusion was urgently needed hadn't changed. He sighed and pushed his body into the impossibly tight ventilation shaft. NGH. Hello. I'm embarrassed to say it, but I may need to eat my words. Pardon. I may not be well after all. Darkness so thick he could barely see ahead. The smell of dust stinging his nose, insect carcasses, and the texture of rotting flesh. He had to crawl through this from here. So dizzy I can barely tell front from back. Blink. Two eyes gleamed through the darkness. Yunwoo let out a hollow laugh. Only your eyes are visible right now. What kind of structure are you in to be there? Given the Coco he knew, there was no way those two round eyes should fit within the field of vision of someone crawling face down. Vertically oriented, at that. If you drop all pretense just because I can't see you, I'll be hurt. Coco was almost certainly not in its cat form right now. Yet nothing tangible touched his hands either. As though it had merged with the darkness itself. Yunwoo let out a small sigh against the pressing claustrophobia of the constricting shaft, then steeled his body again. I understand perfectly that you intend to help me. Yes. Even looking like that, it was leading the way in its own fashion. So that Yunwoo, in his wrecked state, wouldn't lose his way using its own eyes as markers for him to follow. Yunwoo groaned as he dragged his body forward. Thank you. He was in no position to refuse kindness. The gentleman in the burgundy coat tilted his head. He passed the broken CRT television. Making the sound of clinking tableware. Velmareth. Clink. Clink. A white ward suffused with cold. From behind the latticed grate low on the wall, a damp noise seeped through. A clear sound like stepping in a rain puddle, yet far more viscous and heavy. Soon, a vivid red liquid began flowing softly through the gaps, taking shape. Dash. It exhaled a hoarse breath and let its fangs graze the inside of its parted lips. Getting difficult, is it? Coco, having resumed its cat form, trotted across the floor and answered. Yes. This is maddening. It was now beyond anything that could be explained by mere hunger. A strange, unfamiliar emptiness he'd never experienced in his life clawed at his insides. He felt like nothing but an empty shell. I gambled too much. From halfway through the ventilation shaft, he'd lacked even the strength to crawl. His mind grew murky and the penalty intervals shortened. He'd concluded it would be impossible to reach the blood packs at this rate. So he'd resorted to the same kind of insanity as when he'd rescued director Lee Sean-hae. I never imagined I'd use the tool I brought hoping it might come in handy in this way. Yes. How ironic. He'd taken the chainsaw from his inventory, braced it against the shaft, and manually dismantled his own body to pass through. Hello. Yes, I'm alive. The chainsaw was a useful item obtainable without capital investment. Normally used to destroy blocked doors or passages, it couldn't be used for any other purpose in the game. But he'd judged that in this reality-made world, no such restriction applied. A bit heavy, but the destructive power is reliable. Yunwu swallowed a sigh. The losses were severe. The chainsaw had to be left behind on the other side of the shaft. I'm now down to a mere 38% battery. That's how it turned out. If only it were an actual phone battery, but this was blood, woefully insufficient to maintain a body. Still, Yunwu's gamble of prioritizing speed over preserving blood appeared to have paid off, more or less. I never thought I'd be this grateful for packs of someone else's blood. Yunwu headed for the white refrigerator. Opening its massive door revealed blood packs hanging in dense rows. In the game, they'd been background objects with no interaction possible, but now they were tangible reality in his hands. With a brief sigh, he finally placed a pack between his teeth. The fangs he'd pre-sharpened pierced the thick plastic with ease. A raw, viscous rush of blood flooded his mouth. Pack still clenched between his teeth, Yunwu slid slowly down the refrigerator wall and sank to the floor. His breathing gradually steadied. For a long while, the only sound in the ward was that of blood being swallowed. Ha! It was revolting. How unfortunate. Why? It's delicious. I've lost my mind. He'd clearly gone insane. It's so good. Yunwu was a light eater and a discerning one. His aversion to the sensation of fullness had only sharpened his palate. To think the day would come when blood suited my taste. Hello. I wonder how one should feel about that, as a human being. Yunwu bit into another blood pack. The 13th already. This feeling of having become a vampire. An unbearable wave of self-loathing washed over him. Irritation and fatigue surged, yet the vivid taste of blood on his tongue cooled even those into a chill. That contradiction, repeated. But perhaps it's only natural. The most complete nutrient for my body right now would be fresh blood. And there's none of the revulsion of autoconsumption that comes from lapping up my own spilled blood. The problem was that his heightened blood magic senses now read the blood's information the instant he drank it. Details like, male in his 60s, or female in her 40s. Surprisingly, most of what was stored in this refrigerator was blood from middle-aged and elderly people. It was nauseating. Being forcibly made to learn information he'd rather not know was its own kind of torment. But not drinking isn't an option given my situation. According to the records, oral blood consumption was an extremely rudimentary technique. But he had no desire to become proficient in it, either. A true dilemma. Still, processing the discomfort is better than taking another death penalty. One more resurrection here might cost me even my human form. Blood pack. Blood pack. It's a bit eerie hearing you emphasize that word. But the point was valid. He set aside the pack he'd drained to the last drop and retrieved more from the refrigerator. Roughly 30. Not even getting a bloated feeling. How strange. It wasn't eating but absorbing, so in a way it was natural. It's not just the stomach, it spreads through the entire body. A mere dozen odd packs were nowhere near enough to repair his shattered, scattered body. The abysmal conversion efficiency, born of his inexperience with blood magic, was the culprit. Simply swallowing blood didn't solve the problem. This is going to take a while. Yes. A conversion process is needed. When consuming another's blood, a process of fully converting it into the me. Without that step, it was nothing more than temporarily storing someone else's blood in the leather pouch called a body. His head throbbed, perhaps just his imagination. Can't this be automated? Once he gained control of the central control room, the first thing to research would be this algorithm. A field requiring considerable study, clearly. Damn blood magic. However, a thought has occurred to me. Listen, Coco. Yes. Right now, when I drink blood, I can read rough information, can't I? At minimum, I seem able to distinguish age and gender without difficulty. Yes. As my understanding of blood magic deepens, will I be able to perceive even more detailed domains? Pre-existing conditions like diabetes or gout, or even specific personal details. Yes. It sounds convenient, but for now how unfortunate. This was a clear invasion of privacy. Yunwoo resolved that direct blood drinking from another person must be strictly avoided. Not that it would have been easy to attempt if the blood weren't in a processed, packaged state to begin with. I should pre-draw my own blood and store it. I have the operator's quarters bed, don't I? If I draw only as much as won't kill me, recovering from anemia should be easy. A single sleep cycle was all it took to replenish blood. I'll need to determine the maximum safe draw volume below the lethal threshold. I've roughly gauged my limits through this event, so it shouldn't be difficult. Then I'll prepare phlebotomy equipment. Wait, phlebotomy equipment? Did such a thing even exist? No. Not even in the interface shop. Yes. I ask because I don't recall one either. Yes. Yes. This was a problem. At this point, the extraction process itself can be managed however, but storing blood externally without vacuum sealing will certainly cause spoilage or denaturation. Refrigeration has its limits, too. No matter how thoroughly converted into his own blood, biological degradation was hard to avoid. On top of that, it's summer, though of course the hotel itself maintains a comfortable temperature at all times, that alone won't solve this. Yes. This isn't something I can resolve through sheer willpower. Yunwoo stood with a pack still in his mouth. He straightened his disheveled gloves. The hand that had been severed was already perfectly restored. Pardon? Coco somehow understood the affirmative mumble around the pack. While I'm here, I'll take phlebotomy equipment too. Pardon? If delivery doesn't come to this address, just stay put. Yes. It does. Yes. That's a problem in itself, isn't it? Who were they planning to kill now? The delivery driver? Yunwoo could not allow it. It is the core central body constituting the hemobody transition ritual, and functions as an anchor point that determines the direction of restoration within the ritual structure. It exists not as a mere caster or priest, but as the very construct chosen by the blood to remember, often mistranslated as the master of blood. This corresponds to the first memory pillar within the restoration point zone of the structural formula. All hemobody rituals initiate recursive restoration using this as the origin of memory. The blood of Lidmar functions as a circulatory medium that refines the pathways of regression, emotion, and directive information. Certain blood mark commands operate as declarative syntax that make the blood recognize this. When the blood seeks to protect itself, it calls upon this first. Do not allow the boundary between the two to collapse. Malfunction and coagulation must not be tolerated. This is the structure. You will remember it, and become it again. Lidmar is the emotion. You will cradle that blood and hold your tongue. This does not signify qualification, but a seat within the cycle. Worship him. From the moment one stands in that seat, the blood no longer merely restores. It begins to choose, of its own will, what to restore. May you please remember that. Remember. Ah. 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 May I have some? Sir. Yunwoo stopped abruptly and looked behind him. Hello. Heh. Coco tucked under one arm, Yunwoo let out a sigh tinged with revulsion. The blood-loving guest has gotten quite close. Pardon? I've been consuming so much of my own blood that I seem to have started blending with the other party to some degree. I read a fragment of that guest. Pardon? If the synchronization rate has climbed this high, the amount consumed must be considerable. It probably swept through the debris I left in the ventilation shaft. I'd hoped the blood I scattered as bait would hold its attention, how unfortunate. I agree. No matter how much it loves blood, the guest without taste's gluttony wasn't at this level. With this much pursuit, you'd think it would have given up. Yeah. I can't fathom what about my blood it finds so captivating. When he'd tasted it himself, the flavor hadn't been particularly pleasant. Whether that was due to the revulsion of autoconsumption or genuinely terrible taste, he couldn't say. What was certain was that the guest without taste was following the scent of Yunwu's blood with unerring precision, heading directly this way. He quickened his pace through the darkness. In its memories, I saw teachings about a certain ritual. It seems to have had a personal teacher. As far as I know, it was part of the Crimson Core commentary. Far more refined and neatly organized than the records in my quarters. Hello. I'm less disoriented than I expected. I'm clearly aware this is a dangerous situation, but strangely, the danger doesn't feel real. I even have this bizarre confidence that I could devour the other party right here and now. That's something I need to be wary of. Coco, tucked under his arm, paddled its 4 legs as if swimming and wobbled. No. No. Yes. Your faith is excessive. He was not so sturdy a being. Neither in body nor in mind. One wrong move and fragments of the guest's self could blend with his own, causing irreversible contamination. It isn't a pleasant feeling, either. A sense of pressure transmitted, as though trapped within tight, cramped, hot, damp flesh. My blood, too, has considerable grievances about it. An arrogance clawed through his mind to tear apart this bumbling, presumptuous outer skin, to swallow down its brain and heart and nerves whole. That was not Yunwu's own will. He disregarded the sensation. The nerve to be so arrogant when it can't even properly gauge its opponent. If the guest had been easy to handle, he wouldn't have been going through this ordeal to avoid it in the first place. The guest was strong, and Yunwu had a body that would crumble at the slightest touch. Having my thoughts and will pull in opposite directions, as though I've developed a split personality, it's quite distressing. Hello. I can't give you a definite answer, but blood that's separated from my body has truly abysmal self-control. I can only vaguely hope it's something that can be improved through research and training. Yes. Ha. Another person's memories flickered before his eyes like afterimages. A panoramic flash of how a man whose only weapon had been arrogance fell into monstrosity. None of this was in the game. This, too, must be an effect of the hotel becoming reality. I understand the situation. However, at this rate, the monster on this side and the monster on that side may end up meeting head-on. Coco, how do you see it? Yes. As I feared. It wasn't only the guest without taste pursuing Yunwu. This Room 14 event had always been a scenario with a chase built in. And the first pursuit lay just ahead. Tap. Yunwu stopped at the edge of a precipice. The drop is much greater than what I felt in the game. I mean, it looks that way from my perspective. Yes. Yes. Far below the dizzying height, a dark crimson current swirled in a maelstrom. Quite fast. It wasn't simple contaminated water. Chunks of unidentifiable flesh and organs drifted on the surface like flotsam. The first pursuit would take place inside that water. The hand-bearing monster from the beginning of the event separated by the isolation shutter would reach out from openings throughout the water system. To seize Yunwu. I won't die in this pursuit, at least. There was only one route by which a player could die in this section. Drowning. Asphyxiation by water. But for the present Yunwu contracted with a water ghost, his body itself transforming into liquid blood. Death by drowning was a rather distant prospect. Since things had come to this, he intended to make maximum use of the environment he'd been given. Yunwu adjusted his hold on Coco. 2 round eyes gazed up at him. Will you be alright, Coco? The current will be quite fast. Yes. If you say so. Without a moment's hesitation, Yunwu hurled himself off the edge. Let's go for a little swim. Splash dash. Hello. The water was nauseating, but the voice that emerged was perfectly calm. Friend. A tail so long and massive it seemed to fill the entire waterway swallowed Yunwu's field of vision. Then a mouth ripped open, bearing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The fish trapped in water mimicked Yunwoo's words. Friend. Hello. It was the drenched one seen for the first time in a long while. Contracting a monster guest came with enormous penalties, but the benefits were no less significant. Reflecting on the implications of the word contract made that self-evident. The guest had been employed as a hotel staff member, entering a relationship of mutual binding. In certain domains, I can receive their protection. But calling it help felt somewhat imprecise. Since Yunwoo's breath had ceased underwater during the contract with the drenched one, the playable character was, in systemic terms, partly regarded as a water ghost. The discomforts he'd been enduring were largely the result of living outside of water. As a mammal born and raised on land his entire life, it does feel a bit unfair. A fish that could only speak and breathe underwater had been forcing itself to live on land, so labored breathing and a deteriorating body were inevitable outcomes. But stated inversely, while submerged in water like now, he was to some degree freed from both external and internal threats. Having a staff member tag along as an escort is a bonus. Letting the current carry him, Yunwoo glanced to the side. The water ghost whose eyes met his beamed. Hello. Yes, hello. Hello. How long do we have to keep doing this? Ha ha ha. Has it lost its mind? Some guests underwent a drastic personality shift after signing a contract. Those who placed significance on the weight of relationships were especially prone to this, and the drenched one was a prime example. I'd assumed it was because it confirmed I wasn't just a hypocrite running my mouth. When the player chose benevolent options and tried to help the drenched one, it would mock them as a hypocrite. Even as it drew a sliver of warmth and comfort from that hypocrisy. Because the player, after all, continued to walk on dry land and stroll beneath the light. A leisurely hypocrisy only affordable to someone not sharing its fate. But if the player maintained the same course even after the contract, the drenched one would start calling them friend and acting familiar. For the record, it wasn't maintaining the form it had worn during the contract. The drenched one was a collective of countless drowning victims. As proof, the drenched one currently cutting gracefully through the current was in a female body. Where are you going? Down. Further down. I'm not going down. I'll go with you. I'll make a formal request later. Yeah. For now, I'm heading to the record room. What about this? Crack dash. The grotesque hands that had been reaching from the waterway walls were crushed in a single sweep of its massive tail. Oh. Is this one a friend too? Good lord, of course not. Yeah. The drenched one let out a pleased hum. On reflection, it was the melody from the Aqua Park Pursuit stage. The 26-year veteran's mood lifted slightly as a result. Hearing that it wasn't a friend must have pleased it considerably. It was notoriously particular about vetting its contractees' friends. If a contract was signed simultaneously with another water-related guest, aquatic accidents would plague the hotel for an entire week. That was how possessive it was. Even so, something nagged. The monster driving this event isn't water-related, though. Then what was that attack just now? A reflexive territorial response toward a foreign presence swimming in its domain? Normally, in event scenarios, contracted guests didn't personally intervene just because certain conditions were met. The game simply hadn't been that detailed. However, benefits and penalties were faithfully linked. In particular, when submerged in water while contracted with the drenched one, its silhouette would be visible until the player surfaced. Like a crow watching a corpse. In the game. Given that penalties had been applying throughout his journey here, he'd expected the underwater benefits to manifest as well. The drenched one's phantom appearing was well within the predictable range. But this is an entirely different story, isn't it? Crack dash. Crunch, crunch, crunch dash. The drenched one lashed its enormous tail, pulverizing the deformed arms and clumps of hair reaching from the pipe openings. Those monsters were unmistakably the owners of this pursuit. That. Yes. That. It wore the face of someone who'd witnessed something outrageous and couldn't bear not to vent to a friend. Pointing, it asked. What is that? A stalker. We really, truly, very much do not like this. What a coincidence. Neither do I. It seems to keep following. Acting like it owns this waterway. The relentless following, that's the defining feature of a stalker. You've grasped it perfectly. Very displeasing. This must not be tolerated. Do you understand what I'm saying? I understand. Right, yes, you're on my side. My friend. Indeed. A composite voice, difficult to assign a gender. Beyond the chaotic speech pattern, a deep thrumming reverberated through his brain. A vibration reminiscent of whale song, yet far more threatening. Sound effects like this didn't exist in the game either. The same went for this overt protective behavior toward its contractee. It seemed closer to possessiveness or a higher-ranking entity's fury at a lower creature encroaching on its territory than genuine protection. I'd expected it to just exchange greetings and stand by, but it's more communicative than I thought. In the game, this kind of interaction was simply impossible. If it had been, even a pixel art game would have struggled to run. To attribute this solely to the game becoming reality felt insufficient. He had a hunch about the reason. Yunwoo asked, parting the current. Friend. Yes, friend. My friend. Are you remembering me right now? At the question, the drenched one's mouth split open grotesquely. Whatever implication lay behind it, the eyes, drenched in ecstasy, curved into thin crescents. I remember you. Oh, wait. My friend, my kind warmth, our sweet blood. You have no idea how long we waited for you to come into the water. Poor friend, why do you go outside and suffer so? When we've been waiting for you like this. When we're your friends. Are you angry we remembered late? Angry it's always late. I promise, not anymore. Never again. We, all of us remember you. Oh. Well, then. This wasn't something I'd braced for. It felt like being blindsided. He'd already known the drenched one belonged to the metacognition guest category. That was why he'd been privately puzzled about why it had shown no particular reaction or penalty despite recognizing him all along. But now that the game had become reality, emotions beyond mere data seemed to have taken root. I remember you. Yes, so I see. You remember us? Of course. He could hardly forget the guest who'd shoved him into a bathtub at the start of every new playthrough. A water ghost who drowned in water, committing water torture. That was quite a memorable approach. Why have you been out of sight all this time? Should I have shown myself? You're already soaked in water. Should I have? It sounded profoundly significant. May I interpret that as you having been with me the entire time? We're always together. Aren't we, friend? I'd like to ask where, precisely, we were together. Death always clings to your breath. This is maddening. Even needlessly metaphorical speech was fully interpretable now. It was saying it had been stuck to his lungs. No wonder that Baek Mujin fellow looked at me so strangely. That peculiar gaze in the aqua park must have meant exactly this. He'd wondered where the man had read his hotel management style. Turns out he'd read it directly from the guest clinging to Yunwoo's body. How absurd must he have seemed to that man? Where has my privacy gone, friend? Water is always one. I'm water that set up camp outside the water. Doesn't it hurt a lot? Your friend is requesting a minimum of personal space. But you're water too. Even so, we're distinctly separate entities. Let's go down, further down. I'm busy. True to its nature as a water ghost, it wheedled with the tenacity of a child sprawled on a supermarket floor. He'd thought it had a childish side even in the game, but reality had returned the situation far worse. At least a child on a supermarket floor doesn't tackle you into the water demanding you drown together. But veteran caretaker Yunwoo knew. These situations demanded a firm boundary. Friend, please stay in the aqua park whenever there are no human guests around. I'll come swim often. When my tail feels like it's shriveling to death, I'll come straight there without wandering. Your tail mustn't dry out. Will you accept my invitation? Ah, yes. Good. The drenched one's eyes went wide with a grin. The word invitation seemed to have struck a chord. Your hotel has always welcomed us. Where else have you been? This was a point of genuine interest. Yunwoo now knew the guests here were not simple replicas of game data. The Drenched One would be no different. He was curious how far its reach extended into the outside world. But the answer was plain. Perhaps the answer he'd expected. I was just in the water. Only there. A cold, deep, dark house. Was there nowhere that would take you in? No one sees us. No one holds our hand. No one. Sailors sometimes see us, but they flee to shore in terror. The Drenched One's voice underwater was layered. Countless drowning victims' voices mingled, creating a jumbled manner of speech as though a multitude whispered at once. I see. After a brief silence, Yunwoo added. You must have been lonely. Aren't you the same? Aren't you lonely? I wouldn't say otherwise. Humans were social animals. Yunwoo, too, needed connection. But right now there's something more important, so I'm simply holding back. This place. That's right. Tangled beyond tangled, but even that was something to untangle. That was what living meant, and he endured by believing it. Ah. Drifting with the current, Yunwoo seized a lever on the wall. Using the momentum, he wrenched it forward. Here it is. Boom dash. A massive steel gate dropped across the waterway, sending a heavy tremor through the space. That thing can't come here now. Because I've sealed it off. The monster couldn't cross the lowered isolation shutter. The pursuit ended here. Since the creature couldn't muster its strength in the contaminated waterway, there was no worry of it smashing through as before. Surely no more unexpected variables. Yunwoo cleared the debris from his vision and floated toward the surface. Or rather, tried to. Where are you going? He nearly got goosebumps. To work. Busy, huh? The water ghost released Yunwoo's ankle without resistance. Is my ankle cursed or something? The ligaments and sensation in that ankle had long since been damaged in its grip, but he should be grateful it had let go willingly. He was well aware it was the kind of being that would have torn his ankle clean off had it insisted. What strange experiences I keep having. The Drenched One I remember from the game was never a guest this easy to communicate with, contract or no. Yunwoo offered his farewell. I'll see you at the aqua park. Okay, let's play again. A farewell far more subdued than the blind killing intent he'd seen in the game, plain and simple. And from that, Yunwoo guessed the reason. Ah, of course. It was thanks to the memories from previous files. It knows I'll remain a friend without needing to be held captive. Trust, or affinity, accumulated data of that sort, so to speak. In the game, no matter how many files piled up, characters simply moved according to set algorithms. But reality was different. As memories accumulated, so did emotions, and the shape of relationships changed with them. Thank heavens for the memories from the game era. Had this been pure reality, it would have been virtually impossible to convince this headstrong guest to accept the notion that I am a separate being, respect my personal affairs. How remarkable trust that can only be earned by dying in the same fashion for at least 26 years. Even distrust of humans had its limits. Yes, I'll see you next time. Okay, friend. Dozens of laughing voices layered together between the dark crimson waves, and then the Drenched One vanished. Thanks to that, Yunwoo was able to surface without obstruction. Yes. 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 Splatter. Coco shook off the water and looked up at Yunwoo. Hello. Probably. Yunwoo pulled a blood pack from his inventory and tore it open. He brought it to his lips and drained it in one long pull. I feel a bit more alive. Wondering if this was really acceptable, he was suddenly reminded of his old days at the office, when he'd lived with red ginseng sticks perpetually in his mouth. It seemed that in any workplace, an employee needed at least one supplement on hand. In any case, thanks to that, I cleared the pursuit section with an ease that almost felt wrong. It was originally a high-difficulty section where you had to ride the current and dodge the monster's hands or fend them off with weapons. Yes. Well, good things are good. Yes. Yunwoo looked down at his sopping clothes. The clothes weren't a major concern. They'd dry soon enough. Unlike his body, which had been wrecked in various ways, his clothing was still within the game system's jurisdiction. A few steps and there won't even be wet footprints. That was how hitbox detection worked in a low-budget game. Though the quality is surprisingly high for something like that. We're almost done. When Yunwoo picked Coco up, it settled onto his shoulder with practiced ease. Let's head to the final room. The record room. There, the key to the 14th floor awaited. Countless eyes within holes that encircled the entire room. Monitor screens gleaming through every gap, and within them, footage of the past, preserved. The victim's blood, screaming cries, and prayers born of madness. All of it, intermingled, constituted the central control room. Yunwoo approached the center of the room. On the table sat a single metal button, incongruously smooth. The number 14 was precisely engraved into it. The final destination Yunwoo had come seeking. The moment he took the button in hand. Now then. Every screen on every wall burst into static in unison, then began displaying only Yunwoo. From the distance, a monster's wail traveled along the corridor. Let's move immediately, Coco. Yes. They had seen Yunwoo. Honestly, he hadn't been thinking much of anything. He was already struggling just to look after himself. Besides, this had been a game. For a full 26 years, Hun had been nothing more than an object of amusement. Even if it now claimed the tragedies here had been real history all along, how deeply could that possibly resonate? Even if something was felt, it had to be ignored. What else could he do? Yunwoo was not a god, and right now he was in a position where he could barely fend for himself. So don't be stupid and get swept up in sentiment. He needed to make rational, wise decisions. He didn't want to look back after everything was over and regret that he should have been more careful. And yet, just before the second pursuit began, Yunwoo opened and read the materials he'd insisted on bringing. Yes, it was nothing major. He could spare that much time. To reiterate, he despised his own ignorance and loathed belatedly regretting things already past. So before the situation spiraled beyond control, Yunwoo wanted to ask himself in advance. Can I walk out of here as though nothing happened, knowing all of this? He recalled memories that were not his own. What reached him first was vivid suffering. Or perhaps it was a record someone had left behind. The deep resignation of someone who realized they could never return home, to their family's embrace, to an ordinary life. A scream, sinking soundlessly into the abyss of despair. Stripped of rights as a human, treated as less than a living thing, crushed by the pressure of a cramped gap. Every scrap of exhaled breath was suffocating beyond measure. No, it would be suffocating. It would be suffocating, someone had thought. Truly. That was, genuinely. How unfortunate. It upset Yunwoo. Slamming its head. Clawing with its hands. Ah, at last. The door opens. Boom dash. Coco. He called, but no response came. Coco. The same again. It should have been clinging to his neck, yet his ears felt stuffed. No sound reached him at all. He looked around, and the answer came immediately. Room 14, collapsing and warping. Dark crimson blood was backflowing through every hole that had once held watching eyes. Between the cracks in the coarse, rough concrete walls, deformed fingers had sprouted. Yunwoo let out a breath that was half a scoff. And yet they can't even come outside. As though begging to be saved or as though they must kill. Already cracked and torn beyond repair. Those fingers gnawing at the wall as though eating it alive. Gnaw 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 gnaw. Gnaw. Ha. His ears stung. Coco. Yes. He could hear again. Calm down. He forcibly wiped away the afterimages of experiments and rituals clinging to his mind. He barely shook off the nauseating sensation of his brain being contaminated. This was no time to steep himself in such corruption or sentiment. Yunwoo asked his business partner calmly. Are you confident you won't fall off? Yes. Splendid. Grotesque sounds poured into his ears. The laughter of someone gone mad, the thudding of a skull being smashed against a wall. He desperately wanted to cover his ears but couldn't. This was a section where listening determined survival. Boom dash. Rumble. As you're aware, we're currently being chased. Yes. I'd like to pick up speed. He wanted to go faster, but... It was impossible. This was the maximum speed Yunwoo could currently produce. He was running. Had been, from the moment he'd left the final room. The second pursuit had been forcibly activated the instant he'd secured the elevator button. I know the situation is urgent enough to demand more speed, but exceeding the character's system-defined speed will overload my body. My condition is already a wreck, so I need to be even more careful. Pushing for more speed could cause his body to scatter into liquid blood entirely. In any case, you'd best hang on tight. Yes. Coco dangled from behind his shoulder. It looked like an upside-down necklace or scarf. The fact that it had no perceptible weight and caused no hindrance was a small mercy. Yunwoo sharpened his attention to the incoming sounds. Crash dash. The sounds are getting closer. Reflecting on the game's specifications, the monster's speed was fractionally faster than the character's maximum. To survive this second pursuit, he had to select nothing but the correct route without a single moment's hesitation. Right, so. The right path. I have them all memorized. Yes. But now that it's reality, it is rather confusing. Was this section, pattern 21? No, 94. Not this one either. Yunwoo veered sharply into the right-hand passage. Almost got caught just now. The interface map did display an escape route, but it was a trap. Certain paths had collapsed or had monsters lying in ambush, so which route was correct had to be judged independently. Right here, then left, then the next one is, this isn't that pattern. Then right, then the stairs. First, the red lighting. Correct paths had stable lighting, false paths flickered. But some corridors had no red lighting at all. That was when listening became necessary. Correct paths were relatively quiet or produced only old mechanical hums. Traps had distorted screams or whispers. Not this one either. Yes. This is maddening. Even when both seemed correct, if vibrations could be felt in the air, it was a trap. A fragment of the monster lurked there. Going in meant instant death. This demanded genuine caution. Which pattern is this? 55th. 32nd. No. I'm sure now. 73rd. Yes. Of course it had to be the longest pattern. Not welcome news. The chaos is unbelievable. The ceiling, which had been nothing but darkness, was packed with monitors clustered like insect egg sacs. Each flickering screen replayed the footage from the interim manager test on loop. Fingers gnawing at the walls. A floor shuddering and quaking behind him. Monitors splitting with cracked static. Hello. No. Bang. Bang 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 dash. Not well at all. Pleading, reddened gazes, and the desperate pounding on iron doors. Through every narrow gap, deformed or crushed body parts forced their way into the corridor. All to seize one man, Lee Yunwoo. Deeply unpleasant. Who had designed this hell? He prayed that all of it was nothing more than an elaborately staged performance. A mere attempt to frighten the player, not someone's actual resentment or suffering, preserved. Please let it not be. Ha! A hollow laugh escaped. This wretched world. He was filled with revulsion. He couldn't help but ask himself. If this is truly a real situation, is it right for me to just run away like this? After all. Whatever the reason, I'm currently this hotel's manager, the only person who knows what's happening here. The question that had tormented him throughout the journey now stood before its final chance. The Room 14 event occurred only once. New variables might be found in the realized system, but fundamentally, once Yunwoo left, Room 14 would be sealed forever. Then do all the beings here die? Sleep eternally? Or would they be trapped all over again? Yun-woo recalled the game's hotel lore and felt like losing his mind. They had been imprisoned for far too long. Eons upon eons. Surely they craved death as a mercy. I truly don't understand why this is being done to me. No. No, I don't understand. I still know nothing. No clear answer came. Coldly speaking, feeling unnecessary responsibility in this situation was tantamount to volunteering to be an idiot. And yet he kept weighing the future and the possibilities. Because Yun-woo had ultimately failed to discard his humanity. And the price of that was his alone to bear. The responsibility of having decided to live as himself. If I recall correctly, the monster driving this event is not classified as a staff member. Yes. How unfortunate. This event fell under horror elements. If the hotel system deleted the data upon the event's conclusion, Yun-woo would have no way to intervene again. I'm already struggling just to look after myself, and yet this situation won't stop scrambling my brain. That said, the conclusion he'd reached wasn't entirely non-existent. He wasn't sure this was right. When this is over, I really need to rest. A groan slipped out unbidden. He couldn't determine whether the alternative that had surfaced in his mind was a path that preserved his humanity or one that abandoned it entirely. In the end, it came down to which value Yun-woo weighted more heavily. Let me clarify one thing. Yes. The standard strategy is to toss blood packs along the path. Like Hansel and Gretel. The key is buying time while the pursuing monster absorbs the blood. Yes. Of course, it can't be overused. The more blood the monster absorbed, the stronger and faster it became. It was a last resort for when you'd lost your way. In the current state with every route memorized, not using them was the correct play. Above all, these fresh blood packs are resources I'll desperately need later. Yun-woo eyed the blood packs filling his inventory and narrowed his gaze. Should I just run? Or should I gamble? A scoff escaped. I'm torn. What do you think? How unusual to get no response, Coco. Nothing to say. That means you can't firmly decide for or against. I understand. The risk and the return are both equally stark. As confirmed during the first pursuit, the Room 14 monster was weak against contaminated blood but blindly drawn to fresh blood. And Yun-woo, in the most extreme summary, was himself a living mass of liquid blood. If I let myself be consumed, revert to liquid blood, and inversely absorb the monster into my body, I could take it with me even after leaving this event zone. As long as he didn't run the conversion process, it wouldn't become him. It would simply be held inside the vessel called his body. Once secured, he could take his time in the lab to find a proper way to handle it. That was the alternative Yun-woo had devised. I'm hardly in a position to call myself sane. He'd lost count of how many times he'd voluntarily done something insane. But the instinct that he must not look away gripped the back of his neck. The gazes and fingers behind the walls were phenomena, but the being pursuing him was different. It felt similar to what he'd sensed from the monster guests. Perhaps, living things. Or perhaps people. He was exhausted. With the urgency of someone cramming a kimbap roll into their mouth on the morning commute, he pulled out a blood pack. He was fortunate to have swept up both the phlebotomy equipment and everything else. Yun-woo bit down on the pack. From here on, it was a war of volume. To face this head-on without system support, he needed a full tank first. I'd rather act than live the rest of my life carrying this discomfort. No. This wicked cat. Yun-woo ignored it and drank. What an uncouth thing to do. Even at company dinners, drinking to liven the mood, he'd never chugged this hard. Please. I want to get out. At first, someone wished. People will notice I've been dragged here. Before long, a great many people wished. The police will investigate, for sure. It's fine. It won't take them that long to find me. If I behave, I can go home in one piece. Then came the doubts. How long is this pain going to last? Why isn't anyone coming to find me? Don't tell me I have to stay here forever. And then, they hoped. Please, let today end quickly. Let this pain be over within today. At last, they understood. Ah. No one is coming to save me. It was a despairing realization. But that was not the end. These unknowable tortures and rituals showed no end in sight, and eventually they reached a point where the pain simply would not stop. How terrible that was, those who have not lived through it could never know. It hurts. It's agonizing. Please. Gradually, they lost the shape of a person. No. Save me. No. Kill me. They had already resigned themselves. The hope that they could escape alive, that things could get better than this, they had abandoned it long ago. And even having abandoned it, the horror remained. Should things not at least be better than this? They had miserably given up on survival. Given up on the normal life they once had. Given up even on hope. At least better than this. And yet, why could they not lose their minds? Why? They wished they could just go mad. How happy they would be if only they could let go of their sanity. If they could escape from this pain, from this despair, from this terror for even a few seconds, they would do anything. But they could not. They were not granted even a moment's peace. There had been a commotion. And yet unable to die, we are trapped. Please. We're here. We're right here, so why did you close the door? Kill us. If that's not possible, then let us out. It's too cramped and suffocating here. This place was not a single space. Rooms stretching on without end. In each room, air hung heavy and oppressive. The ceilings pressed low and the gap between walls was narrow. No matter how far they reached with outstretched arms, there was no escape. Open a door and a new room appeared. But they were all the same. Nothing changed. Were they circling the same place, or was it simply the same room repeated endlessly? It hurts. We keep hurting. It hurts so much. Heat that felt as though blood would evaporate. Cold that pried apart every joint. Light that scorched skin and darkness that blinded the eyes. Among the hopes being severed, the most terrible thing was something else entirely. They were never alone. An existence that was neither one individual nor separate individuals. In that cramped vessel, multiple beings were crushed and mixed together. Clumped into a single form. It's suffocating. It's too tight. I can't breathe. Arms and legs were bound to one another's bodies. Heads grew from places that were not their own bodies. Flesh and bone were always slick with sweat, blood, and alien mucus. Some wailed. Some silently gasped for breath. Some scratched endlessly at the walls with their fingernails. No amount of scratching could carve an exit, and yet they could not stop. In that cramped vessel, the pain did not end with a single being. It's unbearable. Please. The agony of one being flowed into another. The sensation of muscles tearing. The sensation of bones twisting. The sensation of lungs bursting, all mixed together and circulated. An unbroken circulation. The sense of time had collapsed. A sealed room where not even the sky, not a single ray of sunlight, not a single blade of grass could be seen. Denied the mercy of death, they were pushed endlessly from room to room. This time. Maybe this time. Each time a door opened, the thought, maybe, arose, but terribly, there was always only new pain waiting. Nothing existed but endless circulation and compression. But still, you never know. No one had ever told them this pain would never end. No one had ever told them there was no exit somewhere in these rooms. And so they wandered, repeating despair and suffering. Maybe this time. Maybe this time will be different. After all, this place was the belly of eternity. Ah. They volunteered for suffering. And so they lived in despair. The door opened. Groping hands. Arms outstretched. Bodies moving. This is the one. They seized that ankle. Please. Don't run. Don't run. Don't run. Ugh, wait. Please. Don't run. He alone could open and close the door, just once. Please, look at us. There are people here. There are so very many people here. If you pass us by like this, if you leave me here and go, we'll just be trapped forever. I'm right here. Please look at me. Please look here. They pulled him from so very far away. Drew him in as deep as they could. And then they pleaded. They screamed with everything they had. They wanted to make themselves known to this place's new master. But all that came out was a terrible wailing. Some among them realized this. Others did not. And yet, together, they wept, shrieked, and screamed. There are people here. Please. Save us. Because they had not gone mad, because they still could not die. They wanted to live. Ah. They had lost him. No. They pounded on the door with desperate force, but it would not give. They tried once more to get him in their grasp, but the room was too vast. Where? Where? Where is he? Where is he? This won't do. At this rate, he'll walk out alone. Leaving us behind. Here. Leaving us here. Through the agony of a body burning alive, they reached out a hand through that current of water. Their eyes had not been wrong. He had called even monsters his friends. He would call a conglomerate of every drowned thing his friend, too. They held hope. At the same time, they harbored jealousy. Why only them? We're monsters too. We were in more pain. We were lonelier. Why only them? Ah. Ah. No, no, please. Don't leave like this. Don't leave me behind. Don't go. I'm scared. It hurts. He opened the door. He was trying to go out through it. First off, everything's fine, but... Coco asked in return. Pardon? Oh dear, my apologies. Let me correct that. Nothing about this situation is fine. Then, to rephrase. Putting all else aside, given that this is a crisis upon which the survival of both myself and this hotel hinges, we need clear certainty to proceed with our plan. No. Yes. My plan. Do you know what the most important thing in the research process is? Research is the repetition of problem identification, hypothesis formulation, verification attempts, revision, and re-verification. No one knows the answer from the start. At least, not if it is truly research. Li Yunwu tossed a blood pack onto the floor. It was bone dry, an empty pack without a single drop of blood remaining. Whether a hypothesis holds can only be proven through extensive experimentation. Logical prediction may be possible, but confirmation ultimately comes through data and experience alone. Pardon? Yes. But in the end, this too is repetition. A single attempt carries far too many variables. Do you understand what this means? No. It means that the more samples accumulate, the more we can reduce error and secure consistent results. Failure is also a result. And therefore, an achievement. Even failed attempts become valuable research assets, because they tell us what does not work. Research is not a path walked with the answer already known. It is drawing lines on a blank page, memorizing the dead ends of a labyrinth, groping forward through darkness. The very process of finding the answer through repeated trial and error. That is the essence of the act called research. And so, Coco. Yes. Do you understand which stage we are at now? No. We have just passed through problem identification and the hypothesis formulation stage. Yes. That is correct. Pardon. That is how things stand. Yunwu pulled out one of the pieces of phlebotomy equipment he had brought along. It was worth bringing these. Coco, dangling, asked once more. Pardon. There were times I doubted whether they would be of any use, but in the end, all things are made to be used. Even if their purpose has strayed somewhat from the original. No. 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 Why are you acting like this? Maintain your dignity as a mysterious NPC in an R-rated horror hotel simulation game. Have you gone soft at this point? Did we not already agree to follow my judgment? Did we not? I will not listen. Yun Wu continued. The body of a living creature is truly marvelous. It does not carelessly release any foul odor from within. My case was somewhat different, but it stands to reason that the scent of blood does not leak out unless the skin is broken. No. And the monster in room 14 can only be lured with fresh blood. The massive monster would rush toward it, absorb it, then surge back toward the player. In other words, to serve my role as bait, I need to bleed. At the same time, I can directly attempt the verification I just mentioned. If I simply get swallowed whole and lose just like that, how would we deal with the aftermath? That would amount to nothing more than treating that monster friend to a meal. He would rather not. That is why experimentation is necessary. After all, even a single drug must undergo countless trials to verify its safety. Better yet, this time there was no need to sacrifice innocent lab rats. He regenerated, and he resurrected. What a merciful and efficient endeavor. Who? Yun Wu needed to confirm it. Whether, when he was consumed, he could overcome that thing. I've received sufficient transfusion. Closer to drinking, but regardless. Let us begin the verification. He raised the phlebotomy equipment. First, one thumb. It ran with all its might. It ran without regard for its breaking body. Smashing through walls, tearing through the terrible maze, it chased after him. But he was too fast. It tried to block his path with electronics and monitors, but it was too difficult. He was too certain. And in truth, the path he chose was correct. The place they had wandered for an eternity, he knew it far too well. As expected. Ah. As expected, he alone was the answer. Please. They desperately chased the scent of fresh blood. He can't leave like this. Have to catch him. Can't let him go. If he walked out that door like this, it was truly over. If you don't take us with you, we'll suffer forever. Have to catch him, have to catch him. Have to catch him. They did not even know how threatening their own frightened, frenzied movements were. It never occurred to them that this was what made him run. They simply wished to catch him. No, don't go. Please don't go. You can't abandon me. I want to get out of here, please take me with you. Take us out through that door you see. The scent of blood stopped in one place. Ah, thank goodness. It's not that far. Enduring the tingling anxiety through their entire body, they ran toward it. His scent was still stationary. But when they reached it, he was not there. Blood. A part of him. Yes, a piece of him. But no. Still. They opened their mouth. Instinctively, and desperately. Fresh blood. Crunch dash. Eat. Have to eat. Lumped lips bit down on that piece of him. It seeped through their entire body. They devoured the blood ravenously. With this, I can run a little more. With just this, I can catch him a little faster. I can hold on a little longer. They just had to hold on. Until they caught him. That was what fresh blood meant to them. Among the stagnant blood, the only thing that circulated. The sole stimulus that revived life. A single sliver of comfort that could soothe, if only briefly, what had been broken and broken again. Something sweeter than that. It's different. Tears, tears, tears flowed without cease. Sobs leaked through the gaps of their sealed mouths. This was different from what they had eaten to survive. It was warm, and tender, and refreshing. What's different? Is this blood? Was it blood? Yes, and this is him. But this isn't him. Voices crying out in anguish. Ah, they had to run. Quickly. They moved their creaking, broken body again. The body that had stopped to taste his peace quickly regained its original speed. In all that endless time, it had been a very small comfort, yet at the same time, the first solace they had ever received. It left them wanting more. It was so peaceful and gentle, but far too small. They wanted something greater. Quickly. Where's the next scent of blood? Yunwoo collapsed in front of the exit. Ha. Hello. No. It failed. The first trial, attempted through the medium of a thumb, had ended in abject failure. How unfortunate. He muttered calmly, like a student organizing his error log. If this round of data pointed to failure, there was only one option left. He had to aim for the next step. By the way, I did make it to the exit, correct? Yes. I can't see a thing, goodness. Yes. What principle am I even talking by right now? As expected, partial regeneration is difficult. He would need more study. His entire body in tatters, Yunwoo murmured those words. What Lee Yunwoo had done was simple. He had merely substituted the blood packs used as lures in the game with parts of his own body. Fingers, ears, or things like eyeballs. They were nothing more than lumps of blood mimicking a human appearance, after all. Only then can I learn the knack of how to overpower the opponent from the inside, when my main body is consumed. Coco. Yes. You seem to be in a very foul mood. Yes. Dear me. Yunwoo moved a hand that had just begun regenerating. Groping through darkness he could not see through, he reached toward where the sound had come from. Something soft met his fingertips. He seized the monster cat as it was and pulled it into his arms. Coco showed displeasure but let itself be caught without resistance. Yunwoo cradled Coco and murmured softly. Will you not forgive me? No. How resolute. And yet, staying still while cradled in his arms was tantamount to a declaration of surrender. A cunning cat like that could not be unaware of this, so it was effectively a tacit absolution. I am fully aware that what I did was insane. Yunwoo let out a deep sigh and felt along his own face. The sockets where his eyeballs should have been were slick and deeply sunken. The texture was not even smooth. Cleanly extracting only the eyeballs while sprinting had proven more difficult than anticipated. It was his first time butchering a human, after all. As a result, the surrounding skin had been torn off along with them. Still, the other parts were separated relatively cleanly thanks to the phlebotomy equipment, were they not? No. You are much too objective. Yes. Coco's mood was still scraping rock bottom. If only I were certain Coco was the one who kidnapped me here, I could have teased it for having the nerve. What a shame. Whether Coco had truly kidnapped him or was merely an accomplice, Yunwoo did not yet know. Coco, too, clearly had areas of ignorance regarding this hotel and Yunwoo. Whether that's just an act, I can't say. Reining in his stray thoughts, Yunwoo continued. Thanks to the ample transfusion I prepared in advance, I did not reach the lethal threshold. As you are aware, every cut was made after careful calculation. Both speed and stability. This is not fine. Its vocabulary had expanded again. How commendable. I will admit it was a brutish method of blood collection, but will you not try to understand the circumstances? It is not as though I wanted to use such barbaric instruments. For parts that could be easily torn off, like ears or eyeballs, he had used his hands. But parts that included bone were beyond that. He needed the aid of a tool, and there was nothing else on hand. Even the chainsaw, which by comparison felt merciful, I had left somewhere in room 14. Instead, Yunwoo had stowed every piece of phlebotomy equipment he encountered along the way into his inventory. It was only because I had those at all that this kind of attempt was possible. This was the world of a cruel adulterated game. There was no chance of finding sane medical instruments here. An Iron Maiden, was it? A torture device, an iron coffin lined with sharp spikes on its interior. Modified from its original form to clamp onto specific body parts, it was a malicious object that proved its subjects had been treated as less than livestock. Its design had never considered the possibility of keeping the subject alive. That thing. It could sever. Upon attachment, it severed the part and wrung out the blood. Everything from arms and legs down to extremities as small as fingers. Rather than a device designed to inflict pain, it was a tool focused purely on the efficiency of harvesting blood. Perhaps that was why it had been designated not as torture equipment, but as phlebotomy equipment. Still, the damage to me is not severe. An ordinary body would have long since died from excessive bleeding, but I have been a lump of blood from the start. Limited though it may be, regeneration is also possible. No. Well, it wasn't easy, I will grant you that. This is quite difficult. I thought I'd studied enough, but real combat's different after all. Nothing goes the way I want it to. Yes. The technique Yunwu had acquired during his previous ordeal with the Drenched One. Emergency restoration protocol was a technique that forcibly restored human form when scattered into a liquid blood state. Since it borrows from the hotel's resurrection mechanism, it's fundamentally different from regeneration. Strictly speaking, it classified the current state as death, and then forced a systemic resurrection. It was closer to restoration than recovery. But what Yunwu needed now was pure recovery, filling in the missing parts. That's why I'm going through all this trouble. Scraping together every scrap of knowledge he had to repair his body, his head was spinning. In reality, that head was probably nothing more than a mass of liquid blood, but that was how it felt. Wearing a human shell meant that organs like the brain apparently bore a proportional load. On one side I am busy regenerating my body, and on the other I am busy trying to consume and conquer. Yes. The eyeballs are certainly far more difficult to produce. Arms and legs could manage well enough with a rough layer of flesh over bone, but this is an entirely different field. This neural network, no, wait, was it this part? This is maddening. Hello. Do not worry. The eyeballs may be difficult for now, but regeneration is proceeding step by step. What I am contending with inside the monster is still only one finger's worth. Now that I know that volume is insufficient for subjugation, I need only increase the intensity going forward. No. Yes, that is correct. Yunwu affirmed. The truth is, I am anxious. What if I fail? That would be quite a blow. It hurt, and it was exhausting. Even if pain was translated into information in his perception, the fatigue from the sheer volume of information pouring in was very real. Tearing off parts of his own body and feeding them to a monster was not something a sane person would do, either. Had he decided too hastily? It was impossible not to fear pain and death. It was no laughing matter. He was no extraordinary person, nor did he have the luxury for this. He had done something stupid for the sake of people, or whatever they were, who had nothing to do with him. But there is a value that belongs only to such stupid things. That's just how the world works. It doesn't run on calculation alone. Efficiency isn't always the answer. If things go wrong, I will regret it, but even if I could go back, I would make the same choice. That is what makes me more like myself. What can you do? Ah, I think I can see a little now. No, wait. Ah. The retina is reversed, this is maddening. When the mind was in a hurry, even the assembly went awry. Yunwu simply closed his eyes again. Since things had come to this, it seemed better to focus on capturing the monster rather than regenerating his body. Diversified investment was only possible when circumstances allowed. He listened to the massed screams as they were. And so he fell asleep to the approaching clamor. And then, he could see jet black hair. Pallid skin. Dressed in this hotel's formal suit, the new master of this place. And behind his back, visible. A door. It's a door. It's the way out. The exit. I can get out. That single thought consumed them. They could see nothing else, could think of nothing else. They either did not know they were in a frenzy, or knew and were mad regardless. They were blinded by the fact that this was their last chance. No, they had gone blind long ago. So, please. I want to get out. In their desperation, they reached out. They caught him. No, did they actually catch him? Are you sure? The scent of fresh blood was overwhelming. Ha! On the tip of the tongue. So much. In the second pursuit, getting caught by the monster leads to two dead endings. Having one's body torn apart, or being swallowed whole. Yunwoo had analyzed the latter as a kind of reflexive behavior. The basis was sufficient. The latter is a cut scene that only triggers when the blood pack lure strategy is overused. The original purpose was to catch the player, but perhaps after picking up and consuming blood packs repeatedly, it had come to perceive even the playable character as a blood pack. It was clearly not in its right mind, so following inertia would have come easily. He had judged it would be the same this time. Since he had been feeding it parts of his body the entire way here, it would ultimately try to swallow even him at this location. It would have grown accustomed to the taste in that short time. Even so. Despite the prior verification and practice. It's overwhelming. He had managed to get swallowed safely. But embracing the monster, these people, had not been easy. Had he not gradually adapted through prior practice, it would have been even harder than this. Heat that felt as though blood would evaporate. Cold that pried apart every joint. Light that scorched skin and darkness that blinded the eyes. Among the pressure encroaching upon his entire body, the most terrible thing was something else. They were terrified. I'm sorry about this. On top of already being in a hyper-agitated state, the fear that they would be devoured by Yunwoo himself, or that the only door would close just like this, had been added to the mix. Being pulled, torn at, and assailed by screams in an already suffocatingly cramped space had drained him of his energy. He was overwhelmed by hands that could have been resentful, obsessive, or pleading, he could not tell which. He had never thought this would be easy. Starting from his fingers, he had offered up his entire body. Cut and torn them off with his own hands. And fed them to the monster. And when that was not enough, he had to subdue the opponent with a him separated from himself. He had been prepared for this. And yet, it truly hurt. So much. Why did something like this have to be real? Blood mingled with blood and became one. Through that channel, memories and sensations were shared. Beyond the terrible screams, a pain that was alive and writhing. Vivid despair. Not a preserved history, but a hell that still pulsed with life. Why did something like this? Yunwoo calmed himself. He decided to be calm. Right now, he stood at the crossroads between leaving this hell to persist forever and severing it here and now. And Yunwoo was learning the knack, the method of maintaining composure even amid this chaos. He only needed to forget, for the briefest moment, that he was human. Set aside emotion and focus on calculation. Then the work goes quickly. In truth, it was not even difficult. We can get out. Really? Yes. Let's go together. A concrete corridor caked with blood and scraps of flesh. How much time had passed? Having barely crawled out through blood and debris, Yunwoo dragged his staggering body to a wall and slumped against it. Ha! There was no strength left in his body. Before him, a slimy, mucus mass lay sprawled across the floor. It looked like a quivering lump of flesh, or like the byproduct left after all the juice had been drained. The remains of the monster, after he had absorbed it. Ha! Ha! Yunwoo covered his mouth with a hand trembling from exhaustion. That was, a little dangerous. Yes. I agree, Coco. His entire body was drenched in blood. The emergency restoration protocol had been completed successfully, but its aftermath could not erase the traces of having rolled through blood. Perhaps the tension had loosened after realizing the gamble had succeeded. Truly. Thick veins stood out across Yunwoo's pallid face. As the reason that had been submerged returned, anger finally followed in its wake. They must have been insane. Vile creatures had committed vile acts. A part of his body, that is, the existence called him, exhibited a tendency to encroach upon its host the moment it was absorbed by someone. The monster that had tried to devour Yunwoo could not escape this cycle, either. That was a separate issue from not having undergone the conversion process. In the end, just as with the guest without taste before, Yunwoo had ended up forcibly sharing all the memories and sensations of the Room 14 monster. This is truly repulsive. Why on earth? Hello. I had suspected it would be history that actually happened. Just as with the Drenched One, I did think the monster in this Room 14 event was a being that had truly existed. He had thought so. But the scale of this is far too large. The monsters in Hun were the embodiment of some negative concept. Just as the Drenched One had been born from the deaths of the drowned. But the memories held by this event's monster followed a different trajectory. It was not merely that the number of victims was large, the regions forming the backdrop were themselves disparate. The language used by the researchers and the interior design varied drastically. The races of the victims were, all different. Taken together, this was not a localized incident within a single building or group. Yes. Pardon. He had hoped it would say no. This is Hun. The Hun that Yunwoo knew was not like this. Of course, there was no shortage of undepicted settings, but it felt as though grotesque realities had been crammed into every undefined gap. This is not merely a game made real. Is this, the game and reality merged together? Yes. He removed his glasses and rubbed his face dry. What kind of insane? Was there ever a time this absurd? Where the hell was my game being exploited? At this point, it was as though the game had been exploited to contain reality. He had read a staggeringly vast history. Something like that could never have been contained in Hun from the start. Let's calm down. Who? He calmed down. The result wasn't bad, so that's enough. If it was a truth he would have faced eventually, he had merely learned it a little early. The faster one acquired information, the more it improved survival rates. He had succeeded, had he not? Insanity becomes experience if you do it enough times. Pardon? Yes. Whether ground through a filter, torn apart by a chainsaw, or shoved into a monster's maw, the fundamental pain was similar. What mattered was that he had grown quite accustomed to the sensation of operating as liquid blood. It was thanks to that he had survived this time as well. But this time, I truly stood on the threshold of death. Grinding myself through the ventilation shaft was an extra-systemic attempt, but this was a death defined within the game. Yes. Fortune favored me. Thanks to the systemic instincts I had trained into my body, I was able to avoid the lethal thresholds. As a result, it seems I did not trigger a death verdict. Yes. Drinking an excess of blood beforehand must have helped as well. They say for one who has learned blood magic, the more blood the better. I lost far too much blood from the internal battle of wills with this fellow. Hello. To be honest, I am not that well even now. My mind is in disarray, and I have no strength in my body. I never imagined evading the game systems I would be this difficult. It felt like my brain was being raked through. Yunwoo staggered to his feet. He turned the doorknob. Well then, let us head outside. May I have some? He closed it again. Hello. To Coco's hesitant question, Yunwoo answered with a blank expression. Perhaps not. The situation appeared to be somewhat not fine. Why was it over there? He could not remain inside forever. Even if he wanted to wait, circumstances would not allow it. Room 14, its event concluded, was already warping and collapsing. Yunwoo straightened his composure without a wrinkle out of place, adjusted his clothing, and stepped naturally through the door. The moment his foot left the threshold, the door to room 14 vanished without a trace. This stingy hotel. And with that, my retreat has been completely cut off. Unexpectedly, the guest without taste did not rush him immediately. Thank you for visiting our hotel. How may I assist you? May I have some? Oh. Yunwoo maintained a smooth, courteous smile as he looked down at the guest's hand. What the guest without taste was holding up for all to see, it was someone's gloved hand. Specifically, it was Yunwoo's own severed hand. The part one lost during the process of entering room 14. Half hoping, Yunwoo asked. Would it be alright if I asked a question? By all means. Might you have been following me because of that hand, sir? Of course. Aha. An erosion-type monster that devoured human emotions, the guest without taste. Once all emotions were depleted, it drank the target's blood, and it had the peculiarity of licking clean any bloodstain that appeared within the hotel. If the blood's owner was alive and deemed worthy of respect, it would continue asking, "May I have some?" to seek permission, and as time passed, that pressure only intensified. That's why it's hard to quickly identify a blood incident when this guest is checked in. Yun Wu asked again. Am I correct in understanding that you followed me to ask whether you could consume that? Oh, of course. I see. Ah. I didn't expect this approach. This guest was lying. Sight. His gaze holds your severed hand, yet he does not actually stare at it. There is no pupil contraction or tension indicative of locking onto prey. The focus of his gaze drifts subtly past your shoulder. He was watching Coco. If he had truly wanted to eat Yun Wu's severed hand, there would be no need for that. The one from whom he should seek permission was his prey, Yun Wu, not Coco. If his gaze were to settle anywhere, it should have been on the hand he held or on Yun Wu himself. His pupils and line of sight were inconsistent with his stated purpose. In other words, the hand was most likely a pretext. Touch. Your severed hand remains sensorially connected to you. However, the pressure with which he grips it is not the obsessive clutch of one unwilling to lose a target, but the casual indifference of merely holding something. Even a severed body part still existed as him. He could feel it through that detached hand. He could know through the opponent had previously consumed. Both told him the same thing. What the opponent ultimately wanted was not Yun Wu's severed hand. The hand was merely a snack, a step along the way. The reason the guest without taste had obsessively followed Yun Wu did not lie in that hand. Sixth sense. The purpose you sense from him tilts towards something other than the hand. Therefore, the guest without taste had lied. Yun Wu tilted his head. It's me you want, isn't it? It is probably because I am blood. The operator's quarters. A whiteboard had appeared once again in the center of the living room. Yun Wu stood before the board and absently adjusted his glasses. That was what I thought. That he was coming to consume me. The guest without taste has a habit of freely drinking any bloodstains scattered throughout the hotel. Yes. His tendency to appear at the scene the instant a blood incident occurs is a characteristic of the same nature. There is no reason the general manager's blood would be an exception. Yun Wu wrote "blood drinking" on the board and circled it. Simply because he asks multiple times and seeks permission does not mean he will patiently restrain himself every time. As if a benevolent monster guest like that would come to this hotel. It was true that he valued permission. But the number of times he would ask for permission varied by target. Whether he would restrain himself once or 10 times differed from case to case. His halting speech makes it easy to overlook, but the guest without taste is a type skilled in deception. He can even steer situations in his favor without telling a single lie. Yes. Such enthusiastic affirmation, it seems I was right to refuse just now. Yes. When asked whether he could eat the severed hand, Yun Wu had refused. To the guest's face as he asked why, Yun Wu ate his own hand. The guest uttered an "oh" of admiration and obediently turned away. As such, if a legitimate reason was presented, he would readily accept it. When it was a game, I remembered him as merely a bothersome guest rather than a difficult one. The strategy was simple. Refuse until the very end. The guest without taste sufficiently respected the general manager and would not simply take up long-term residence in the hotel. It meant all one had to do throughout the stay was repeat "no, I would rather not," and "please do not." That is why he was an open version exclusive guest. Yes. The problem is the current situation, where the conditions have changed from the game. I keep saying this, but it just so happens that I myself have become blood, and that makes things. Yes. That is how things stand. No matter how much the guest without taste loved blood, he at least distinguished between people and blood. He perceived humans as blood pouches and regarded the blood within as his food. That was presumably why he went through the bothersome process of seeking permission before hunting. However, using that to buy time as I used to is not viable given my current state. Yun Wu wrote several words on the board. What exactly am I to the guest without taste right now? Prey. Or simply food? It does seem I receive some respect thanks to my title of general manager. Yes. No matter how optimistically I try to view it, the fact that I am closer to blood than an ordinary human is undeniable. I suspect the threshold of his respect has dropped significantly compared to when I was the general manager in the game, and it seems stalling for time would do me no good. Yes. But if I do not stall, what can I do? Forced checkout. I do not meet the requirements. Repeated refusal. If he catches me mid-refusal, it is over. Mental preparation. Must I truly set a date for my own death? I feel like crying as well. The guests of this place had extremely strict conditions for checkout. Forcible eviction is possible, but it is a loss in the long run. It has a significant impact on the hotel's reputation. If reputation fell, the difficulty of attending to monster guests rose steeply, and the hotel system became far more violent. Above all, a guest evicted by force became impossibly difficult to manage upon revisiting. And this is not something to view solely as a systemic issue. Yes. Something felt off, and, sixth sense. Someone deeply reveres you, Velmareth. Speak of the devil. Yun Wu clicked his tongue dryly. Velmareth, I know that word as well. Velmareth. The center and pillar of the Crimson Core commentary ritual. The subject of the ritual that transmuted flesh into eternal blood, in short, it referred to the first caster. Everyone else was called by the name Lidmar. Beings who worked and sacrificed for the birth of a Velmareth. If Velmareth was the master, then Lidmar seemed closer to a servant. Yes. All cases of Velmareth ended in failure, while Lidmar had some successful examples. The dominant records indicated that most had aspired to become Velmareth only to fall to the status of Lidmar. Yes. It may be that only biased records survive due to the unique nature of the book I studied, but I see. Yun Wu removed his glasses and dragged a weary hand down his face. Now that I think about it, this was quite a serious matter. In room 14, things had been too chaotic to fully grasp it. The fact that the guest without taste was connected to the Crimson Core commentary was by no means something to take lightly. Yes, I know. I am aware. I saw it clearly while investigating room 14. Through the Crimson Core commentary ritual, the guest without taste appeared to have sought to become a Velmareth himself. Of course, that also ended in failure. What he is now is merely something warped by the aftermath of a failed ritual. If one had to categorize him, his current disposition would lean strongly toward that of a Lidmar. The practitioners of blood magic were thoroughgoing meritocrats. They instinctively worshipped blood stronger and nobler than their own. The notification that someone deeply reveres Velmareth was surely of that same nature. That said, the desire to become a Velmareth would not have disappeared entirely. It must be one reason he so relentlessly pursued my blood. Though of course that is not the whole of it. One thing was certain. My blood must feel very special to the guest without taste. Yes. One thing after another. It was getting worse by the minute. There is one small consolation, at least. Pardon. The guest without taste is approaching more cautiously than I expected. Cautiously? Given that I am a mass of liquid blood, it would not be unreasonable for him to try devouring me outright. Yet it seems the recognition that I am a subject worthy of respect persists. Remarkable restraint, given that arrogant temperament. Of course, it was not that reassuring. Put another way, it means he is biding his time that much more carefully. Frankly, it would be easier to deal with if he simply charged in blindly. Hello. Yes, but, the fact that the guest without taste is an erosion type is concerning. It meant he knew how to gnaw at one's nerves. Like most open-version monster guests, the guest without taste was a type skilled in coyness and deception. He had mastered the art of feigning courtesy and innocence. The guest without taste stay period was 4 days. Aha! That was welcome news. He will be leaving soon, then. Yes. Then perhaps I can relax a little. A brief silence fell. Yunwoo brushed his lips, seized by an uneasy premonition. Surely not. That surely not became reality. How unfortunate. Yes. The guest without taste had extended his stay. That is an event I rarely saw even when it was a game. Yes. I wonder if this is even the right timing for it to appear. He must be insane. Yes. Of course, this hotel has been insane for a while now. No. I believe I told you not to blindly defend it. Stay extension. A system that occurred only rarely, and typically only with closed-version exclusive monster guests. In other words, it was a variable that should only appear in the latter half of a playthrough. And strictly speaking, this is no longer a game. The service industry was always like this. As general manager, when a guest expressed the desire to continue their stay, Yunwoo was in a position where he had to respond with, certainly, thank you. Even a hotel like this is technically in normal operation. Capitalism was alive and breathing even here. Ha! The temptation to simply hole up in his quarters reared its head for a moment. After all, the guest without taste did at least ask for permission. And the more he was refused, the harder he pressed. In other words, if they never crossed paths at all, the probability of an incident dropped to nearly zero. But that could not be the answer. If I hole up to avoid that gentleman, when am I supposed to conduct my physical improvement research? No matter how monstrous Yunwoo had become, he could not match guests who were monsters from birth. He must not underestimate monsters officially recognized by this hotel. Neither the hotel nor its guests were to be taken lightly. My limits will arrive before his due. His current state was the worst it had been. With bad luck, he could die just from breathing. He had managed to bring blood packs and phlebotomy equipment from room 14, but those were merely stopgap measures. In the first place, dying is not an option right now. By contrast, the other side had nothing to lose. And all the time in the world. No matter how many times he reconsidered, hiding in his room would not solve this. For now, since there is no clear answer. Yes. Shall we rest for a bit? Yes. He was exhausted from dealing with two monsters at once. A banquet upon silver platters. Artfully garnished dishes and pies, sugar sculptures glittering like jewels under the light. On the table, linen cloths embroidered with gold thread and silver candelabras. The scent of flickering scented candles brushed the tip of the nose. Clink, clink. A roast peacock, taxidermied alive. Veal tenderloin topped with cream sauce made from luxury ingredients. Venison stained red from a wine marinade. A boar's head with rubies set in its eyes. Clink, clink. Carp soup gleaming with the luster of strong metal. The aroma of saffron and wine. Oysters and lobster, rushed in fresh from the sea, steamed. Salmon jelly with herbs and gold leaf in a clear gelatin broth. Clink. Fruits preserved in sugar. White wheat bread and butter rolls. A cheese platter. Marzipan and fruit tarts. The king's wine, the wine of kings. Spiced, warm. From the Rhine, no. 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 This was not a meal. It was theater. In this place, one always found oneself lost in deep thought. Found oneself acting as though human. The appearance of the dishes, the aroma, the texture, the plates on the table and the candlelight. Every element was a device designed to beguile human senses and make one feel power. Before all of that, how cumbersome an existence was I, who had lost my sense of taste. What am I? What am I? I am. Clink. 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 To summarize the situation. Yunwoo set down his spoon. The guest without taste is a form born from the desperate wills of those who became taste blind. A crystallization of deprivation, the conviction that they would do anything if only they could taste again. Yes. The deeper their attachment to taste, the deeper that deprivation would have been, so within him there must be a significant share of the self-identity of gourmands and chefs as well. I am curious whether the current guest without taste, not the game version, is the same. Is that not so? Yun Wu was now certain. This place was the result of game and actual history intertwined. If so, the guest without taste, too, would have his own unique narrative. That I must negotiate an appropriate compromise with him is already a foregone conclusion. Just as with the drenched one, simply leaving things alone solves nothing. Yes. That is why I wish to understand the opponent. The reason Yun Wu had been able to rescue the film crew from the drenched one in the past was because he had clear information. All the more so now, when the situation was full of variables that made game knowledge unreliable. Approaching carelessly will invite a variety of penalties. Not as fearsome as the drenched ones, of course, but troublesome all the same. Losing one's emotions is humanity. I am glad you remember. Indeed, for one in the position of maintaining humanity, it is far from welcome. A single day was enough to break a person. When it was a game, it was not a major issue. The general manager losing emotions did not cause significant operational damage. But now, the story is different. Yes. To avoid that, I need time to assess the opponent. Yun Wu finished his thought. I am not certain I can endure for that long. My body has grown too weak. On top of that, there was now a monster friend living inside him as a tenant. At least this one is quiet, so it is not terribly uncomfortable. The volume had been too large to bring everything along, so he had brought only the essential fragments. Fortunately, the environment within him seemed to have eased the pain and despair that had tormented them, and the monster was quite content with the current situation. If I had to describe it, it's in a deep sleep. It felt as though they were catching up on all the sleep they had been denied. For Yun Wu, who had read their memories, it was something to be grateful for. Simply housing them inside his body was enough for them to tend to their own well-being. My stomach does feel a bit bloated, though. Did you hear that? Yes. I have no intention of spitting them back out. What a heartless cat. There were times when things got difficult. It was because of Coco's distinctive tendency to refuse to tolerate Yun Wu suffering any loss outside the game system. Their gazes locked in a prolonged stare. Coco. Feeling the pressure, Yun Wu added dryly. Can you not see these pitiable souls who are finally managing to rest? Yes. Now you are even lying. Truly befitting of Hotel One's co-owner. Not an ounce of conscience. Ichim. My, you dislike it that much. Yun Wu took a sip of warm tea. He felt the monster inside him register faint joy. How pitiful. I would rather not mistreat these humble friends who find happiness in the warmth of a cup of tea. No. Are they not endearing? No. How resolute. He understood why Coco was acting this way. Was it because something else had taken up residence inside him? A wave of nausea rose, rooted in the squirming. No matter how docile they were, the effect on him was not entirely absent. Swallowing back the blood that had refluxed, he continued. I would appreciate some concession. My body has merely grown somewhat sluggish, there is no major issue. And it so happens that the drenched one, who had been lingering in my lungs, has departed for the aqua park. Coco hung its head. Coco. Only when he called its name did Coco finally offer an affirmative response. Yes. Thank you for understanding. No. Ah, naturally. It had not actually understood. What a wicked cat indeed. It had no regard whatsoever for anyone's well-being but Yun Wu's. In any case, our friend's issue aside. Must you dislike it that much? I did not call them friend out of genuine sentiment, it was merely a pronoun of sorts. Since I am currently in a position of protecting them, I consider this level of familiar address to be the minimum social courtesy. Then again, the drenched one probably would not be fond of that title either. Yes, I will be mindful. More importantly, to return to the original subject. What mattered now was the guest without taste. What should I do? In the game, no contingency existed for a situation like this. The playable character during a Hun playthrough was, at the very minimum, not a mass of liquid blood like I am now. Every foundational premise has been twisted from that point onward. Yes. It is clear I can no longer rely solely on the rules of the game system. They could serve as reference, but the limits were apparent at the application stage. Especially now that he knew the guest without taste was connected to the Crimson Core commentary. Normally, the guest without taste is a relatively manageable type, at least when no human guests are around. In truth, it was much the same even with human guests present. The worst he did was start by stealing the pleasure of a meal. It was only after the range of pilfered emotions expanded that he ultimately drained all the blood. At the foundation of every transaction lies a purpose. Let us search for a commodity I can offer. Yes. From there, he could begin to negotiate. The first thing Yunwu checked was the records. Let us see. The records of attending to the guest without taste. Today's meal was lavish, as expected. Yes. Usually a 2 to 3 course composition, it seems. Beginning with delicate dishes, progressing to weightier fare, and concluding with dessert. Multiple dishes were placed on the table at once for each course, a method closer to French service rather than the Russian service familiar to modern diners. The guest without taste has always been like this. For someone who claims to taste nothing beyond blood, he enjoys remarkably extravagant meals. Whether he truly enjoyed them was unknown, but Yunwu sank into thought. The upper classes across Europe favored this style of dining. Pardon? Yes. It is difficult to pinpoint a specific country or era, but, shall we look further? Yunwu murmured as he scanned the records. France, Austria, England, Poland. Dishes of this nature overlap with upper-class dining across Europe generally, so they do not serve as a distinctive clue. The composition of silver tableware, meats, and seafood is common enough. Ah. The boar dish. Let us check the earlier records as well. Yes. The guest without taste primarily frequented the dining area. Particularly when no human guests were present, he was often seen in the dining space where more specific orders were possible. After reviewing the records from the past several days, Yunwu nodded. Every main course is based on game. Pardon? We are a long way from actually hunting and distributing ingredients on our end, but that is beside the point. Historically, these are dishes based on hunted game. From an ingredient standpoint, that is. Deer, roe deer, boar. And mouflon. An animal that appeared in Hun as a game but also existed in reality. The mouflon, a wild sheep found in Europe and Western Asia, had been introduced to Europe as a hunting quarry around the 17th century. At the time, it was distinctly a menu item exclusive to the nobility. Rabbit, red squirrel, badger, pheasant, goose, duck, pigeon. As you can see, these are all classic game animals. A point of departure from the game version. In the game, the guest without taste simply enjoyed extravagant banquets. But now that it had become reality, this fixation on game meat as the centerpiece of the main courses was a notable change. Game meat. Game meat was typically butchered and used the same day, was it not? What did he drink? Wine. Ah, the beer consumption is not insignificant either. But what was primarily consumed in the dining area was wine. Beer was for daily use, perhaps. The consumption zones, the cooking side, yes, the sauces, heavy and rich were preferred. He seems to prefer elaborately garnished dishes. Not exactly symbolic of anything specific, but something did come to mind. Was it the German sphere? Or Austria? No, one moment. I was trying to recall which country and era this food culture belonged to. Food culture. What the guest without taste has consistently fixated on since arriving here is extravagant banquets, and these particular characteristics are the aspects that changed upon becoming reality. They merit close examination. Food culture. Germany and Austria are quite close together. It could be outside that region as well. But this alone is not enough to pinpoint a country or era. His attire is modern, too. However, if he was at a level where silver platters were used in daily life, Pardon? 16th to 18th century. No, the use of silver tableware with game-centered cuisine, that would be late 17th to early 18th century. It also happens to coincide with the period when mouflon were introduced. After the mid-18th century, the practical use of silver platters declined. From that point on, they were typically used for display or symbolic purposes. By the 20th century onward, they were little more than commemorative pieces. Every piece of tableware used was silver. It appears nearly every silver platter in our hotel has been requisitioned. Given his refusal to use porcelain to this extent, I estimate he was upper class from the 17th century at the earliest to the early 18th century at the latest. Coco, who had been sitting on his lap and viewing the interface alongside him, raised its head to meet Yunwoo's eyes. Yunwoo blinked and asked. "What is it?" "No." "What?" A peculiar unease lingered, but regardless. The fact that he embraces French-style coarse dining yet clings to silver tableware this strongly indicates he is not a figure from after the early 18th century. From the mid-century onward, ornate porcelain gained popularity as formal banquet tableware. Yet his insistence on silver meant he was that much more old-fashioned a figure. Despite the modern attire that rendered it incongruous, it would not be wrong to call him a soul unable to escape the past. If we are looking at that region during this period, the Holy Roman Empire comes to mind, but game and silverware alone are insufficient to narrow it down. The guest without taste insists on silverware yet personally pours coffee into his own cup and even serves those seated at his table. Yet he does not partake in chocolate. In that case, the likelihood points more toward Bohemia than Vienna-centric Austria. The Prague nobility used silverware for a long time, and while they quickly adopted coffee under Viennese influence, chocolate remained exclusively a luxury. Game-based banquets, an obsession with silverware, and the attitude of treating coffee as a language of sociability. Following that line of reasoning. Early 18th century. The quintessential image of a Bohemian nobleman. In the end, it was merely one corner of the Holy Roman Empire. A loose confederation of hundreds of principalities, duchies, counties, and free cities under the emperor. If, as an upper-class figure of that time, he took silver tableware and game-based banquets for granted, it is entirely possible he was the lord of a principality. A brief silence. Yunwoo murmured in a low, weary voice. "We have traveled far indeed." But the work had only just begun. The food culture of an early 18th century nobleman. Yes, in those days, it was not mere gastronomy. It was a means of expressing identity, enough to represent a family's emblem through cuisine, and a symbol of the authority and hierarchy that could afford such extravagance. The key here was the twin keywords of hunting and banquets. For the nobility of that era, hunting and banqueting were powerful means of proving oneself. For someone who originally held genuine passion for gastronomy, the significance would have been all the greater. One of the criteria that distinguished human from beast, God from devil in the Europe of that time was reason. Temperance and refined senses were held in high regard. But the current guest without taste destroyed all of that through the Crimson Core commentary ritual. In aristocratic society, dining together was an expression of goodwill and trust. After this incident, he would have effectively ceased to be a nobleman, or even a human being. The result would have been political retirement or exile. His attire had changed to modern dress, yet he clung to the banquet customs of that era. This likely means his obsession with taste outweighs his pride as a nobleman. The fact that the sound of a convivial banquet accompanies the guest without taste's movements is likely of the same context. Yes. 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 If he truly was a nobleman, his pride would have been considerable, and his insistence on silverware suggests a certain stubbornness. The shock of no longer being human must have been immense as well. I wonder, has he evolved since then, or regressed? Yunwoo recalled the guest without taste as he had known him when Hun was a game. Contrary to his simple speech and awkward movements, he is a rather perceptive guest. It is entirely different from feigning stupidity. The impression was stronger that his insight could not be matched by his body. Like a massive, unwieldy vehicle that is difficult to steer. Large vehicle. Indeed. This meant I can negotiate with him. Genuine communication was possible. He fitted the elevator button into the empty socket. With a satisfying click of friction, the button settled into place and the light came on at once. The only key that could reach the 14th floor. With gloved hands, Yunwoo briefly traced that light. He pressed it with a gentle push, and the elevator began to glide upward. Several seconds passed, and the elevator doors opened. As expected. Yes. It will be difficult for now. What lay before him was a corridor with its lights extinguished, exuding an eerie chill. It will take considerable time to reach the central control room. Hello. I do not believe reaching it is impossible. My physical condition may be at its worst, but even so, did I not successfully clear room 14? That is correct. I only meant that this is not something that will be resolved by rushing. Given his body's weakness, he needed to secure ample time to compensate. At the very minimum, I need to devise a plan that keeps me from dying. That is correct. Well now. Yunwoo rolled his eyes dryly. They certainly have a talent for wearing a person out. Hello. Yunwoo, having adjusted his glasses, answered calmly. I am fine. I am truly fine. It was simply that the current situation, standing in the middle of the main kitchen of the dining area, was a touch absurd. I was not without an interest in cooking, but I never imagined I would be entering the restaurant business this seriously. They say self-employment is so difficult these days that this kind of future never even crossed my mind. Pardon? Of course, I have been mentally preparing for 5 years now. Thanks to you kidnapping me and installing me as this hotel's manager, the restaurants that come as auxiliary facilities have fallen within my scope of responsibility. Ichim. Flattery will not resolve this matter. However, as a gesture of respect toward you as a fellow co-owner of equal standing, I will let this one slide. Yes. Yes. Yunwoo swept his gaze across the kitchen staff. The moment he had entered, the employees had lined up as if measured with a ruler. Even the military would not have been this precisely formed. He shook the bell lightly, and the staff dispersed to their stations as if on cue. 2 of them approached, guided him to an open station, and even handed him an apron before silently returning to their posts. Thanks to that, Yunwoo had secured a place to cook. He opened his mouth. I am feeling something between convenience and uncanniness. No. Even if you say there is no need, as someone who was an ordinary office worker, I cannot help it. My sensibilities as a common citizen are trembling. I imagine something similar might happen at Baek Mujin's conglomerate. Oh. I have no intention of implementing anything of the sort, so do not get your hopes up. I used Baeksan Group as an example, but it was merely that, an example. If something like this actually happened, the rank-and-file employees would revolt. No. This hotel truly needs to start with the 4 basic insurances. But the convenience was undeniable. That he could delegate tasks to employees with a single shake of a bell and no specific instructions was proof that he and they were connected in some manner. This kind of broad communication has grown even stronger since the tutorial ended. It was strange, but at this point, there was no use protesting that it was irrational. Let me focus on my work. Yunwoo tied on the apron. It was a solid black, unadorned square apron. This is the first time I have done this kind of serious cooking since Baek Mujin. Yes. Coco, your role is considerable. There will be quite a few failures before a success emerges, and you will need to eat every failed result that comes out of those. Yes. 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 Such excitement is surprising. At this rate, you will be laughing soon. Hee hee. Yunwoo turned to look at Coco. Did you just laugh? Let us move on for now. Yes. A child could laugh. He gathered his scattered thoughts. First, I need to buy back the time that has been reduced because of me as a variable. Hello. If that is as difficult as you say, then at the very least, I need to create a reason why he cannot kill me. The Crimson Court commentary had already succeeded. This was not spilled water but evaporated water, there was no scooping it back. As a result, Yunwu had chosen the path to the kitchen. In situations like this, there are typically two strategies. Provide a substitute, or become the goose that lays golden eggs. If you cannot avoid it, find a way to make yourself too valuable to be mistreated. Oh. Your admiration is flattering. There is nothing remarkable about it. It is common wisdom anyone knows. But even as I say this, providing something to substitute for myself is realistically impossible. Naturally. What the guest without taste wants is a completed Velmareth. Because he himself is an incomplete failure, he covets the success, a desire as absurd as the first emperor drinking mercury and dreaming of immortality, yet, in a way, not without reason. Blood magic was a discipline completed through consuming and being consumed. In truth, there was a possibility that the guest without taste could become complete by devouring Yunwu. Of course, this is quite a gamble for the other side as well. Even if he devours me, would my notoriously ill-tempered blood meekly allow itself to be absorbed? No. It is embarrassing to be disparaging a part of myself, but yes, that is correct. The guest without taste has not yet digested even the blood I lost in room 14. Hello. That is also correct. Having the sole successful case before him and not even attempting it would be a shame. Even with the significant risk of being consumed in reverse. It was not a pleasant thought. The advantage in blood lies on my side, so even if I were devoured, there is a strong chance I could overpower the opponent in reverse. But, well. I would rather not stake my body on such a gamble. To that, Coco fixed its gaze on Yunwu. Pardon. Room 14 was a different case. Pardon. It was different. No. TCH. Yunwu clicked his tongue dryly. You are right. The gamble that succeeded by luck in room 14 is enough. Yes. At that time, the monster's sense of self was faint, which is why I could consume it. But the guest without taste is an opponent of an entirely different caliber. My top priority is ensuring that I do not die. Yes. In the end, since I can neither hand myself over nor make him a Velmareth, only one method remains. Golden egg? Correct. I must become an existence too precious to touch. Fortunately, the guest without taste had enough intelligence not to slit open the goose's belly. The very craftiness of holding out the severed hand and lying, even after having already tasted Yunwu's blood, was proof of that. Then the question becomes what kind of golden egg to present. Something enticing enough to buy time, or guarantee survival. The one consolation was that the value most precious to the opponent was gastronomy. Had he prized honor or protocol above all, this type of approach would not have been an option. So if I can fill that void. Yunwu fell into thought. Hello. Yes, certainly, he does not seem the type for whom petty tricks would work. Negotiations that rely on a vague impression of the opponent's uncertain goodwill carry a significant chance of failure, or even backfiring entirely. If the opponent was a nobleman with highly refined reason, he would not be satisfied by a single dish and withdraw. Rather, this elaborate hospitality could become poison that further inflamed the opponent's desires. The possibility of miscalculation, or the probability of it backfiring. It could well be dangerous. Coco, having shared every variable of failure in his mind, asked. Hello. No, but that is no reason not to do what can be done. Yunwu quietly raised the corners of his mouth. The world belongs to those who try. Whether it would prove a miscalculation, or an unexpected masterstroke, that remained to be seen. Yunwu quietly drew a knife. Upon the keen blade, a red membrane glistened under the light. Time of slaughter. Warm blood has seeped into every pore of the metal, staining it red. The blood it swallowed until it could drink no more is now being disgorged. You may trust this blade, tempered amid flesh, bone, and screams. Quality grade +1 when crafting dishes for a specific guest. Yunwu murmured evenly. Then let us give it a try. He needed to satisfy the guest without taste's palate. Yun Wu placed food in Coco's mouth and asked. How does it taste? Delicious. Would it taste good to an ordinary person? No. Dear me. A failure, then. Taking consolation in watching Coco happily eat, Yun Wu sank back into deliberation. As expected, it seems difficult to achieve high-level results with the basic ingredients available in early-stage play. The goal was to let the guest without taste re-experience the taste it had once known as a whole person. If what Yun Wu cooked could make it experience the flavor of an ordinary meal, that would be success. Since he is also a type of mass of liquid blood, I have been trying to combine elements using the sensations I felt when drinking blood as a clue. But then, an experiment like this was never going to conclude in a day or two. That much I accounted for from the start. He believed nothing was impossible, yet this, too, was ultimately the domain of research. The physical margin to create samples one by one and verify the results was woefully insufficient. I believe it is time to wrap up the first round of experiments. No. You have already eaten more than enough. It was only thanks to the staff's assistance that the kitchen had not already ground to a halt. The dishes he had made already exceeded 100, and every pre-planned combination had long since ended in failure. Yun Wu touched his lips. As I thought. I will need to use the hunting grounds. The hunting grounds, a space that existed beneath the hotel. It was a special zone for acquiring cooking ingredients and nightmare resources. He had never used it for this purpose before, but there was certainly material there that could satisfy the guest without taste. I had planned to visit after completing my physical improvements, but upon careful consideration, it should be safer than the path to the central control room. Yes. I have some reason for confidence, too. Yun Wu lifted a plate. Let us go to the aqua park, Coco. Yes. The world ultimately ran on connections. Friend. At his call, the drenched one raised its head above the water's surface. Yes, good to see you. It has not been too long, has it? I am glad if that is the case. Today it was the male body. The hair hung long like seaweed just as before, but the features were fiercer than last time. He briefly wondered what determined the form, then cleared the thought from his mind. Yun Wu held out the plate he had prepared. I would like to request your help, but it felt rude to come empty-handed, so I brought a dish. I am not certain it suits your preferences. On the plate was a fluffy, baked souffle cake. It was very well received. What a relief. This palate had not changed. I worried that your tastes might have shifted along with the hotel's transformation. Yes, I am glad as well. When you enjoy it this much, it gives me great satisfaction as the one who made it. Ah, the whipped cream, you say? If you wish, I can increase the amount, but would it not be too sweet? I see. Before the contract, the drenched one was a guest that did not eat. But after the contract, it primarily enjoyed sweet desserts. The archive description came to mind, that it craved the polar opposite of the briny sea. Even so, it likes sugar far too much. Could a water ghost develop lifestyle diseases? Surely not. Yun Wu scooped up Coco, who was eyeing the drenched one's souffle cake covetously. He caught and restrained the flailing soft paws. Its stomach surely housed a black hole. Perhaps because a Western soul was also part of the mix. Or had it simply learned over the years? Watching the figure naturally enjoy the dessert with fork and knife, Yun Wu added. I will bring them by regularly. It was a friend, after all. I should take responsibility for the relationship. Even though it now ate, the drenched one never came to the restaurant in person, not even after the contract. Being a creature that experienced various discomforts outside water, it was only natural. In the past, too, you would never eat on your own initiative unless I brought it to you. From the water, if that is what you are asking, I will research methods to ensure the flavor does not change even when consumed underwater. It would surely put you more at ease to eat somewhere comfortable. Well, I expect it will take some time. There is simply too much work that needs handling immediately. Yes. Confirming the empty plate, Yun Wu broached the main subject. Would you be willing to assist me with a hunt? The water ghost smiled deeply. He had secured cooperation without difficulty. However. Friend. No, friend. Wait. No, Ack. Ah, stop. Splat dash. Splat dash. The water ghost, which had been trying to crawl straight into Yunwu's lungs, was aghast. Yunwu was also aghast. And incredulous. Do you really think you are in a position to be more aghast than me right now? Cough. Water had gone up his nose and stung. Drenched without warning, Yunwu wiped his face. Adjusting his glasses, he spoke in a low voice. I believe I mentioned this last time, but I would appreciate it if you respected my privacy. Friendship is not what you seem to think it is. It does not mean squatting rent-free inside someone's organs. Trying to control my interpersonal relationships is not a healthy mindset either. Above all, these people are currently under my protection. I am temporarily housing them, much like fostering a stray dog. Yes, they are not friends. That much I can state with certainty. To put it plainly, it was merely a relationship of guardian and ward, no intimacy that the drenched one needed to be jealous of. In fact, the Room 14 monster had done nothing but sleep the entire time. They did attack me, granted, but there was no malice behind it. It was similar to a large dog that does not realize it has grown, charging at someone and knocking them over. Yes, a similar process. No, it was more desperate than that. Like an office worker who overslept, lunging for the door of a packed rush-hour subway. Yes. Yes. That is what it was. My closing the door would have meant being trapped forever, so reason must have slipped. Yes. I see. Thank you for understanding. Ah, you did not actually understand. How was it that every monster in this hotel thought alike? Yunwu looked at Coco. Pardon? Yes. Pardon? Yunwu lightly ignored Coco's questioning reply. Here and there, only Yunwu, with his sound mind and frail body, was caught in the middle, exhausted. Could you not simply walk beside me? The drenched one grumbled and stepped out of the water. The moment its body rose above the surface, it automatically assumed a clothed form, and Yunwu wondered what mechanism governed that. If it's going to wear clothes anyway, couldn't it generate dry ones? Or maybe it deliberately maintains the wet state for activity on land. The idea that dry clothes are more comfortable is a thoroughly human-centric assumption. Yunwu shook the bell to summon a staff member. One approached silently and collected the empty plate. He was grateful for the diligent work ethic. Shall we move, then? Yes, there should be no problems. The theme of the hunting grounds they were heading to was, after all, the sea. It is your first time visiting the hunting grounds as well, is it not, friend? The drenched one affirmed. Yunwu nodded and offered an explanation. Hotel guests are fundamentally unable to enter the hunting grounds, so that would be expected. Even human guests only venture as far as the underground parking garage on basement level 3. Have I not mentioned it? Yes, the hotel does have an underground parking garage, despite appearances. There is an entrance behind the hotel where vehicles can pull in as well, but I have not opened it, seeing as there is no intention of receiving human guests. Indeed. Below that, from basement level 5 onward, is what this hotel designates as the hunting grounds. And they ran exceedingly deep. They extend down to basement level 100. That meant a total of 95 floors were entirely hunting grounds. That does not mean one can immediately reach the lowest level. Each floor must be cleared to unlock the next, so the currently accessible area should extend to basement level 10. The hotel's transformation may have altered the layout, but overall, the existing themes have been maintained to a degree. Yunwu expected the hunting grounds would not be vastly different. Of course I have never been. What kind of disaster would I be inviting with a body like this? Yunwu pressed the button for the operator-exclusive elevator. Resource accumulation has been so slow that I have no equipment, and no means to craft weapons, either. I considered using other skills, but my body has grown rather too frail for comfort. I appreciate the suggestion, but I have far too much to do to simply stay in the water. Always looking for an opportunity to lure him into the water, truly befitting the notorious water ghost. Would you like to board first? When the elevator doors opened, Yunwoo stepped aside. The drenched one did not enter and stared fixedly at Yunwoo. Understanding what the look meant, Yunwoo ultimately stepped in first. The space may be somewhat tight. It was truly crammed. Yes, I was being too optimistic. The operator-exclusive elevator was narrow enough that even a single adult found it barely adequate. Today's drenched one, in particular, had a rather substantial build. After scowling for a moment, the drenched one finally crouched down on the floor and sat Yunwoo on its knees. Oh. That finally brought some balance. My pride has taken a wound, but it is certainly more comfortable than before. Yes, a wise decision. Thank you. The width was narrow, but fortunately the ceiling height was considerable. Seated atop the thoroughly cramped drenched one, Yunwoo pressed the button for the 7th floor. Our destination is basement level 7. The theme is, the sea. Friend, I am not sure how it sounds to you, but it is a space filled with the terror of waterborne calamity. Water wraiths, no. No, to my knowledge, there are no water wraiths of a similar type to you. A variety of quarry exists, but I do not recall any monsters with a water ghost concept. If you are truly disappointed, there are things resembling waterlogged zombies. Oh, you are familiar with zombies? That was surprising. Ah, they actually existed. Must be insane. Why would those be here? In any case, our hotel's hunting grounds feature quite a large number of humanoid monsters. Spiritual entities are not absent, but most have a physical form. No, please do not misunderstand. Appearances notwithstanding, they are not truly human. According to the game's lore, they were negative energy derived from various stories and histories, given form. They might seem similar to monster guests at a glance, but in essence they were entirely different beings. So, to help with understanding. They are like pine mushrooms. Spores that serve as seeds are planted, and once the right conditions are met, they take shape from there. That is why no matter how many are culled, their numbers never diminish. They regenerate endlessly. Indeed, they possess no special self-awareness or reason. Think of them as being closer to mushrooms or plants. For a somewhat nearer analogy, perhaps cultured meat, though normally cultured meat does not move about. Correct. It is not this time of day, but among the meals I have served you in the past, quite a few used ingredients sourced from the hunting grounds. Do you recall that marble ice cream, by any chance? No, that requires going much deeper. It is primarily sourced between floors 32 and 45. If I were to accommodate every request you have just made, I would need to be very diligent indeed. The hunting grounds could not be automated. In exchange, they yielded special materials of great benefit to operations. Memories of the labor he had put into hunting just to craft a single weapon or dish flashed through his mind. Ah, you were curious about that? To the drenched one's question, Yunwoo answered dutifully. I use terms like spores and seeds, but in essence they are a variety of nightmare byproducts, one might say. After receiving guests such as yourselves, monster guests and human guests alike, the hotel, now enriched, generates them on its own. Whether they were truly generated, or whether they were pre-existing entities that manifested under the influence of nightmares, was unknown. What was certain, however, was that their numbers increased in proportion to the quantity and quality of nightmares the hotel had absorbed. Come to think of it, this is taking longer than expected. The operator-exclusive elevator, which normally would have arrived in under 3 seconds, had been descending for quite some time. Yunwoo briefly regarded Coco, who was staring at the floor indicator alongside him. What distinguishes other floors from the hunting grounds? There must be a reason travel time is so much longer to the hunting ground specifically. I should look into this when I have the chance. Fortunately, the wait was not overly long. Ding! We have arrived. Let us disembark. Then I will go first, if you will excuse me. Yunwoo climbed off the drenched one, and then the drenched one stepped out after him. The elevator closed quietly and remained in place. Having entered the hunting grounds, the drenched one surveyed the surroundings and murmured softly. I am glad it seems to be to your liking. A desolate sea, thick with drifting mist. Corpse stench bloated by water filled every direction. Flooded ruins. That, in summary, was its appearance. This area takes the form of a port town destroyed by flooding. Beyond that, one can find a shipwreck, as well as underwater cliffs and dark sea caves. Yes, appearances aside, there are no water ghosts living here. Even if a similar form were to appear, it would be, as I mentioned, a plant-like being generated autonomously by the hotel. Even if you put it that way. I am not the one cultivating them. They are not livestock. If anything, it is closer to natural occurrence. But the drenched one seemed to find it difficult to accept that there were no water wraiths here. The tone suggested there could be no better habitat for a water ghost. Hearing such words, even Yunwoo's certainty wavered slightly. If water ghosts do appear, it would be an effect of this hotel having changed from before. As a personal opinion, I would prefer they be ordinary monsters that do not test my shallow conscience. He was not without experience killing laboratory animals for research. But such experiences had always made Yunwoo uncomfortable. Even growing accustomed did not make it any more pleasant. If a monster beyond mushrooms or plants were to appear before him now, it would be distressing. Given the circumstances, he could not simply leave it be, but he would rather not shoulder that additional burden of karma. Coco. Coco, assurance. Aha. Perhaps having read Yunwoo's concern, Coco, which had been draped over his shoulder, once again offered its assurance. Difficult to trust entirely, but hearing that answer put him somewhat at ease. Flooded zones exist as well. Water reaches waist height, and the pools have no visible bottom. The deeper one ventures, the hazier the visibility becomes, and movement speed drops markedly. Ah, do you see that? Yes, that is the shipwreck. Its position and structure change randomly each time one enters the hunting grounds. Due to the many elements obstructing visibility, numerous monsters lie hidden as well. The underwater cliff, you say? You seem interested. While surveying the terrain of the port town, Yunwoo pointed in a certain direction. It should be over there. Toward the far edge of the town. There is an abyss that stretches endlessly downward. Contaminated mist erupts from it like an underwater volcano, and the fog currently surrounding us is exactly that. Indeed, it is not a significant concern for us at present. During the game era, the playable character who arrived here was forcibly subjected to the sensation of being underwater. Considering the humidity, the actual conditions were not far off. Prolonged exposure here would result in death by asphyxiation, but for Yunwoo in his current state, such a penalty held no power. He was virtually immune to water-induced suffocation. Originally, this floor was humid enough to require a respiratory aid item. Yunwoo glanced back at the drenched one. Surprisingly, it seems you still cannot produce a voice. Given that the humidity is nearly equivalent to being submerged, I had hoped spoken conversation might be possible. It seems this degree is not sufficient. Understood. Full submersion appeared to be the threshold for speech. Despite standing there for only a brief time, Yunwoo's clothes were already thoroughly soaked. Ah, those are fishing nets and seine. They tangle along the floor and walls to impede movement. The monsters here primarily use them when ambushing or concealing themselves. Pardon? That was an unexpected question. Yunwoo nodded. Yes, I visited frequently. In the early days of operations when I had nothing, there was no better place to source high-grade seafood. The greenhouse was not accessible then either, just as it is not now. There is no need to look at me with such pity. No, I do not say that lightly. He had died plenty of times and gone through every manner of ordeal. But that was within the game, was it not? Receiving this strangely misplaced sympathy left him feeling genuinely embarrassed. Similar to the situation with Baek Mu-jin. Given that he himself had now become that player, he could not dismiss it as someone else's affair entirely, but the story was too complicated to explain in detail, so Yunwoo changed the subject. Within a certain radius of the elevator is a safety zone. However, if you draw a monster's pursuit on the way back, the safe zone will not function. It may seem inconsistent, but it has several advantages. It appears to be a measure preventing the misfortune of being attacked the moment one steps off the elevator. Yes, movement is still comfortable for you, is it not? I am glad. Stroking Coco on his shoulder, Yunwoo continued. What I would like to ask of you is, as I mentioned beforehand, a hunt. The ingredient he sought was soul yeast. It had many characteristics, but if one stood out most. The drop rate is low. Truly low. Yunwoo wore a bitter expression. The road ahead was painfully clear. Soul yeast is an item that, once you obtain the raw material, can later be cultivated in the greenhouse. When he would ever be able to open that damned greenhouse remained one of Yunwoo's great regrets. It is primarily found in liquid-based hunting grounds, including this 7th floor. Yunwoo walked through the fog-blanketed town. It had not felt real when it was a sprite image, but confronting it firsthand, the scale was unmistakably that of a city. The drenched one followed quietly behind him. It seemed to take great interest in these hunting grounds. I am glad it seems to be to your liking. Yes, it must be rather comfortable for you, considering you are on land. Ah, you mean the liquid-based hunting grounds? Splash. Shallow water grazed his shoes. It is exactly as it sounds. As you might imagine, there are areas with seas and reservoirs, but zones where blood has pooled are also classified as liquid-based by the system. However, those zones require descending to deeper floors. Not to your taste, I see. Water and blood were fundamentally different in nature. For the drenched one, a water ghost, water would be akin to a sanctuary, but a zone filled with blood would be an entirely separate space. However, the soul yeast found in such zones can be obtained in larger quantities at once. That is why one usually descends as deep as possible. Yes, as you can see, I cannot go there right now. My body is not in a state to withstand such extreme environments either. It was only because this was the 7th floor that he could set foot here at all. He had a degree of resistance to water-related threats. Had he needed to go to the 5th or 6th floors, he would likely have lost his life several times over. To that, the drenched one asked further. Its uses, you mean? A fair curiosity. Yunwoo nodded and answered. Soul yeast is typically used as a medicinal ingredient. It can be processed into a sedative that stabilizes the mind, or conversely, a stimulant that heightens the senses. Beyond that, it is also used for somewhat specialized purposes, such as masking a specific taste or aroma to render drugs or magic undetectable, or destabilizing an opponent's mind to induce carelessness. It could also be used to disguise something and avoid suspicion. Ultimately, it is frequently used as medicine or poison, but the essential effect of soul yeast is closely tied to memory. Depending on the method of refinement, its use is split into two. Yunwoo added. Reproducing a memory from the past, or imprinting a memory that never existed. No, I have never used it on you. There is no need for such concern. It is typically an ingredient used on human guests. Its potency is not strong enough to be effective on guests such as yourself. It was not impossible, but the efficiency was abysmal. Processing it to a concentration effective on monster guests required tremendous effort. Refining the yeast halves the usable quantity, and processing it further into medicine or poison halves it again. And then, to concentrate it enough to work on a being like you. Coco looked at Yunwoo. The drenched one did the same. Indeed. That is precisely the situation we find ourselves in. I did not deceive you. You followed along of your own volition. The method for obtaining soul yeast is simple. Yunwoo smiled quietly. Just kill everything in sight. I am not joking. It is a randomly appearing item in this zone. If you hunt and gather repeatedly, you will find one tucked among the spoils now and then. Hunt the monsters here and scrape together the items, and before long, soul yeast would take up a corner of the inventory. Yunwoo's smile turned wistful. So normally, I would run the hunting grounds for other items and simply stockpile any yeast that accumulated along the way. Yes, right now the soul yeast itself is the objective. And we are in a hurry. The path to the 14th floor had been secured, so now he needed to devise a way to reach the central control room. My plan was to buy time for that, but if this small and cunning scheme of mine fails, then there is nothing I can do. My only option would be to drag the guest without taste along and play a friendly game of tag on the 14th floor. Not fine. Even Coco says as much. That is correct. This is the reality I face. I must therefore buy time to secure any means of preserving my life, by whatever trick necessary. And what is absolutely essential to that plan is this soul yeast. The most pressing problem was that the guest without taste's patience was approaching its breaking point. If negotiations fall through, I will ultimately have to face him head-on. However, in that case, there is a strong chance of serious confusion to my identity. What a remark worthy of a combined edition of 10,000 Nations Water Ghosts. If you are fine with me transforming into the guest without taste or a mass of liquid blood, then by all means. While we are at it, I shall try being a triple personality. Your friend Li Yunwu, the guest without taste, presumed lord of a principality in the 18th century Holy Roman Empire, and a self-aggrandizing blood with an uncontrollable compulsion to dominate any body it enters. I wonder if there could be a more perfect combination for a multiple personality. Do you not agree, friend? I cannot tell you how deeply moved I am by your great concern for my situation. Yunwu thought this must be the truest friendship, forged over 26 years with his life on the line. Perhaps the prospect of merging with an 18th century curmudgeon had made the drenched one recoil. Its expression was far from pleased. As expected, it did not care for other monsters. Yunwu was lost in thought. As I suspected, it's not just the room 14 monster it singles out. This aspect is consistent with the game, but now that it's become reality, that exclusionary tendency seems far stronger. Looking at the drenched one's face, which had been pale to begin with but now looked more cadaverous than ever, Yunwu smiled faintly. It's already dead, so how does blood flow regulation even work? No. I'd appreciate it if you didn't suddenly read my thoughts, Coco. The monsters of this hotel needed to learn to respect Yunwu's privacy. Gently patting Coco in his arms, Yunwu continued. So there is nothing more I need to specially request of you. Splosh. The sound of waterlogged footsteps. As I mentioned earlier. This is the third time I am bringing it up, friend. Would you be willing to assist me with a hunt? Fortunately, it seemed to have no intention of backing out. Sounds like water balloons filled with porridge being burst echoed in every direction. I'm not entirely sure what those sounds are, but splashing, something popping, and detonations far heavier than either. All of it was noise produced by the drenched one slamming, drowning corpses into the ground. The overwhelming physical force rendered the knife in the drenched one's grinning hand utterly superfluous. Oh. Another one burst apart. As expected of a common to both versions monster guest. Its disposition was fundamentally different from open version exclusive guests. If the latter at least put up a pretense of decorum, the drenched one's instinctive aggression was beyond comparison. Its concept was a rainy day killer from the very start. The ferocity of the drenched one, endowed with the identity of a water ghost, reached its peak on the high-humidity 7th basement floor. It rampaged so spectacularly that Coco's mouth fell open. Oh. To think you have learned to express admiration. I am deeply moved, Coco. Yunwu smiled with his hands clasped behind his back. The drowning corpses, bloated white and glassy-eyed, were tenacious enemies that pursued relentlessly and dragged users underwater, but before the drenched one, none of that mattered. What do you expect to accomplish putting a fish in water? They were troublesome monsters in the early stages when one had no decent weapon, but yes. Before two water ghosts, dragging into the water was not much of an attack. Of course, I do need to be careful. Yunwu looked down at his own hands in their white cotton gloves. He could not respond as brutishly as they could. No matter how bloated the hands grabbing him might be, the instant they seized him, his entire body would quickly dissolve into a mass of liquid blood. Then Yunwu looked at the drenched one. He, too, needed to at least make a show of contributing. In Hun, hunting skills existed. Like cooking, it was one of the basic skills granted upon completing the tutorial. Yun Wu fixed his gaze on the pack of drowning corpses being herded by the drenched one. Adjusting his glasses, he quietly extended a hand. Like this. Was it? Boom dash. KR splat, splat splat splat. Yun Wu silently lowered his hand. An eerie silence settled over the harbor where every drowning corpse had been reduced to pulp. Amid the landscape of drifting fog and scattered flesh, the drenched one slowly turned to look at Yun Wu. Yun Wu touched his lips as if embarrassed and managed to speak. A misunderstand. This is a misunderstanding. He meant it. He could not clearly explain what the misunderstanding even was, but judging by the other's expression, those were the words that needed to come out first. The drenched one, having been hit in the face by rotten flesh in rapid succession, looked thoroughly baffled. I did not expect it to turn out like this, either. He was not being polite. Who could have known that a hunting skill without a single level up would produce this kind of destructive power? He had no weapon, and the skill was only at level 1. Above all. Originally, it is not this crude a skill. No, truly. Please believe me, friend. I had no grievance with you. Yes, of course. I truly did not expect this. This is not how this skill is supposed to work. Only then did the drenched one furrow its brow and look down at him. It must have been hard to believe it was unintentional, but even assuming it did, there was a clear air of puzzlement as to why such an anomaly had occurred. Well, it is. Most likely. Yun Wu smiled awkwardly. It seems to be because my body is not in a normal state. That was roughly how it could be summarized. No. No, I am not going. I will not get in. I will not enter no matter what you say. Yun Wu shook his head firmly. This unruly water ghost kept trying to shove him into the water, and it was nothing short of exasperating. He was decidedly one who aspired to live as a human being. From the perspective of someone with ordinary sensibilities, it is unsettling. It had been the same just moments ago. This creature had neither interest nor concern for Yun Wu's well-being. That was why it ceaselessly tried to drag him into the water. Is that not so? It did not care if he was hurt or killed by another monster guest. Just now, had he not informed it that he might merge with the guest without taste, it would never have agreed to help. What it wants from me is simple. A friend that provided warm comfort. That alone was what it sought to protect. It was obsession and possessiveness. Nothing more than a child's tantrum, demanding sole ownership of a toy. Its protection stemmed from precisely this tantrum. Maintaining its possession so it does not spoil. It merely defined that under the name friend. The drenched one, which had been silently gazing down at Yun Wu, broke into laughter. A long, thin laugh echoed eerily. Coco poked its head out. Hello. Yes, the water ghost's infamy is alive and well. Danger. 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 This is genuinely frightening. Even at this very moment, it was watching for any opportunity to drag Yun Wu underwater. It seemed to have taken quite a liking to this zone, so the moment his guard dropped, it would not hesitate to act. I am sorry to say, but I have no intention of dying for your convenience. Please do exercise caution. As you saw just now. Yun Wu adjusted his gloves and narrowed his eyes. Controlling my strength is difficult. Controlling my strength is difficult. That was what his friend had said, a short while ago. That he, too, had not expected it to turn out this way. A worn-out soul and a ruined body. That transparently visible state lent credibility to his words, yet the water wraith did not take them at face value. None of the monsters in this hotel would have. Naturally so. It would be best if we moved on. Do you not agree? It was not that he had not expected this. He had not expected it to go this far. The water wraith walked behind its friend and thought. Ah! What a shame. If only he were a little more stupid. A little weaker. How wonderful that would have been. Dot. A slow humming trailed behind. Ha. Pressing the elevator button, Yunwoo let out a dry laugh. After you. Then, if you will excuse me. Yunwoo climbed atop the drenched one, who had folded itself into the narrow elevator. Coco trotted up, using the two of them as stepping stones, and settled on Yunwoo's shoulder. The smell of brine hung thick about them all. I express my deepest gratitude for your dedication, friend. Soul yeast. A mutant fermentation culture grown in liquid environments. During the fermentation process, it can memorize and reproduce patterns of memory, emotion, and sensation. Processed into medicine, poison, or disguise material. Quantity, 99. A successful bout of repetitive labor. Yes. Yes, 1 Pavlova, duly noted. I will prepare it as soon as the yeast is refined. Of course. It should not take long. Stepping through the door, Yunwoo said. You must have been quite tired. Having loaded the drenched one's arms with everything from a berry-laden pavlova to rich brownies, glazed donuts, and macarons, Yunwoo departed the aqua park at a leisurely pace. It wanted to eat there. Riding the elevator, Yunwoo gently stroked Coco. If our friend wished, I had been considering ways to arrange quarters on the 7th basement floor, but given this reaction, it seems there will be no need for joint visits for the time being. Yes. Still, the location itself appeared to be to its liking. Given the water ghost's nature, staying in the hunting grounds is safer in many respects than remaining in the aqua park. I should broach the subject again soon. Pardon? Soon. For the time being, the mere sight of drowning corpse remains would make it retch. It doesn't seem interested in this kind of hunting. Then again, for an open version monster guest, repetitive labor disguised as hunting is hardly an enjoyable activity. Yunwoo entered the kitchen as he was. Well then. He murmured as he pulled on fresh cooking gloves. I had best get back to my own work. Now he needed to craft the golden egg that would seize the guest without taste's attention in a single stroke. Yunwoo pulled a test tube from his inventory. A thick, pearl-colored liquid sloshed inside it. I did prepare several versions. Hello. But on its own, I doubt it would taste like much. He arranged the test tubes in a row. When they had been game icons, there was little visible difference, but in the flesh, the sheen and hue varied subtly. It felt like being a researcher again. Every time I get to see a game item in person like this, the feeling is strangely exciting. Happy. That would be close to it. Yunwoo continued calmly. Since it is originally a medicinal ingredient, it is an unknown what effect it will have when incorporated into cooking. No official recipe utilizing it exists in the first place. Yes. I must create everything from scratch with my own hands. I can borrow the system's corrections to some extent, but I should also account for the possibility of cruder results than usual. No. Is your faith in the game system not a bit too absolute, Coco? No. I suppose so. The objective of this project was to use refined soul yeast to temporarily reproduce the flavors the guest without taste remembered from its past. Restoring its sense of taste entirely would be difficult, but by leveraging the properties of soul yeast, it should be possible to create the illusion of having tasted those flavors. No recipe for recovering the sense of taste existed within the hotel, and the opponent was a failed practitioner of the Crimson Core commentary. The traces ran too deep for a single drug to restore sensation. For my own safety, it is something I must not attempt for the time being. Pardon? The key is ensuring the goose's belly cannot be slit open. If slitting it open reveals a method to obtain golden eggs, both you and I will be in trouble. I have no desire to hand the guest without taste a gift that benefits only him. Oh. Of course, compounding a drug of that caliber is little more than a pipe dream at present. He was still studying, but the Crimson Core commentary was a truly grotesque field. To think of restoring another's senses when he could not even repair his own body. What a contradictory delusion. But human beings were creatures who advanced precisely through delusion. Yunwoo donned a white mask. I should decide on a base dish for comparison. What would be good? Venison. I had been thinking of bone broth. Yes. Very well, let us try both. Yes. Solid and liquid dishes would differ in the yeast's reactivity. Since results naturally varied by ingredient, preparing two simultaneously was not a bad call. This was, after all, a research process, not mere cooking. Sensation is an extremely important element for human beings. Receiving ingredients from the kitchen staff, Yun-Woo continued. Vision alone accounts for 70 to 80% of the information a human takes in. I am not certain that figure is absolute, but to answer your question, I would estimate the order is sight, hearing, touch, smell, and then taste. Hello. No, as I said, that is merely my personal opinion. However, I believe the general order of importance follows that ranking. Trimming the raw meat, Yun-Woo added. That does not mean any sense is unimportant. The pleasure derived from taste is considerable. I myself have found it quite bothersome that every meal of late has tasted of blood. How much worse, then, to lose one's sense of taste entirely. That would certainly cause significant stress. At least tasting blood was better than tasting nothing. Given such circumstances, I do not think it unreasonable that the guest without taste has become fixated on blood. Whether he perceives the blood of others as a delicacy the way I do, or whether blood is the only medium through which he can faintly detect any taste at all, I cannot say. Not fine. As a human experience, the sense of deprivation is undeniable. All the more so if he was once a gastronome. After a pause, Yun-Woo added. There is one concern. Pardon? Seeing that he still adheres to the formality of dining suggests some lingering attachment, but if that deprivation has persisted for so long that he has grown numb to it, this kind of overture might genuinely be perceived as provocation. I do not like that. How unfortunate. Neither do I. No matter how large or thick a scar, once fully healed it no longer registers pain. If he had simply grown accustomed to the loss like a thick patch of deadened flesh, drawing his goodwill through gastronomy would be difficult. I can only hope to pry open that very bottom. Yes. There is no shortage of worries. Yun-Woo spread refined yeast evenly across the raw meat surface. After a brief silence, Yun-Woo pointed at the meat and looked at Coco. Is it not too shimmery? Yes. Visually, it should not be objectionable. Personally, he thought it looked off, but this was not a matter to judge by the sensibilities of a 21st-century Korean commoner. The opponent was an upper-class figure of the 18th century Holy Roman Empire. To those who enjoyed tables decorated like theater, meat that gleams like pearl would fall within the acceptable range. This was a person from an era that served peacocks taxidermy to appear alive. Pardon? He decided to think of it that way. His name is literally the guest without taste, so his sense of smell is likely intact. That may be precisely why he insisted on extravagant banquets despite being unable to taste. But the sense of smell. There were many variables to prepare for. I do not think it will take terribly long, but I would like to establish the recipe as quickly as possible. Personally, I quite enjoy this kind of research process. Hello. You are right about that. Yun-Woo rolled his eyes dryly toward the kitchen door. Beyond the gap in the door, a silhouette was peering in. It seems his patience is running thin. The time had come to present the golden egg he had crafted. He had known for a long time that on the day the ritual failed, his flesh and self had calcified into something grotesque. The price of hubris, of presuming to claim the divine, was merciless. Yearning for a purity he could never reach, he was imprisoned forever on a wretched boundary, belonging nowhere. Ah! Blood! Blood! He craved blood. Driven mad by the thirst for blood alone, he drifted through long ages. By the time he barely recovered his reason, the nobility he had once possessed was already gone. Countless foul-smelling obsessions and the souls of others had congealed into a thick morass within him. And so, in the end, a question clung to his tongue. May I have some? Reason was the last bastion separating human from beast. It was both the power he wielded as a monster and the sole restraint he retained as a man. He chased the afterimage of taste through acrid blood alone. Yet no fresh blood could fill the void in his soul. Before despair could even take hold, thirst usurped control of body and mind. Then one day, as he lived among humans wearing only their guise, he saw a kindred spirit. "May I have some?" "No." A blood mage with a neat countenance. Young. A servant this young still remained. When he first began circling the periphery, it was nothing more than a blood mage's instinct drawn toward high-quality blood. The acrid greed common to all of their kind, to drink good blood, transmuted into self, and soothe this hunger. He is disgorging blood. A weakened state. At this level, perhaps just once. A pitiable prey that could not even keep itself together, spilling itself wherever it went. In this debased era where beasts stripped of reason and dignity wandered the purgatory reeking of blood, he alone evoked the illusion of having stepped out of a former golden age. Finer than any delicacy my fragments have ever produced. The blood of such an exquisitely completed work must surely be of the highest order. The quality of blood, improbably excellent for a weakened state, was tantalizing. This vast sanctuary was unlikely to permit it, yet to possess it would be a boon, and should he tire of it, a banquet. If only I could taste a single morsel. His scheming amounted to nothing more than watching for an opening to fill his stomach with the precious fresh blood this being had wrought. But the moment he encountered his severed hand, which had seeped blood between the cracks of walls and floors, every calculation collapsed. He had thought it blood of unusually fine bouquet, but to think the flesh itself was a mass of liquid blood. "May I have some?" "Ah, yes. It is you. May I have?" A shattered shudder. When he had licked up the traces of fresh blood caked thickly in the gaps of that metal, "It is you. It is truly you." Awe and disbelief surged along the currents of his brain. This was not merely the blood of an exceptional mage. A primordial sanctum, a perfection that should not exist. Gripped by madness, he pursued. He consumed every remnant of that being. Licked the floors, scraped the walls, ravenously swallowed the divinity left in the wake of his passing. Ah! Velmareth. A form he had sought to achieve yet dared not even behold. A sanctum he had yearned to become yet could not fathom the origin of. The completeness of blood lay beneath the same roof. Velmareth. 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 The instant he grasped it, instinct trembled and whispered. If I could tear a piece from him and swallow it. If he could transfuse that noble essence into his own base veins, then even this eternal hunger would at last be brought to its end. It would be a sacred violation and a blasphemous union. It would end this hunger that would persist for eternity and liberate him into the abyss below. To subjugate that being of higher station, no, that primordial usurper, beneath his feet, to tear and rend that white throat, that pulsating conduit of life, between his teeth. The hot divine pus and acrid metallic liquid bursting through his fangs, the mere thought of it sent filthy, viscous ecstasy coursing down his spinal fluid and through his entire body. To strangle that blood-scented god, to crush him, to lick him, to disassemble him atom by atom and exile him into the pit of his own stomach. To kill him, to eat him, to swallow him whole. May I have? No. You may not. Oh. But at the same time, he understood. I see. He was of a station far higher than his own. Such vivid, arrogant blood. He had circled what he took for a dying beast, only to find himself facing the voice of a god that would devour him whole, even in its battered state. Even weakened, this much. Restraint. It was a fine excuse, the last honor a nobleman must uphold, and a thread-thin patience born of the terror that reaching out too hastily might see him torn apart in return. If he could not suppress this desire and was blinded by a moment's temptation, the calculation that he would be reduced to a base corpse before he could even taste this windfall held him fast. Even a parched sinner steadied himself before holy water. Ah! But patience was an unfamiliar garment for one born to arrogance. The chalice of a god sat before his eyes. Knowing that the moment he reached out, what awaited was annihilation, the myriad souls blinded by delicacy shrieked within and without. Eat. You can become complete. Please, just one bite. The fleeting taste he had sampled by pressing his tongue to that filthy wall had shattered his balance. He had lived too long in thirst. He had walked too far a road, tormented by pain and hunger. But surely you know. Surely you, too, understand that it must not be done. Do not dare touch him. He is noble and exalted. You chase a deeper hell. The voices within tore at one another and screamed. But, even so. Still, no, we, these countless shards of yearning souls. I am by no means honorable. I am not even human. Could I not tear away just one more bite? Surely even a god has a weakness within these narrow walls. He was on the verge of casting aside the shards of his flimsy honor and baring the teeth he rightly deserved to bear. Sir. Do you plan to visit the dining area? He had been invited to his table. Memory of the hunt, a nobleman's table, sample course. Appetizer. Venison liver pate with rustic bread. Venison liver finely ground with spices and slowly cooked with herb butter to create a pâté. Soft on the outside, harboring deep, rich flavor within. Served warm atop freshly baked bread. Soup. Wild herb game consommé. A clear broth drawn from bones of beasts taken in the hunting grounds, simmered long and strained, infused with wild thyme and rosemary. A prelude to the nobleman's evening rites, warming the body with every sip. Main course. Mouflon steak with truffle and red wine sauce. Mouflon tenderloin gently cooked in a red wine and truffle sauce. Finely studded truffles meld with the meat juices, capturing the glory of the hunt and the tenderness of full maturity in a single dish. Dessert. Sugar-preserved fruit. Adorning the close of the hunt and the conclusion of the feast, sugar-preserved fruit. Within a translucent shell of sugar, the fruit brims with juice, its sweetness and subtle acidity lingering long upon the palate. Register new recipe to the archive. Y/N. Why? Yun Wu knows. That knowing something can make a person miserable, but it cannot kill them outright. Provided you truly, properly know, that is. I see. Nothing is ever easy. Rather than someone else's bomb that could go off at any moment, a risk one could control with one's own hands was preferable. Yun Wu had always been that sort of person. His nature was not resilient enough to be unbothered, he tired easily from even small ripples. And so, he courteously sought consent. Do you not agree? It had been a conversation in the small hours, sometime before. Director. What, you fucker? We're fucked. God damn it, I told you not to bring up dirty talk in the Sacred Sensitivity Bureau. I'm genuinely curious, is fuck not dirty? Just spit it out. The director tilted her head, and the section chief nodded in return before setting down a thick sheaf of documents. A cooperation dispatch came in from the European Union. Just hearing that much already tells me we're fucked. It has not even been 1 minute since you told us not to use dirty language in the Sacred Sensitivity Bureau. God damn these bastards, they were going on about, monkey go home, and now what fresh hell is this? Was that so? I didn't even know. The section chief pointed past the door and asked. The staff are using the fire pit, want me to go burn it? If you're going to burn it, just burn it. Why come back here? Go do your rounds instead. As expected of our director, a most reasonable instruction. Then act on it. Don't just run your mouth, kid. Crack. The director stretched her neck and asked. So why? Well. The section chief continued. A white crow has made landfall on the Korean peninsula. Well. Pulling glasses from her drawer on account of her aging eyes, the director studied the documents for a long while. Then she removed the glasses and tapped the frames in her hand. Someone flew in an aircraft carrier, tell them to turn themselves in. It appears to have walked here on its own 2 feet. Fuck. These damn gaps never take a holiday. The director tilted her head once more. Gather the team. I will assemble a special team. No, well, that too, but. I'm listening. Assemble the body cleanup crew. That. The budget's going to crack. The one getting cracked is me when I go beg for the budget, you fucker. Isn't that your right and duty as director? Getting beaten doesn't come with rights, you lunatic. She spoke in her usual blunt tone. If it's a white crow, that's a labyrinth that's been around since the 16th century. Yes, that's correct. One of the famous classical labyrinths. So there's nothing we can do. The section chief nodded as if to agree. Need popcorn? Before that, update the files and burn the printouts. Ward off the bad energy. You hate Europe that much? Isn't that racial discrimination? The gates of hell opened in Europe, for fuck's sake. Since when was the devil's country of origin monkey, indeed? As someone whose position required communication with agencies worldwide, the director had not forgotten the grudge from the month before last. They started it. The section chief rubbed his chin, then asked. Still, the religious Takibi they manage over there is, relatively docile, isn't it? If Mr. Luredacted is docile, then just how docile is that? You've lost it. Come to think of it, you must be a spy of the devil. However did you find out? To prove my innocence, I shall go burn the cooperation dispatch in the fire pit. Don't forget to type it up separately and distribute the notice to all team leaders. Creak. Leaning back in her chair, the director added. Go without pain. You worked hard. The section chief answered with a smile. I'll be on my W.Y.T.H.N. Yeah. It seemed he had been selected by Mr. Luredacted. And then he has the nerve to call that thing docile. The lunatic. The director casually dismissed the section chief's voice, which had been warping grotesquely like a hymn for some time now. In the Sensitivity Bureau, there were personnel who inevitably died. Because Dakibi lurking across the globe could kill a person merely by having their name spoken or recalled. Watching the section chief's familiar retreating back, the director put a cigarette to her lips. Rotten bastards. In some circles, those who took on death for the sake of relaying information were called envoys. Barely gets the briefing out and goes and dies on me. 3 days later. By the time the rosters for both the special team and the body cleanup crew had been finalized, and the cooperation dispatch had been updated on the bulletin board, Section Chief Hong's headless corpse was found standing upright in the columbarium. And so the first assignment for both teams became the posthumous affairs of their founder. The basic human senses are commonly called the 5 senses. Eyes perceive light and form, ears detect vibration, the nose detects odor, and the skin senses warmth. Becoming blood had not changed things much. I am still seeing. Still hearing. Still smelling. I feel the world with my entire body. Thanks to every single drop of blood retaining its sensation. But I cannot speak. Human language was beyond his reach. Nor can I taste through a tongue. Because this was merely blood that imitated a tongue. In the end, I cannot be human. Sight, hearing, smell, touch, taste. People define these as human senses, but the thoughts of an old Dakibi who had drifted through the cracks of humanity for ages were different. The drowsiness that crept in when I closed my eyes. Sleep. The affection whispered at my ear. Love. The seasonal wind that brushed the tip of my nose. Time. The warmth transmitted through skin. Body heat. Even the happiness that made me smile when it touched my tongue. Even desire. In those days, the vampire who had ceased to be even a forgotten nobleman had nothing left. Things he could not reclaim, yet was obliged to forget. And so he forgot. He believed he had forgotten. And then the first dish arrived. He surveyed the plate by instinct. He had spent long ages swapping identities. Though he could not taste, his eye for reading the technique and care invested in a dish and the intent behind it was something he could trust. Considerable care was taken. In the sheen flowing across the plate's surface, he saw patience, and the crumb structure of the accompanying bread boasted perfection. Flawless and superb. This level of skill. Were it not for the fact that the other party was a Velmareth, he would want to teach him personally. A harmony befitting a social occasion. If the other party had set such a painstaking stage, then the wise course was to respond with the dignity it warranted. What manner of praise shall I offer? With a chef's eye he appraised the technique, with a critic's mind he prepared his compliments, and with the gestures befitting this occasion he took up the cutlery. And yet, the fingertips gripping the fork trembled ever so slightly. Something was wrong. His mind was analyzing the information, yet his body of blood was invading the rational domain before his intellect could. The inside of his mouth prickled and the backs of his eyes throbbed. What is this? Not entirely unfamiliar, a sensation he certainly knew. What was it? Poison. He rolled his eyes. What was this hot, viscous liquid pooling in his mouth, and what was this strange convulsion twisting his stomach? The futile attempts of those who had threatened him over the centuries came to mind. It might be poison, or perhaps a cunning trap of blood magic. It was not poison. Nor blood magic. If it were, he would not be floundering like this. Only then did the faintest fragment surface. It was neither pain nor sorcery. A nearly forgotten era. The utterly natural bodily response he had experienced when he gladly endured hunger and thirst to face the table. A sensation so ancient he had completely lost track of it. So then, this is appetite, is it? He reached out. The moment the fork parted the pâté, he felt softness. The moment it was lifted to the utensil, he felt a satisfying weight. He tapped the freshly baked bread lightly, then chose a piece. He placed the pâté atop it, brought it to his mouth, and warmth flooded in. The bread crust crumbled with a crisp sound, releasing a nutty fragrance like dandelion. The pâté that met his tongue enveloped it as gently as melted butter. The dense, ferrous aroma unique to liver grazed him for a moment before the harmony of herb butter and spices embraced that roughness into roundness. With each bite, the smoothly dissolving texture of the meat mingled with the crisp breadcrumbs, composing a varied refrain. The fragrance of herbs rose. I am having a meal right now. The guest who loved blood sat still for a long while. Hello. To Coco's question, Yunwoo answered after a brief glance at the notification window. Yes, I have registered it. Hello. Of course I am being careful. You worry a great deal, Coco. Yes. Dear me. The dining area was a zone where he had previously applied an automation protocol. He had just registered a recipe exclusive to the guest without taste. This way, when the guest arrived, the staff would attend to him automatically. The monster cat had been right. Stepping in personally is dangerous. He was already in a position of evading other monster guests. If the staff could handle it in his stead, that was safest. This was only a sample course, and there were still imperfections. His body ached. Yunwoo leaned against the counter. It was wise to apply the automation protocol to the dining area. It paid off to attend to a frequently visited area. I never expected the guest to be this insistent, though. In any case, we will have to watch what reaction he shows. Yes. It was not as though he had no worries. He wished he had had more time to invest in the research, but time had been tight and the successful results were few. There isn't enough for perfect historical accuracy. In the end, he had no choice but to settle on a modern course format. It is not a perfect recreation. But it should be enough to hit the mark. Yes. Judging by his reactions so far, he will not fly into a rage immediately. If he were the sort to be that fixated on formality, he would not have worn a modern suit and used the buffet. Yes. I have set a plentiful table, so the gaps should not show. Let us observe a while longer. Yes. Hearing you say so puts my mind at ease. Hello. Yes, I am fine. He had done his best within the allotted time. Ah. Cough. I'm tired. The sensation of his innards being forcibly wrenched out through his mouth buckled Yunwoo's legs reflexively. An instant before he crumpled to the floor, thick-jointed hands caught the counter roughly and held. Ah. A gasp like a sigh. Veins stood taut along the forearms bracing against the collapsing weight. Truly nothing goes right. Nothing in the world was ever easy. He scrunched his brow irritably and hacked out a dry cough. A tedious process, but honestly, he was used to it by now. His surroundings, however, were not. No. Coco was aghast, and the dining staff came flooding in. Some tried to catch and lift Yunwoo, others wiped frantically at his mouth. This is too much attention. So undeserved that he wanted to sink into the earth. Before gratitude could register, something suffocated him at the level of instinct. What reached him felt less like pure concern and more like a compulsion embedded within it. If I'm being honest, it's unnerving. He could feel worry as well, but still. More than that, it was something. No. I'm fine. A white handkerchief clamped over his mouth. Sealing the hole that was leaking blood was technically the right move, but... Is it my imagination, or does it sound like they're telling me to shut up? It might have been concern that he should not speak in such a state, or it might have been an inability to bear seeing a precious object marred by filth. He could not tell which was true. Either way, the pressure is the same. Yunwoo decided to simply vomit out the water filling his lungs. Cough, hack, irk, blurg. No. Hello. No. No. Ugh, who? And yet, in the midst of it all. What is this unpleasant feeling? He thought he could hear the drenched one on the 23rd floor aqua park raising both hands in welcome. Whether it was intuition or imagination, he was not sure, but, No, fine. How unfortunate. Sixth sense. The drenched one welcomes your drowning. It was not his imagination. He had truly heard it. Where does it get off? Sick or not, as long as it was having a good time. Even with his body firmly held in the staff's grip, indignation surged. Once they grew a little closer, he would most certainly seize it by the collar. If the bug had just worked properly during the event, I wouldn't be going through any of this. But that was water already spilled. Having coughed up blood for a good while, Yunwoo wiped his mouth with the back of a bloodless hand. Shaking off the hands that had been supporting or fussing over him, he staggered to his feet. Thank you. Faces that still said nothing, only smiled. Something is being shared. A feeling that's hard to articulate. It was not simply an air of anxious fretting. It was a seething urgency to somehow conceal and erase the sight of something that should be perfect and exalted crumbling as it retched in pure filth. What kind of emotion is that? He almost looked deeper, then stopped. Yunwoo could not hide his unease. Yes, I see. Thank you. In any case, if this was goodwill, then goodwill it was. But in terms of convenience, the period before the tutorial might actually have been better. They had been far more businesslike before. Those who would not budge for anything beyond their duties unless the bell was rung. This, too, was a clear change from the tutorial era. Or it might be the effect of becoming a formal manager. As Yunwoo swallowed a weary breath and lowered his gaze, the staff finished tidying his appearance. As always, they were calm and quiet, yet the touch was somehow compulsive. They peeled away the blood-stained gloves and overcoat, dressed him in a fresh overcoat without a single crease, and neatly tightened the necktie over it. Meticulous and relentless in their precision. Still, after about 5 years, he had grown accustomed to this as well. It was not this obsessive before, though. The grooming was completed swiftly. Having pulled on white cotton gloves and checked the fit, Yunwoo noticed a staff member standing hesitantly with a mop and cleaning cloth in hand. Ah! He understood why. They had always been reluctant to clean up spilled blood. Because even spilled blood was a part of their superior, Lee Yunwoo. It must feel like their boss has split apart like a planaria and is scattered across the floor. But that was not the only reason they hesitated now. Yunwoo raised a hand. Wait. Please do not clean it up. The moment the words left him, the staff stepped back, and Yunwoo gazed steadily at the floor. Coco tilted its head near the pool of blood. Yunwoo nodded. Yes, it seems I made a small error while retching. Yes. It was not intentional. Please do not look so overtly pleased. Nope. How resolute. Swallowing a sigh, he bent toward the blood. You may come out. Two eyes peeked timidly from the pool of blood. They were smaller than Yunwu's palm. The little thing glanced around furtively, then slowly raised its head. A head as round as its eyes. A small, blood-colored lump. A fragment of the room 14 monster. It is all right. Can you come this way? Fortunately, it seems you can move. Judging by its only nodding, it appeared unable to speak. Closer to a slime. The small, round slime commonly seen in games. If the room 14 entity's form were simplified to its absolute limit, this was what it would look like. The slime dragged itself through the blood and, with a trembling body, clung to the toe of Yunwu's shoe. Then it laboriously crawled up onto his hand. Yunwu addressed the staff. You may clean up the rest. At that, the startled slime leapt from his hand back to the floor. What? The behavior was puzzling, but Yunwu did not try to grab it. Splash. The slime, submerged in the blood once more, curled in on itself. It had seemed to want to go, so he had let it. What did this mean? Yunwu looked at the staff, but they shook their heads. They did not know, either. He looked at Coco next. The monster cat merely stared at the slime without a word. Ah, wait. Coco, stop. No. Now. Yunwu scooped up Coco, whose pupils had dilated and whose hindquarters were wiggling. The room 14 friend is not your prey. No. TSK, you may not. Stubbornness or not, what was forbidden was forbidden. It's not just its appearance that resembles a cat. Wide eyes and a wiggling rear, that was a cat in full pre-pounce mode. Above all, dilated pupils in a cat meant excitement. Coco's pupils had been large in every season. Pardon? Yunwu held its gaze for a moment. Whenever he met those dark eyes, Yunwu sometimes had to press down a certain instinct with reason. This was the NPC he had watched through a screen for all 26 years. One that treated people like toys. That lied as a matter of course. And had always been heartless. We're Friday, NDS, our GHT. A grotesque voice seemed to brush past his ear for an instant. Hello. No. Yunwu added with a faint smile. It is nothing. He decided to shelve that for now. Lifting Coco onto his shoulder, he looked at the slime. The tightly curled slime cautiously blinked its eyes. It seemed to want something. If there is something you wish for, I will help. Is there anything you need? Then. The slime began to wriggle peculiarly. Yunwu and the staff exchanged glances, wondering what on earth it was doing. Yunwu was the first to understand. Oh. It was drinking the blood. No, not drinking exactly. It was storing it inside its body. Similar to what I did. Did it learn while inside me? With each gulping motion, the blood on the floor steadily diminished. The floor was clean in no time. When the movement stopped, Yunwu extended his hand again, and the slime cautiously climbed on. Wait. Then it scrambled up his arm in an instant and burrowed straight into his ear. Ugh. No. 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 The sensation is truly. It was different from pain. Yunwu scrunched his brow helplessly. The vivid sensation of a lump of blood squeezing through the narrow ear canal and spreading through his blood vessels to his entire body. And gradually, his expression softened. To be precise, he made it soften. At the strange pressure and ticklishness, he touched his ear and let out a small laugh. The sensation is truly strange. It seemed to have meant no harm. The moment the lump of blood returned to his body, its emotions were shared vividly. The terror of being swept away by a storm mid-hibernation, and the blind relief of having returned to a safe home. Thanks to that, the risk of collapsing from anemia has passed, so it would be best to leave things as they are for now. Pardon? Yes. That was what it felt like. I was worried it might feel trapped somewhere again, but if this is the reaction, it's best to leave things as they are for the time being. It seemed to have recognized Yunwu's interior as a safe place. If we communicate well, it may be of help until I master the blood-drinking technique. Whether that brings me further from human dignity or closer to it is ambiguous, but at the very least, it will be less stomach-turning. Yes. It seems our cat teacher's mood has finally improved. Normally it treated the creature like a parasite, yet the mention of it being useful had apparently given it some measure of patience. Wicked cat. They even look similar. No. Well, the squishy body and round eyes in particular. No. Must you dislike it that much? It was a mystery why Coco was generous toward monster guests yet stingy toward the hotel's internal monsters. It was then. Ah. A hall attendant who had been guarding the door approached and bowed courteously. I see. Yunwoo straightened his appearance and nodded. I will be right there. The guest without taste had finished its meal. The recovery of our section chief Hong's body was completed just yesterday. Inside the conference room, the director surveyed the faces of each section's chiefs and the two newly formed teams as she continued. I say this over and over, but do not underestimate the Takibi. Mr. Lurid acted as a neat freak who mostly just pops heads and calls it a day, but that doesn't mean anyone here thinks their life is cheap. Our team tends to attract people who don't value theirs, director. Yeah, well, I value you. Do you have any idea how much budget it costs to raise one of you? You wouldn't know, would you, you fuckers? Don't our higher-ups handle your year-end taxes every time? We are always grateful, director. Watching the staff bow in unison, the director let out a deep sigh. What great enterprise am I supposed to accomplish with these morons? Ah, if you're planning a coup, please send us the contract. We'll be waiting. Special team leader, stay after the meeting, you bastard. Every time you open your mouth, it's one load of shit after another. It's fine, director. I confirmed there are no listening devices before entering. Mr. Luredacted is watching. Show some restraint. Let's live with dignity. If dignity is the issue, that might be hard for you, director. The director turned to one of the section chiefs beside her. Can't I swap those guys out? Even section chief Hong, who only just departed, helped build that team, it can't be helped. I'll grind them. Good lord, these bastards are making me out to be a monster. Since she could not actually grind the fresh successors of the late section chief Hong, the director returned to the main topic. The reason I've gathered all our busy section chiefs in one place. Because you were bored. If the special team keeps its mouth shut for the rest of this meeting, I'm buying chicken. 1 chicken per person. 3 total. Field guys, I swear, always chasing food. She tapped a specially processed document with her finger. That thing you've all been busting your asses on for 5 years. Ah, you mean the Dakibi saturation phenomenon on the Korean peninsula? You'll know once you read it, but it seems related. A different section chief rubbed his chin. If it's enough to make a white crow cross the sea. Korea's fucked, people. Director, our juniors are here today as well. I'm the only piece of trash. These bastards. Pretty words, if you please. Yes, my lovely Sensitivity Bureau employees, listen to what your director has to say. We are all ears. This is seriously dangerous. As faces around the room either swallowed hard or dragged hands down their faces, the director added. Over the past 5 years, the number of Dakibi that have crossed the sea already exceeds 5. That's only the observed cases, considering how ridiculously wide the gaps are, who knows what else has slipped through. At that, the solidly built section chief Min raised his hand with a grin. Why don't we just accept the cooperation dispatch? Twist the leg screws. Arg. Section chief Min howled at the vivid pain crushing his joints without any visible source. My calves from Pilates dash. Have you reflected, section chief Min? But no matter how I think about it, fuck, Korea alone can't handle. Look at this treasonous bastard, there's no saving him. Gaia. Good grief, sounds like a pterodactyl. Rubbing his throbbing calves, section chief Min whimpered. Ah, my domes are gone. Gone is good, what's the problem? The day after DOMS is what proves the workout was real. Since when do you peddle folk remedies in front of the Sensitivity Bureau director? That's not the point. If it doesn't hurt, it doesn't feel like I worked out. I truly cannot communicate with fitness fanatics. Good soreness is a reward. Lord, you're not in your right mind. At that, the cleanup squad leader quietly lowered his mask and spoke. Permission to speak, Director. Please go ahead, squad leader. Section Chief Min's point has merit. He continued. If the issue is the high-risk entity domestic influx concentration phenomenon from 5 years ago, I understand the entire Sensitivity Bureau is currently collaborating with private enterprises to address it. That's right. I have also been told that the section chiefs from the Kangwon Province Bureau here have been jointly working on the case but have been unable to locate traces of the incoming Dakibi. In that case, this is not something Korea can handle alone. It's not that I haven't considered that. The leg-screwed section chief Min muttered, huh. Then why did I get punished, but was ignored? The director rubbed her chin and answered the squad leader. I'm terribly sorry to say this to our mages, but most of the population in the gaps has no human rights to begin with. Every time I hear that, the cognitive dissonance hits. I understand how you feel, Section Chief Yun. Everyone from outside says the same thing. Anyway, most labyrinths, no matter how much they rampage amongst themselves, don't openly mess with people on the outside, that is, people with human rights. Correction, they do mess with them. They don't do it openly, so the official figures come out about the same regardless. Stop interrupting me. The point is, that's why the overseas agencies won't lift much of a finger to help. There was no real law in force in the gaps, and no matter how much damage was done, time alone restored everything. The director shrugged. They'd rather keep it all bottled up in our gaps. But I heard the British Union sent a cooperation dispatch. That's exactly what I'm saying. One must not expect conscience from fellow gap agencies. They were the type to counter. They wouldn't really go that far, would they, with oh yes, we will. Largely because conscience, for most of them, was a vestigial organ. The courtesy of saving face only applied among the sizable institutions in major cities. Anything less, and they did not even bother hiding their true colors. Those who knew, knew. Given the nature of the gaps, the more you pioneer and develop, the wider they grow. If it comes to it, there are ways to sever the paths and separate them. And above all, most of what happens here is, critically, not illegal. That's generally true, but... Which bureau are you from, squad leader? Seoul. Gyeonggi Province. I was called in from Gyeonggi Province. Things are, quite different here at the regional level. We're already deprioritized domestically for being a low-importance region, so you can imagine what happens internationally. Does that give you some idea? I understand what you mean. The squad leader did not press further and nodded. Having primarily handled metropolitan cases, he had not known the details, but he was aware that conditions in regional gap environments were poor. If she's going this far, I can imagine how mages are treated around here. For someone who led several mage team members, it was a bitter reality. Given the nature of their special duties, they had been prepared for filthy deaths. But if the cause turned out to be fellow humans or mages, that would be wretched. I'll get an execution dispatch from the chief director in Seoul, so don't worry about that. Thank you. The chief director of the Sensitivity Bureau was, of course, one and only. An official dispatch bearing that stamp wielded significant influence even in the provinces. That much should be enough to avoid anything excessively filthy. So reject every cooperation dispatch that comes in. If they say they're sending personnel, tell them to fuck off even harder. A bespectacled section chief asked. Director. Is there truly no way to accept even a modest subsidy from overseas agencies? Their Dakibi are all here on our soil. How many times do I have to tell you those bastards have no conscience? Those irresponsible bastards. Look at those bloodshot eyes. Why is this guy so obsessed with money? It's scary sometimes. He was a patriot, all right, just a slightly mutated one. It's not that I don't want help. But just be patient a little longer, kids. Your trusty Kangwon province director has been steadily querying the GBC. They've been responding, too. Our director might not be quite at that level. I pestered the Central Bureau's ribs until they gave in, so I suppose I've inquired by proxy. I need to live my life like that. Take notes. The Global Boundary Council. In the gaps, it was known as the GBC or simply the Council, a private collective that mediated or intervened in incidents related to spiritual power. The largest and most influential private collective in the gaps. They would sometimes glance at incoming dispatches and, if intrigued, deploy a lone agent. They've got a fair number of tarot folk over there, so we should be able to lure at least one. At that, the cleanup squad leader spoke again. Pardon me, but is there not an Arcana member formally registered with the Korean Cultural Sensitivity Bureau? Have you ever even seen that person's face, squad leader? No, I apologize. I have not. I'm not scolding you, it's a fair question, but... The director smiled wistfully. That person is quite open. Is that a problem? Open to labyrinths, too. That's why we lure, not summon. Those commonly called Arcana members were far removed from common sense. I don't know their exact criteria for action, but when I first submitted the dispatch 5 years ago, there was no real movement. Given the radio silence since, it's hard to tell whether they're uninterested or biding their time. I didn't know all that. You two must know each other well. Absolutely not that close. I was just so desperate I went up to Seoul several times to grab them by the trouser leg and beg for help. Every time things got dire, I'd seek them out and treat them to a warm meal. I see. That person has refined taste, really liked soup and rice. Keep it in mind if you need to. Thank you. It might also be that no major damage has occurred yet, so they see no reason to step in. They're formally registered, sure, but we don't even know if they're aligned with us or against us. What can you do? For an Arcana member, registering with an agency at all was more than enough. In a world where all manner of scum engaged in dirty dealings, simply not actively playing villain was something to be grateful for. Well, let's look on the bright side. It's not like they're the devil, the kind of card that's a committed villain. At that, one section chief pinched the bridge of his nose in exhaustion. Words become seeds. Please refrain from that name, Director. With the Korean peninsula already in chaos, I'm terrified that card's owner might show up. We cannot handle any more. As if 2 Arcana members would end up on this tiny strip of land. Drop it, the world is wide. And yet it's surprisingly small sometimes. Honestly, it's not like it's Voldemort. This foundation trauma allergy sure lasts a long time. The director rubbed her rough chin. Those rotten bastards. Director, I'll forfeit my 3 chickens to make a statement. Well. Did you not hear me say to keep your mouth shut, special team leader? Didn't the foundation collapse exactly 5 years ago? Fuck, I really need to dunk that one. Wait. Twist the leg screws. GKKH-. As Section Chief Min nodded, I know that feeling, the director spoke over the screaming. Yes, it's possible. Maybe the devil, who we thought died with the foundation, snuck onto the Korean peninsula and stirred something up, and that's why high-risk entities are converging here. Then why am I being punished right now? That person was always hard to pin down, and their work was so eerie that they got along unusually well with Takibi. But it's not as if anyone actually knows their true face. Right, that's exactly what I was trying to say. But it's probably not that. The director waved her hand. I bought the tarot person soup and rice and they told me. Why didn't we know about this? I filed the report upward, you fuckers. Don't throw a fit because the Central Bureau didn't pass it down. Isn't this classified, then? My people are about to fucking die. Is classified really the issue here? It is. I'll go get my brain wiped after this. Anyway, what that person told me was. She shrugged. Nothing. Nothing as in. That tarot person's main ability is that thing black and white scales. Set a reference point, and based on that reference and its conditions, weigh the good and evil deeds of a target. On a scale of sins applied to the entire population of the Korean peninsula, there has been no significant change. If the infamous "the devil" had come to Korea, the weight of sin should have increased. They checked every country overseas just in case, and sure enough, no major change. The devil is confirmed dead. Unless the tarot person lied. What about the opposite? Didn't ask. The filth in this industry was always the same anyway. I found all this out by buying that person's soup and rice with my own money, so be grateful. Does that person eat nothing but soup and rice 3 meals a day? Fuck, don't disrespect the cuisine. They had boiled pork rice soup, Sunday soup, and bean sprout soup. All 3. At this point, I'd rather get my brain wiped on the way out too. I don't want to make an enemy of an Arcana member. Suit yourself, you fucker. I worry about you people and this is what I get. The director exhaled a heavy sigh and scratched the back of her head vigorously. Anyway, the cause is being investigated with personnel deployed everywhere, so our special team and cleanup squad should take note of that. If there's a problem, contact any section chief. No need to go to the Central Bureau, I'll handle it at my level. Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you. I'm grateful to our section chiefs for all their hard work, and when I get the chance, I'll scrape some incentive out of the central budget team, so let's hang in there a bit longer. They said they'd send new recruits to the provinces too, we'll discuss that at the next meeting. Yes, Director. Thank you. Also, the funeral for Section Chief Hong, who died in the line of duty, will be held this weekend. I'll send out a separate notice, but consider this a heads up. The bereaved family will be attending, so dress properly. And it was then. Ring. Go on, pick up. Work calls. We'll all shut up. Then, if you will excuse me. Section Chief Yun went to the corner and listened to a brief message, then announced without even hanging up. The high-risk labyrinth, Count Dracula, has gone missing from its home territory. Section Chief Yun, how do you just drop something like that without catching your breath? Have you no mercy? The movements of his apprentice disciples remain consistent, but traces of some senior disciples pursuing him have been found, suggesting this is a solo action by the Count. You're telling me that damn vampire ditched his own blood children and ran? They really were his blood children, in a sense. One section chief thought as much. The story continued. My apologies in advance. Fuck, hold on, let me take a heart pill first. The section chief asked again, courteously. Have you taken it? Yeah. His last traces were found on the Korean peninsula. A white crow and now the Count. You've grasped it immediately. Yeah. Are you alright? Wake me up in exactly 3 hours. The director's head tipped backward with a neat thud. A clean faint. Director dash. The section chiefs wailed in unison. They still had a mountain of documents awaiting her signature. Does the aroma please you? Yes. I am glad. Yun-woo took out a small pot, filled it with water, and set it to heat. What I am preparing now is Ottoman-style coffee. Ottoman style. It may differ somewhat from the coffee modern people drink. This one has no filtering process. Finely ground beans were added to the water and simmered gently together. How best to put a twist on it? The guest did not seem to have a strong sweet tooth, but Yun-woo added a touch of sugar. In that era, sugar had been the exclusive symbol of aristocratic wealth. To this he added cinnamon. Shall I add a little cardamom as well? Pardon? Yes. The developer of this place certainly covered an impressive range of ingredients, would you not say? Yes. A complex flavor reminiscent of lemon, eucalyptus, and mint in a subtle blend. Yun-woo had learned of this spice through Hun. Mixed into the coffee, a pungent yet sweet aroma bloomed sharply. When the coffee rose to a boil, he lowered the heat and let the grounds settle. The aroma is not bad. From here, without filtering, only the clear portion on top was poured into the cup. I have practiced a few times, but this is the first time I am serving it directly to a guest. Yes. A bit of cream would round it out nicely. It was a far cry from the espresso Yunwoo usually drank like a transfusion. Sweet yet exotic spice. A heavy, warming drink that heated the core. Yunwoo neatly arranged biscuits and pretzels beside the cup for palate cleansing. He handed the silver tray with the prepared items to a staff member. If you would. The staff member bowed deeply, yet beyond that flawless smile, its gaze swept over Yunwoo's appearance. As always, there was not a single thing out of place. Having casually deflected that gaze, Yunwoo felt Coco hop lightly onto his shoulder. Hello. Yes, thank you for your concern. Hee hee. Shall we go, then? Yes. It was time to talk.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.